bahas sedikit nih. Kemarin Flashwolf yang udah kita bahas juga, mereka bermain
Ada. Mana sih tulisannya anjir? Hey, halo sore teman-teman. Halo Ahmad Raffi. Halo Gilang Gemas Tenas. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Siap. Halo Cino, halo Gilang, halo Ahmad Raffi. Selamat datang. Welcome, welcome. Sebentar ya teman-teman, gue masih membuka-buka beberapa web teman-teman. Gila, udah pada siap belum teman-teman buat nonton? Menurut gue hari yang cukup seru untuk paling seru lah di babak play-ins menurut gue. Yang seru lah pokoknya ini malam hari seru lah cok. Gokil. Ini pertandingan deathmatch. Wah, first match bawa-bawa politik nih. Flashwolf versus Nobar ICONS. Kenapa bawa-bawa politik, Cuno? Kenapa bawa-bawa politik, Cuno? Oke, kita masih ngeliat dari tim line up, oke? By the way, udah pada ngambil drops belum, teman-teman? Nih, gue kasih tunjuk ya, gue udah dapet drop nih. Gue akan contohin nih kalau gue udah dapet drop. Tapi gue nggak tahu kenapa belum masuk ke dalam in-game gue. Kok kenapa gue buka YouTube anjing? Maaf. Mana ya? Tuh, gue dapat icon coy, tapi kenapa gue belum masuk ya dalam in game ya? Ntar gue nunggu lagi tanggal berapa nih? Mana ya? Tanggal 21, berarti grup stage nih, grup stage. Grup stage, oke. Oke. Nova lawan Flashwolf, ini kita lagi ngelihat apa namanya istilahnya? Ntar nih udah mulai belum ya kalau di sini? Kalau di World of Sports, coba kita lihat bro. Oke, udah mulai bincang-bincang. Oh, udah dalam stage bahkan cok, mantap. Halo Za, bukan dong, tolong. Flashwolf Taiwan, Nova Cina lagi panas sekarang mereka. Ya emang sebenarnya itu kalau kalian tahu ya, itu mereka memang slack guys. Itu mereka bukan ini. Bukan Flashwolf sama Cina, bukan. Yang lagi slack tuh kemarin Flashwolf sama EVOS tuh slack tuh. Itu kemarin. Eza nggak tuh makanya. Andre, tolong. Halo Andre, halo Ayu. Lah masa belum masuk? Gue udah masuk. Gue belum cok. Apa gue salah riot ya? Nggak ada di email, langsung masuk ke icon. Oh gitu. Serius tuh. Coba gue cek dulu ya. Coba ya bentar gue cek. Bentar, iconnya itu kayak gimana ya? Iconnya itu kayak, aduh gue nggak ngeliat lagi. Apa bener ini icon yang gue pakai guys? Kenapa gue buka YouTube lagi sih? Kocak. Coba, bohong gak lu? Bentar. Got it icon, iconnya kayak gini bentuknya cok, emang bener nih. Serius tuh. Kok punya gue beda ya? Iconnya bentuknya emang kayak gini, ada nasusnya guys. Di punya gue cuman lambang ini doang nih, lambang iconnya doang nih. Langsung masuk icon. Nah ya itu langsung masuk ikonnya. Oke, akhirnya idolku nobar lagi, nyanyi-nyanyi enak di Twitch Rift Esports kok cepat. Iya itu dia, hadir demi giveaway aja. Mantap res, mantap memang. Itu dia gambar Nasus. Coba ya gue cek ya, gue dapat atau enggak ya gambar Nasus. Oh iya dapet guys. Mantap. Thank you udah ngasih tahu cok. Mantap. Gue baru tahu lagi. Gila. Tapi tetep lah. Oke. Mantap teman-teman. Oke. Coba change icon. Oke, udah. Terima kasih banyak Hernando, mantap sekali. Halo anjing, halo Karnanta, halo Bang Anubis, halo Yusuf. Yang lambang doang mah kan dari event in-game makanya. Nah kan, back to the game, let's go back to the game. Teman-teman jangan lupa diambil teman-teman ya, lumayan nih, gratisan coy. Keren lagi, ini gue nunggu ininya sih, ini keren sumpah frame-nya gue. Kalau recall sih gue kurang tahu ya, semoga berharapnya bagus ya. Let's go, apakah ini kita udah mulai guys? Oh ini masih video opening ya. GG, siap. Mari kita bersiap-siap guys. Ntar gue matiin musik dulu teman-teman. Nah, matiin musik dulu, kita dengerin nih. Tacau. I think it's time for last billboard efforts in China, mantap. Let us feel our passion for e-sport. Udah ketahuan Mali dari kapan tahu. Anjay, tapau dia dong. Itu dia. Mantap sekali. Moga ada Riku. Tadi sih kalau kita lihat nggak ada ya. Lah kok di sini baru masuk. Anjay. Gila. Asik siap bang, siap. Hashtag saya pride gak sih? Hashtag saya pride bro, let's go ya. Hashtag saya pride, let's go. Ini dia Flash Wolf, let's go. Itu dia. Ini game berat teman-teman semua. Game berat teman-teman, serius. Ini tuh nggak adanya Mika ya. Mika lampu lagi. Iya, kurang lucu lagi. Emang apa dukung siapa aja? Saya prat lah bro. Flash Wolf, let's go. Saya prat, sama dengan goblok lu. Goblok Yusuf anjing. Emang sesuai sama nama anda, haram anjing. Bangsat. Gak apa-apa, gak ada Riku, Mika juga jadi kok. Iya deh. Kalian pada mau lihat TJ kan guys? Kalian pada mau lihat TJ kan teman-teman? Dasar kalian pelangi memang ya. Gimana kemarin lihat trashnya Beru waktu Jazz? Gue udah tahu, masalahnya gue udah tahu. Itu orang setan banget masalah trashnya. Trash carry the game bro, anjing. RRQ Lemon Pride, iya deh. Stop pelangi. Skill satunya auto aim. Sangat mengerikan. Let's go the drafting mas bro. Bentar kayaknya muka gua kurang gede guys. Kita webcam dulu.
Very first
Salah.
game of the day, a best of 3, and the winner of this goes to the group stage. The winner of this is out of the
Oh iya, benar-benar. By the way guys, ini untuk pemenang game ini ya, untuk pemenang game ini bakal langsung direct ke apa namanya? Ke ini guys, ke fase grup, Jadi udah ngamanin posisi ya, teman-teman ya. Oke, let's go. Udah ada Bennett yang Tadi gue lebih demen House Devil, lebih maco sih ya. Pancar Nobar Sport pasang separate nggak apa. Bubar. Gue dukung Pancar Nobar Sport. Rotak. Ini Anda di band, iya. Nih guys, kalian mau lihat gue di band nggak guys?
Yeah, if you look at the roster between WCS finals and right now at Icons, you might
Gila
ask,
gue nih.
Bahasa in the mid lane, Bruce is in AD. What's going on right now? So basically, the long story is that the Dragon Laners couldn't make it, and the best part is Flash Wolves had 2 Dragon Laners. Both of them.
Anjay, gue di band guys.
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 And guess what? Bruce, their mid laner, used to play AD. So guess what? They have 3 Dragon Laners.
Guys, tolong aku di Bennett. Keluarkan aku. Tolong teman-teman semuanya, tolong. Guys.
I like to live dangerously. I don't have any sort
Saran
of
kok,
ambition
nanti
like
pas
that,
in
but
game
if it
facecam
comes to Rift,
taruh di bawah logo sponsor, pasin sama list tim sebelah kanan. Gue matiin kok, tenang aja. Gue matiin kok, tenang aja. Ngikutin Lexandrom kayak kemarin, iya ngikutin Lexandrom gue. Ben Andre soalnya meta bangsat. Guys, tolong aku. Oh enggak deh, jangan deh biar disangkanya kita nggak ngikutin Lexandrom ya guys ya. Guys nih, kita nggak ngikutin Lexandrom guys. Kita bakal menjadi annoying guys ya, nutupin champion, mampus kalian. Nggak bisa lihat kan champion apa yang dipick kan, mampus. Saya tebak-tebakan guys, ayo tebak-tebakan. Kuki lagi ngambil apa guys, let's go. Mampus kalian. Yoi, sana lepas cok. Ayo ngambil apa, ayo nggak kelihatan lu, ayo. Hah?
You know what I would like to say outside Nova? You know what would be the best scaling combo?
Emang Kaisa yang bener lu.
Now imagine a world where you play Senna Sona with Sona farming. It's never gonna happen.
Coba kita tengok dikit ya.
It's terrible, but I'm just saying that would
monyet. Salah ya, salah lu, salah. Monyet yang diambil, cok.
Possibly, yeah, right. And we do see Nova as a bit of a slower team, S7 draft, but they're not afraid to play aggressively as well. That's the strong fundamentals. Based on the draft, they can adapt.
And I want to flag that as they double down further on this late game,
Nasus,
because
oke,
the
nggak
late
heran.
game is where they got into trouble. That is how they dropped a game to Furious Gaming, which nobody saw coming.
Yes.
It was an incredible performance from Furious Gaming. They won the team fights after their own
Wah, si paling sena, nye.
Nova
Corki
gave
tuh
them the
anjing.
window by
Itu Corki ya,
getting
iya
to
kan.
the late game.
Yang gue tutupin tadi Wukong ya, kocak.
Nova's game 2 loss was evidenced
Gak apa,
by
jadi matiin biar bisa tetap lihat ekspresi lu kayak Alexander kemarin. Jangan.
Look at their draft right
Saya
now.
tidak mau
They've
mengganggu
never been
keindahan
lacking
kalian
in
menonton,
scaling.
Cunong.
All 3 champions here. Well, 2
Cunong.
champions scale infinitely, and Jax just
Cunong.
has insane brain rot.
So, loads of scaling on Nova. Nothing that
Sana Nasus kah? Iya, Sana Nasus udah pasti tuh.
Is there anything on
Yes.
Flash
Karma.
that can take it?
Padahal Karma ada kesempatan
Well,
di
that's
pick
the
ya.
problem right now. You see the
Oh,
Corki, yeah, you
okay.
might say he has the package. Once you hit the
Bilangnya
time
mau nyebat
windows,
kok, lu
5
jangan
minutes
macem-macem
around
lu. Siapa yang mau
Dragon
nyebat
Hearts,
sih?
Corki's gonna be great
Ngaco
there.
aja lu.
That's pretty much the
Ngomong.
only early game we see from Flash.
Andre, asem gak sih?
Also,
Asem!
also gonna be defaulting back to
Tapi
zero.
karena aku cinta
Right,
Wild
Nova
Rift,
have
aku
the edge
tidak
so far.
merokok.
I like
Gitu
the
bro.
Akali ban. That's one of
Gitu.
Ease's highest win rate
Itu
champions.
caranya.
Those
Bayu
counters
kodok.
I expect to
Hey.
see from Flash Wolves, which is gonna be a lot of tank tops. And Nova's draft right now looks so scary.
So this singed
Oh, saya tahu masuk Anda.
that late game gives
Yes.
the more devastating late
Kalau
game.
gak rapi kayak kemarin kok. Udah hari pertama ada pembukaan aja, pembukaan. Ntar tunggu gue di group stage ya. Mantap, tunggu gue di group stage.
Pretty much, right?
Bentar
But
lagi
this
hilang
draft
nih,
tells
Kem.
me one thing.
Hey.
All twos in the long basket.
Kan bentar
This
lagi
is
mau
what
masuk
the Chinese
in-game,
regions
bro.
call fall facilitate.
Bentar lagi mau
One,
masuk in-game, bro.
exactly seeing that play out against
Dok, lu nyari
Akali
nge-gas
ban,
nggak, Dok?
know what Ysera's gonna play.
Asli sebat
It's gonna
sambil
be the Garen.
cold drink juara
That's good
gini, Cok.
scaling as well. That's good front line.
Nggak
That's
boleh,
very
nggak
effective
boleh.
against
Tidak boleh
balls
dong.
from the Nasus,
Selama
against
Wild
the
Rift
Sage
tidak
front.
boleh ngerokok.
It's a
Tidak
pretty good
boleh.
answer overall, but what's Isa's counter pick gonna be?
Tidak
Yes,
boleh ngerokok. Tidak boleh dong.
Whatever it is, it needs to give them the team.
Tidak boleh ngerokok.
to answer this in the late
Nggak ada
game.
sponsor
Or
dari
maybe
WR
try
ID
to
kok,
make
maksudnya?
Well, Bahasa played a couple Zed
Buying
games
in.
yesterday.
Dari WR ID maksudnya kayak gimana Salome?
Really solid. I would
Kenapa
love to
nama
see
Anda
this
Salome
matchup play out.
Desua, bangsat?
I think that
Oh,
actually does both. Because if Zed gets
Zed.
an early lead, that's somebody who can really terrorize many
Zed.
of these picks during the early and
Zed
mid
Baron
game.
kah berarti ini?
Give Flash Wolves a quick victory.
Tuh,
where they
tuh.
put Nova far enough behind it, they don't come out on top.
Zed Baron,
But also,
Wukong
Zed,
jungle.
very good in the late game, can help those Flash Wolves
Garen
in
mid.
team fights.
And we already talked
Atau
about how
mungkin
Nova
Zednya
is
yang
such
di
a
mid,
good
lawan
scaling team
Singed.
composition. They just added another ticking time bomb with this Camille into Garen matchup. The longer this game goes on, the more Camille's gonna do to you in the side lane. She kicks you once.
Enggak, Dre,
gets ball health
mantap,
gone. She kicks you
kodok,
tower
itu
once,
dia.
gets play gone.
Kayak UK Xava itu 7.000 wildcard ada, gue juga dapat. Semua co-streamer yang official semuanya dapat giveaway, oke? Jadi kalian tunggu aja untuk pembagian giveaway seperti apa, oke? Gue emang belum post di Instagram sih, mungkin besok gue akan post, oke? Mantap. Makanya lu pada share ya teman-teman, oke? Let's go, mantap, ini udah tos-tosan, udah. Kita persiapan ke game pertama, alright? Let's go.
Watch long, watch that Jax.
Gue nyoba Lucian sama Final mid
Overall,
OP kalau
Flash
pakai
Wolves
huluk,
side, trying to
mantap.
shut that Jax down, stop them from getting so big that they destroy the late game.
Oke guys,
The Jax
oke
is
guys.
definitely a key part of that, but if you look at the
bentar.
rest of the team comp, Camille is gonna be a big problem as well. The 1-3-1 factor, the ability to just kick down
Kita
the
taruh di
turrets.
sini dulu
Both
guys,
the Camille,
baru kita.
both the Jax can
matiin,
just
oke?
threaten your side lane turrets.
Oke,
If you
kita
ever made a
persiapan
mistake,
dulu
and I
guys,
don't
let's
think
go.
Flash Wolves team comp can
Oke
build
oke,
that
mantap
much
kok,
more.
mantap Salome Desua.
Flash Wolves team comp
Megang tim
does
Singed coba bisa lepas 2
late
champ
game
Bennett.
fights.
Itu
Five
dia.
fives. Engineer those five
Kita lihat ya.
fives, find Nova at the
Megang
major
tim Singed
objectives,
bisa
fight
lepas
them
2
over
champ
dragons,
Bennett.
fight them over barons, they have a chance in this game.
Masalahnya ini
Well,
Yumi
definitely,
juga
but
biasa
Nova
di
is
Bennett
not
nih
afraid
Yumi.
to shy- is not gonna shy away from these team fights as well. Like I said, what are you looking out for?
Tadi
When
gua
Nova
udah
comes
lewat
into the
rumahnya,
team fights, it's gonna be pick tools.
Belum aja
I
gue
mentioned
gerebek ini
Warrior
Andre.
loves you.
Jangan dong,
But
jangan
then
dulu
he
dong.
runs at you, flips you. What
Lu
do you
ngapain
do?
lu lewat-lewat rumah gue lu? Wah,
Pretty much, right? Like he
Wah.
resets the winner, I guess, but he withers you again in 12 seconds. So
Yeah.
what do you do there?
oke.
And normally you have someone like Eason who can be
Uh-huh.
like insurance policy, who can slide in through the fights on like a tank carry and kind of rescue you. On Yumi, no rescue coming.
Yeah, Eason has been a very big playmaker for the side of Flash Wolves. Today, he won't have that ability, at least in game 1. But if you look at Yumi, the raw power of Yumi
Meta
is
keroyokan
just
anjir. Iya ini
very powerful.
metanya
With
kayak
your AP,
kalau kalian tahu pernah
damage,
dipakai Echo juga ya, di mana midnya sama Baronnya jalan barengan dulu.
Here's a fun fact.
Mid apa baru sama Baron sama jungle gitu. Terus langsung ke atas gitu.
They did a three-man start with long in the middle of the map just now.
Yeah, that's a bit interesting.
Warteg Dre kan lewat rumah lu. Oh iya bener juga.
Want to avoid it as much as possible. That three-man start will give long a bit of EXP, a bit of timing away from the pure 1v1 against.
Kemarin gue liat ada VTuber main Walter VC 20k kok. Ya mantap kalau begitu.
You could try to go for an invade here or even a dive.
Mantap sekali.
Already
Siapa
heavily
cok VTuber?
by Yais in the top side.
It's not that bad right now. You remember what Lonely Kid did to him yesterday?
True. Down bottom, there's yet
This
more
is
bullying
great. Love
happening.
this.
Remake miles away from that wave as it crashes against the turret. Nova being denied so
Singed
much.
kalau di
ground.
mid
And
kena
look at
bully.
what's going on right
Early
now.
iya.
He roams down to save his
Oh,
dragon
rooted.
lane, and they give long the
Coba
bomb.
lu ngomong kayak gitu late game lu.
Bruce getting tagged up.
They're good. They're chilling.
Oh
The main thing I wanna tell you
Kayla.
about right now,
Oh,
TJ, is the
oke.
absurdity of Yumi is she's such a great scaling champion that has one of the best 1v1s in the game. And
Mungkin
level
dia beli
one-
sendiri kalau kayak gitu.
Well, we were like, Yumi is really powerful, and then we read the
Oh,
patch
oh,
notes where they
oh,
buffed
oh.
Yumi.
Yeah. The crazy thing about Yumi is not even, oh, I hit you with prowling projectile and that hurts. She literally walks to your face,
Auto
autos
attack
you,
shit.
heals herself, and keeps autoing you. How
Ya
does
di
the cat
early
do
lah.
that?
Iya emang.
Well, I find it best not to ask. Just run away from the Yumi and/or ban her. Kind of interesting as well.
Itu kemarin lihat Whisky nge-stream Icon, tapi lihat di website LoL Esport nggak ada nama dia sebagai streamer dari Indo. Mungkin belum daftar kali kalau kayak gitu. Karena gue kemarin gitu juga regis ya kalau kayak gitu ya. Begitu teman-teman. Jadinya gua dapat benefit gitu 7.000 wildcard untuk dibagi-bagiin ke kalian semua begitu teman-teman.
So, Oblivion Orb, of course, cuts the healing, makes it so that when Remake heals Yami, doesn't do as much HP regen.
And of course, he has the ability to just walk up to you, hit you, throw Qs out, prowling projectiles in your face. This is not
Nunggu
gonna be a
Singed huluk, aneh.
Long,
Bang,
I think
facecam
it's
bang,
worth
bacot lu
mentioning,
cis.
a long really wants to find the play down there.
Oh, ini berarti
stabilize that lane.
Bruce-nya
This is
main
more of
full
I have
ini
nothing
kan.
to do on the map right now, so let me just chill here, give you guys some space to push it out. Because we always talk about tempo as being relative, right? I sacrifice my timings to give you guys tempo in.
Oh, berarti bedanya dari benefit ya kalau yang Regis ya betul sekali dong.
Well, that's not happening anymore. Now he's just trying to force a play.
Yeah, they need a play. He's 100 gold behind in that lane.
Ya
There we
mati.
go. Dive into the front
That's a
line.
play.
Bruce manages to slide away. Use of the Valkyrie gets
nice
the save.
banget.
Remake doesn't have the damage this early on.
That's a bit interesting. Ethan still has
GG
Ignite.
masih bisa
He
hidup,
honestly
anjing.
might have been able to trade kills, and that's why I didn't like the force here for an Envy. Initially, you could say sure, Long didn't.
Terus ingat kalau buka racun masuk ke sana panjang dong asapnya.
Came back up. He could have just reset. He could have just tried to go for more farm, and that would have served him better. But he tried to force the play a little bit too hard right there, and I think that
panjang maksudnya gimana, Cok?
for Envy.
Well, I mean, how bad is it that
It's not bad.
Remake is behind in lane, that Yami is behind in lane?
Yeah,
How
it's
bad
not
is that?
too bad, honestly. If you look at the itemization from Remake and
Ya
Yami,
baru itu udah baca tidak satu tidak lama bodo amat anjing bodo amat. Yang mati anjing udah di geng asli.
But Nova, I think they don't want to
Karena itu
concede
supportnya
anything right
damage-nya
now, which is
kagak
why
ada
he's just
internet kurang
forcing
tapi kita
plays,
sana
but
kalau
that
ngebantu
means that
geng wingerinya
Cookie
mantap.
has found- well, I was gonna say
Kan makin
Cookie's
cepat
found
gerak
something,
makin banyak
but
asapnya.
not quite. He's a bit behind in
Oh iya.
Well, yeah. He hasn't quite managed
Okay.
to get any counter jungling down. He's had a bit of a lead in the mid lane.
Hey.
That's bad.
Wah mati dong.
Just gone.
Wah kucingnya keluar dong. Wah awas. Iya mati coy dia.
Bruce is in trouble. He'll
Sumpah
have to
anjing
earn
jadi
that
buang
package
paket.
to get away.
And that all started from Easton trying
Wah,
to be a
rugi
bit too
banget,
aggressive
anjing.
there.
Buang
You know
paket
that
dia,
he was
Brody.
laning phase, but that's in isolation.
By the way ini
That's
atasnya
in
kepotong ya guys ya.
Flash, Hextag Ultimatum. There's
Tapi masih
absolutely
oke nggak guys?
no
Keganggu
play
nggak guys kalau
for you.
kalian ngeliat guys?
Really rough. Very
Sorry,
smart
Bang Baron,
by
sorry,
Remake to
Budi.
realize
Smart,
that
yeah.
the package is in
Yuminya blunder dia, blunder deh.
Bruce's pocket, and he's gonna have to spend it in order to Valkyrie away.
Really smart from Isa as well.
Yeah. Objectives are up, of course, our first of the game, and that package won't be here to help.
Yumi
fight
pikir
it.
dia rengar.
Flash Wolves starting on this
Lucu
Rift
juga lu.
Herald. Ocean Drake down bottom, getting picked up by Nova.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a trade here, but Flashers want to stop this. They want to interfere with the dragon.
Kagak sadar gue itu kalau itu kepotong. Oke siap
Pushing
aman ya.
in on that Rift Herald up top. In the meantime, down here, Baya's trying
Hey,
to work in.
oh, udah dapet
Down,
Herald,
getting picked
oke,
up by
siap.
Flash Wolves. Here's the dive. Deep
Eh,
in.
oh,
Nova
nice,
secured
masih
that
bisa.
Drake. Neon in the meantime, working
They
away
win
against
this.
Sarah. Deep dive from Easton.
Eh,
He's able to pick up
aduh,
Remake.
mati
Low
Garennya.
down already. Is
Ya,
Sarah
yang ini
finally
rata
goes
dong.
down. It's just Yami inside the pit. He can't
Mati
keep
dong
up with the
itunya.
fight. He'll flash over the wall.
Kagak mati Zednya anjir.
Very low HP.
And that was such a close fight there. Flash Wolves nearly had it, but the Nasus untouched ended up being a big factor.
Kurang bawah
in
kok,
that
bannernya
fight.
tutupin aja,
I wanna
oke.
just double check that Cookie did pick up the Rift Herald.
I think he
There we go. Yeah, that scared me for a second, but it's all good. He got
Aneh.
that one. It's just gonna be a standard trait, but Nova come up a bit on top in terms of kills, and they're gonna have a slight gold lead right now.
A very important fight for Nova because they're looking
Oke,
to
oke,
scale
teman-teman ya,
everything to
mantap.
get
Yeah.
to the late game with Yami out ahead.
Yummy
Mantap.
and Yumi being the same game is kind of confusing.
Zednya BC alot dikit nyois. Kalau nggak BC sih mati sih itu sumpah.
Well, if Yami picks Yumi, then it's not
Sip,
a big deal.
mantap.
Then that's
You can
fine.
use them
Yeah,
interchangeably.
that is true. I do want to point out Bruce's itemization right now. Dragon Lane Cocky doesn't need the Howlbreaker. It goes for full damage. Has the
Nah, pas,
Storm
mantap
Razor
itu dia.
completed. That's
Siap.
going to be a nice little power spike from him. Other than that, the game state is still pretty even. Now imagine that fight. Imagine that Dragon setup. If Bruce had the package, I see it going completely
100%.
differently. So it's a really good timing from Nova to
Use
make
it
the
back
early
in
play.
here against
Relax
Sarah.
ingat masih
Yes,
satu
Sarah
item nyois.
behind the turret, hit by the Hextech ultimatum. Here comes Long as well, trying to burn him down
Aduh.
with the stun counter strike. Easy kill for Nova.
Love that play from Yiza right there. The ignite to cancel out the healing from the honey fruit. And with
Okay.
Camille, with Jax, you know they're gonna one-shot that turret.
Very well done, and there's that gold lead beginning to snowball
Sumpah ini
into
tim
Long's
Cina kalau main
pocket.
Jack ngeri-ngeri banget ya, duitnya
I like
banyak
what we're
banget,
seeing
cok,
from
gila.
Nova here today. I like that Nova have started to wake up. They're starting to play exactly the way we expected them to play. That loss of
Wah,
Ares seems
Jesse-nya
to
di
have
ban
woken
kok.
them up, seems
Di
to
ban
have
kah? Kok nggak ada yang
enraged
ambil?
them.
Di ban
Keep in mind
tadi.
what Long's nickname is in China as well. The son of the dragon is
Aduh,
awake
itu
here
Inner
today.
Turret udah hilang
You're
satu
so
lagi.
proud
Bang,
of
kayak
Nova.
halo Mama Syarul.
That's like literally the one fun fact I know about
Lawan
the guys,
versus
so of
Cina
course I'm
ngeri
gonna
nih.
run with it.
You
Ngeri.
said it twice. You said it in the series.
Maksud lo
It's
Camel yang
such a
duitnya
cool
banyak
thing because
maksudnya?
What does it sound like in Chinese in Mandarin?
I said it before. You clearly wouldn't listen.
Bukan. Oh iya, Camel ya duitnya lebih banyak ya?
I hope I'm not saying that wrong, but that
Oh
basically means
iya,
son of
Cok.
the dragon. And that's so cool as well because it's a very big imagery thing too.
Right. I'm with you.
Without being too much.
Pertarungan antara bahasa, yoi.
Flash Wolves. benefiting
Oh my god.
from a little bit of mid lane pressure, the range that Bruce can now poke at.
And that's what I love about Bruce, right? That's why he's such a pivotal point of the Flash Wolves. He's not afraid to go aggressive. He's not afraid to play up in your face because he knows his limits. He's such a veteran player, has been around top LMS teams for years now, and he would not throw the lead away.
And he benefited from that incredibly good bottom lane that they played.
Yeah.
That's why Remake and Gami aren't big factors. Nova relying entirely on the top side of their map. Yiza and Long, the carries for Nova in this game.
Hey!
Now down bottom.
That's good.
Goes in.
Oh.
Nice dawning shadow across the map. Long fighting in the backlines while Bahasa dives into Yiza. Long now caught out by Bruce, poking away. Yiza all alone, half HP as Bruce manages to chip away with the final chapter. They'll find the first
Nice,
kill. That's
nice.
Bruce. More gold
GG.
in the pocket of
Mati
Flash
Jack,
Wolves' carry.
That started out a
The
little
real
bit
meta
iffy
China,
there.
sana nasi
Cookie and
coy.
Bahasa invested so
Dia sudah
many
beli sepatu,
resources
belum?
onto Iza, who did a
Itu udah beli,
fantastic
Cok.
job and mitigating
Tadi mungkin
damage
belum.
taken with the hashtag ultimatum, with the hook shot to just be slippery. But at the end of the day, they rotated
buat
their members
Romy.
down first, and because of that,
Ah.
Flash was numbers advantage, they take a kill. That's all they get, a kill. But 10 seconds, 5 seconds to the Rift Herald, we're expecting to see a big 5v5 here.
And it's a ton of very important gold for Bruce.
It is a ton of very important goal from
Uts.
Bruce. Unfortunately, he won't be able to
Duit
complete
udah mulai ngejar lagi ya Flash Wolf ya. GG.
That's still so important. We see how this guy
Wow.
plays.
Rift Herald online here. Nova beginning to position for it.
Nova a little bit late to this one. Frankly, I don't like their chances, but Eason doesn't have his out
resetting.
right now. Cookie doesn't have his out right now, so they need to stall this a little bit on side of Flash Wolves.
Oke, kita lihat akhirnya pertarungan juga, ada clash. Ada kontes guys. Oke, di ulti. Nice. Oh, Jacknya dapat. Oke, aduh itu siapa yang mati, Cok? Oh, bayangan Wukong. Ya, aduh sayang banget ultinya.
Completely wasted, and Flash Wolves don't complete any of the kills.
TJ, that was seconds away from being a 1-5 for the Flash Wolves. Yumi ultimate, 2 seconds away. They didn't have it. Can you see that entire team fight changing? If he sliced that through the team of Nova,
Build Yumi magic, yoi dah. Emang mesti magic, Cok. Nah ini yang gue bingung, dia mau bikin apa nih item keduanya nih.
Fortunately for Flash Wolves, you do have 2 items completed on Bruce. That's gonna be your #1 win condition.
GG Smite Cina, GG.
Because if you look at Long,
Tipis
look at
banget.
Iza, it's
Sayang banget
a
tapi ini
little
ultinya
scary.
ini udah kebuang masalah, Cok.
Baya's doing no damage.
And I will point out as well, Long got the Rift Herald in the middle of that
Yes.
fight. So they're going to have that tool to open up this Drake.
And you know what the
Emang
WR
harus
is gonna
magic,
do?
tim sono magic cuma
that.
Yumi.
Pop the Rift Herald in the mid. We don't care about the outcome of it because that secures us.
Bukan masalah
Because of the game state,
kom
Nova can
magic
just
atau enggaknya
whistle
sih,
their
lebih
way up
tepatnya
the lane with the Rift Herald. But the-
ya itu salah satunya, betul, itu salah satu. Ya aduh, mati kah itu. Oh, gila masih bisa hidup, Cok. Oke, Dragon, ya oke. Waduh, ini late game horror juga nih berarti nih ya. Oke, tapi ini 4 lawan 5 ya guys ya, 4 lawan 5 nih guys. Oke, apakah bisa kedorong? Oh, nggak mau didorong sama dia.
And you look at the map right now. You look at the top wave that was set up in the
Corkinya
rounds by
magic,
Nova.
mana nih Corki
You look
magic
at the
ngaco tuh,
mid
lu lihat
turret
dua
getting
itemnya
taken down
kritikal
by the
gitu
Rift
dia.
Herald. You
GG.
might say, yeah, he's a kind of ran it
Coba
down.
banget tuh
And
Jack
you're right, he
objektif
did
iya
kind of
dong,
run it
dia kan
down.
punya text
But think
Cok.
about what that got
Wah,
from
nah,
his
muka lu
team
kayak
there.
aneh, nggak
They
ada
got
muka
the
lu tapi ada
dragon,
suaranya.
they got the creep
Ya,
waves, they
ngatur
got
lu,
the
gua
mid
liat liat.
turret, and he was so close to
Oh,
killing
korek
Bruce's
kok mana lu?
farm. And he
Oke,
also fought him.
lagi sebatkan mana ada lu, jangan ngadi-ngadi lu. Corki
Yes.
hybrid dia. Belum kelihatan ke arah hybrid sih masalahnya. Itu masalahnya itemnya
Exactly.
pure
Bruce
AD
likes to
kritikal
play
ya.
aggressive. You know Bruce wants to be up in your face, but you can't do that when you're half health,
Kalau
right?
bener kayak
And this
ban dalam,
is one of
iya.
the critiques about Bruce
Lu
this
kenyot
game.
itu ban dalam.
He's been playing fantastically. Credits to him.
Tapi kayaknya emang Corki akan ada satu item
Kinda odd,
AP-nya
he
sih
isn't
menurut
headed
gue
in
ini.
any important fight.
Iya gue tahu tapi damage-nya diubah ke magic juga kan. Iya memang dia ada damage magic-nya lebih tepatnya Yusuf.
Oh,
nice banget, kerut. Sananya nggak bisa gerak itu. Waduh, dikejar Kamil. Waduh, bubar. Oke, aduh, kalah ini. Wah, GG. Oke, emang enak crit dia. Apa juga enak sih sebenarnya. Aduh, mati dong bayanya. Ace, Baron dong.
What's up,
team.
DJ?
They're gonna get the Baron.
Everything works out here for Nova.
GG
Baron
ini
got too
sumpah.
greedy. He wanted to check the jungle. Because of that
Bang
mistake,
fight-nya
he
nggak
kills
resisten
himself.
anjing ini
He kills
flash
Ethan.
Cok.
He gives Baron to Nova. And at the end of the day, it's not really his
Berarti
fault
Corki
as
tank
well.
enak ya kok.
And that'll be your
Terus kalau
Coca-Cola
udah
pop-up play.
And you
Corki
look
kalau
at
beli HP
Nova's
palingan
health
void,
bar right
hashtag
now.
gunblade
Look at
atau
how they
nanti ngapain dia beli
every single resource to
hashtag
kill.
gunblade
Yeah,
anjing.
good. That's a good start here, right? But you look at how the team
Hashtag
fight plays
gunblade
out.
tuh
You use so many spells.
item
You chunk out the members of Nova. They're getting low. Look at how low Long is.
situasional. Dia udah beli apa namanya?
Why do we say this is a strong combo? The
Dia udah
best
beli
stat check in the game.
Storm Riser, ngapain dia beli gunblade lagi? Mendingan dia beli void.
You take no damage.
And it was kind of
Wah,
staggered.
udah kalah
Bahasa had
sih.
to team kill his ally, but it did eventually turn into a prime.
Jax helikopter asli anjing,
for
tinggal
Nova,
baris doang lo
as
ke
they
depan Jaxnya
absolutely
masalahnya.
cleaned house. This is literally a team kill.
Kaget nggak tuh Jaxnya anjing.
He just takes him right in.
Ethan shouldn't have helped him. Ethan should have just let him
I
die.
don't think he knew
Hashtag
Ethan
enak
popped
lifestyle-nya
off, 'cause
gede.
it was like
Ngapain
right
mainnya?
as he shadow shipped.
Ngapain dia main
And
lifestyle
honestly,
anjir?
Ethan shouldn't have
Tanpa
helped
reason.
on as well. There's no way he could have done.
No.
Nothing he could have done to help him really.
Nah, ini
Zero
permasalahannya
kind of
adalah
push comes through the
aduh ini
bottom lane
Jax
here.
anjing cok.
Yeah.
You having to kite
Ini
back
Jaxnya
and
nggak
Sarah
mati
getting
sih
poked
nggak
out
akan
on top.
mungkin menang
That's
masanya
the
ini
thing, right?
flash
Poke from the Yumi, poke from the Corki.
Damage-nya di
Not gonna be
blocking, anjing.
effective against the healing here.
Iza caught out by the cyclone, slips away, dawning shadow, giving him
gue
the
pernah
shield.
nyoba ya lu nyobanya di mana cok lu jangan bandingin ranked sama game turnamen anjir.
Kisera forward, long proccing the counter strike. That's scary enough. He just gets the turret.
Lo tau gak kalau senjata Jax bukan yang asli, gimana kalau dia nemu senjata asli dia? Emang iya ya? Senjata lampu taman demasnya? Gak tau deh gue gak tau lore-nya
Well,
Jax.
it's a completely different Nova than the
Beda pulau
game
doang kok bisa
two
jauh
Nova
banget
we
gameplaynya.
saw against Furious Gaming.
Ya
Shades of the
bukan
game
sekedar
three
beda
Nova
pulau
present
anjir.
here as they've cleaned up their
Masalahnya
act.
adalah
They definitely have, and honestly,
beda, iya beda cara main
many
cok.
mistakes. If you really
Emang
think about it,
gimana
how
ya,
many
udah next
mistakes did
level
they
banget
make
ini
this game?
tim-tim Cina tuh
Several
sumpah.
small mistakes, a couple of small
I think it
mistakes.
was Bruce getting caught out in the top side.
It was
Yumi
Ethan
kena
and
ulti
then
sana
Bruce,
setengah
right?
darah cok,
And you
makanya.
see how Nova just snowballed that. You overstep one time, we punish you.
Tapi
The
duitnya
timing's
Corki ini
off,
menarik
and
ya.
we
Wah dia
immediately
mau
tap
arah
the
ras
gates
ke
from that.
Infinity
Nova
Edge.
just- I do want to point out
Pure
the
main
fact
ada
that
ini
Nova
Corkinya
was a
masalahnya.
dip by redemption to help his team. Why is that?
Cuman
Garen
lihat
always buys
tanki-tankinya
redemption
nggak ada yang
and
jadi di
aggression
depan
now
itu.
survives
Garen yang udah
inside
duit
lane.
cuma 9.000.
Lisa can give you guys a redemption as
Bongkongnya
well.
duit udah cuma 9.000 juga. Hampir 10.000. Bakal mati lu itu masalah tankernya di depan duit 15.000. Beda itemnya satu item 30, udah 4 item bahkan Jaxnya anjir. Bahkan dari Cina bukan Korea. Hampir sama bahasa Bahasanya kalau mother language-nya sama. Cuman bedanya kalau Taiwan itu setahu gue Kantonis ya. Hong Kong Taiwan tuh ngomongnya mereka Kantonis. Kalau yang satu lain ngomongnya Mandarin. Corki King kodok ini Dre, itu dia. Itu dia. Tapi kalah anjing. Bakal mikro Cina gak ada akhlak asli. Dengerin voice-nya kok kalau nanti main Jax dia ngomong apa gitu voice yang gue dibilang Really weapons, alright. Gak main ini Z kena draft gini. Z-nya masih main justru.
Absolutely dead. And I don't know if that might have been a technical issue. He stopped moving before the root came through.
Yeah.
Oke, nampaknya ada technical issue teman-teman ya.
That would be heartbreaking.
Dia pakai item Corki boleh tuh. Nah, ini lagi
Despite that,
satu.
I still think he was dead because
Main
his
di
positioning was
gold
just
tuh
so
gak apa-apa
off.
tuh.
When that happens to me, it's because I've just dropped the phone.
Because of rage or because of tilt?
But usually I've just.
Baru tau gue WR ada mode pos ya buat di turnamen doang.
Jump on me and I
Nge-lag
just
guys,
feel
nge-lag.
a Camille comes out of
Halo
nowhere.
Sanfeng, apakah meta pause menjalar?
I believe that.
Menjalar.
I
Umur Jack
100%
2000 tahun kok,
believe that's
siap.
something you would do.
So far,
What
though,
the fuck,
good
boss?
performance from Nova.
Gua tadi nggak ngeliat sih, guys,
I wanna just
sumpah.
get the vibe check from you, Len.
Garen kabelnya keinjek tuh.
Above or
Ya
below your
kocak lu.
expectations for Nova coming out of that upset yesterday.
This is about right. This is about the form we expected to see from Nova in the entire Icons.
Halo Bang, halo YSKL.
This is the kind of gameplay we expected to see from them. Aggressive, decisive, playing around your jungler.
So your faith
Oke Bang.
wasn't shaken by
Oke, kita
the
sementara kita ganti dulu ya guys ya.
upset from Furious Gaming?
Honestly, no. I
Kita masih
didn't really think
menunggu
there
dulu
was
nih
a
sementara lagi
chance they
technical
would lose the
pause ya.
series. I honestly didn't even think they would lose game 2, but that is a testament how good Furious Gaming played.
Right. Furious Gaming earned the win, but Nova definitely gave them the opportunity.
Well, I wouldn't say that, right? The
Oh.
Baron steal from Nova yesterday, that was basically the moment where Chinese teams come back into games they should
Right.
have no business winning. But the fact that Furious Gaming still managed to win from that game point is a testament how good Furious Gaming are more than anything else.
So,
Imagine I
Nova
have a real
performing
weapon
best,
Jax.
expect on the opposite
Gimana
side
kalau dia
is
bawa besi
the
material?
home
Iya.
legion. WCS.
Lagi riset wifi dulu sesuai saran Pak Agus. Iya,
Flash
kocak,
Wolves, as you were
kocak.
talking about, looked pretty good. They won that
Yes.
bottom lane. They're a team that
Yang
likes to
paling
win
meta di
through
tour
Bruce
yang gue
wherever he's
lihat-lihat
playing
apa
on
itu?
the map. And he got the gold.
Mau kalah ya
So
ribut
what
ini
went
FP,
wrong?
iya
Why did we
ampun.
have those staggered kills across the
Zed,
map?
John,
Was that just
Illusion,
Nova
Garen.
things, or was
Nah,
that some
oke,
mistakes
oke.
from Flash Wolves?
Two things. I
Sudah
think it's the
sedia
little mistakes
camilan
that cost
dan
them at the end of the day, right? We
Aduh.
talked about how impactful the top lane kills onto the Yuumi, onto the Kaki were. I love that.
bodoh amat Budi, boleh.
That's also how I play Wild Rift at home.
When it's paused, you don't
Well,
pause.
My
it.
games don't pause at
Yeah.
home, but when I
Ada
die,
yang turu anjing.
Perfect.
the gray screen, you put the phone
I
down,
imagine
you
you
lie
would be
back
looking
on
like that a lot.
Yeah, look, it's bad for my neck.
I want to talk about the Flash Wolves a little bit, right?
Right.
This is a team which anyone who watches the WCS knows that I don't have much faith in. And there's a reason for that. They're a very stable team. They don't make many mistakes. But they don't...
He was vertical for a
Malah
moment.
turu itu orang
Oh, he's
asli.
vertical
He's back
again.
up! He's ready to go. But the Flash Wolves are a team which are not gonna pull off any miracles. They are a very stable team. They perform about how you would expect
Sampai
them to
poster yang tadi
perform,
malam dia,
which is
iya
the performance
kocak.
this game. There were good
Gara-gara
moments,
pos
there
Andre
were good
jadi asem
moments,
kembali.
and team fights.
Hehehehe.
Wasn't enough. They didn't have the X factor to really just pull out a couple of those team fights, and that's where it cost them.
Ini CN kok kuat-kuat ya, emang kuat, emang region dia paling angker, cok. Kebanyakan begadang main slot. Iya, main slot nggak tuh. Fiora kayaknya kurang meta ya, bukannya kurang meta, belum aja diambil mungkin. Banyak yang meta juga kayak Fiora, Riven gitu-gitu belum diambil. Max Flurry Bubblegum biar nggak asem kok. Iya. Aduh anjing, Max Flurry enak juga nih ya bangsa tuh. Aduh jahat banget anjing nih si Momo nih, setan emang. Kodok idola tuh, bentar guys. Lu setan lu Momo lu gara-gara ngambil es krim lu ya. Gue ngomong es krim gue jadi pengen ngambil es krim dulu cok. Bentar cok ya.
This is exactly how top teams are going to play. If you ever botch your tempo, you know they're going to capitalize on it. You know they can drive that home to a win. And Nova, man, what a performance from them. What a wake-up call here for them, right? The loss against Furious yesterday. They look refreshed. They look energized. And frankly, TJ, they look so scary.
And there's a conversation we've been having. We had it off camera before this game began about Long. I think he's the best jungler in China. And you were telling me that the Chinese broadcasters have also expressed that on air?
Well, he's got the most MVPs in regular season, right? It really comes down to, is it Long or is it 0711? These two guys are making a serious case for themselves. And if you look at how the Chinese region plays as a whole as well, around their jungler, being the best jungler means something.
Right. So I wanted to take that. China, obviously a region that plays very often to their jungler. You'll see their junglers pick up things like Jax and be scaled too. On the opposite side, let's draw this picture a little bit wider. Let's bring this frame out to Icons. There's a whole lot of junglers here. Do you think, first of all, Long is the best jungler here? Second of all, do you think being the best jungler in China, do you think it's between him and the other Chinese junglers for being
Aduh, Max Flurry boleh tuh, apalagi sama burgernya kok. Iya ampun. Udah begadang main slot terus rungkat apaan cok?
Okay. I think that it's really between Long and 0711. I can't make a choice yet until we see how FPX's form looks right now. Yeah.
Gue lagi makan Max Flurry Bubblegum nih yang jelly. Aduh, brengsek emang. Whisky sama Coca-Cola juga enak kok buat nyoreng gini. Anjing, jangan dibahas dong. Kane parah. Guys, makan dulu guys.
I got an RIQ jersey coming in as well. I can't afford to lose that one.
I was so upset with you when you revealed that you had the BRU jersey.
And that shows that you clearly didn't watch WCS finals because I was wearing it for every BRU game.
And then I was thinking about it, and the RRQ jersey, we used that in a thumbnail that I made.
Rungkat itu pusing tapi sambil jatuh. Pingsan dong kalau gitu namanya.
No, but I got a new one.
Pasti IC bukan Wolf.
But it's okay, I figured out how to balance it all out. I'm going to get a Flash Wolves hoodie. Because we were talking about the jerseys, and the tier list of the jerseys.
Yes.
The absolute pinnacle of esports.
Oh, Campina itu kok bukan Wolves.
The hoodies, the jackets.
Nggak tahu namanya apa, gue nggak pernah lihat merek kalau beli es krim aja.
We're both wearing jackets in Singapore. All these studios.
Wolves apa nih Wolves? Udah dong Wolves Fish.
So you don't want to be in athleisure. You don't want to be in sportswear.
Live ini disponsori oleh es krim, nggak ada.
I'm sweating right now. No, I'm not. I'm about
That's too much information. But the Flash Wolves players are sitting there wearing the hoodies, feeling comfortable.
Okay, TJ.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
I can speak Mandarin to them and ask for them for a
Itu
jacket.
Jace ice cream. Oh,
I'm going to
Jace.
ask you
Well, I'm gonna ask
Lo dagang es krim
myself
potong
again.
juga nggak kok? Enggak lah.
Them to get me a
Emang
gem.
ada di kulkas gue mah. Gue selalu nyetok guys kalau beberapa makanan tuh yang emang buat cemilan gitu.
Their power rankings for next year with entirely team jerseys.
Exactly.
And then you
Love
can just
that.
send a photo of your wall with all the team jerseys, and that's your power ranking.
Love that. That's my goal for the WCS next year.
Gotta collect.
Udah main lah ya.
Of course, you've also got to get the teams to come back. And the
Yes.
big thing coming into this year was that none of the teams that went to Horizon qualified, except for who am I missing? Rolster, Sentinels, not Sentinels, it was Tribe.
Yes.
Rolster, who am I missing?
I'm trying to rack my brain right now, but that's a tough one. I can't even remember what I
there's
ate for
one other.
lunch yesterday, TJ.
Sengoku.
Sengoku. And Roaster.
And all the other teams who
Oke, Srin terbuat dari lilin. Bodoh Anda.
That's the full three.
Yes.
All these
Mendingan
other
makan
teams
es bogel kok, es
represented
bogel apaan,
didn't
Cok?
make it 2 years in a row.
And that shows how competitive it is.
Well,
Gua kira tadi lo mau go food McFlurry kok. Spesial banget. Aco udah mulai, Co. Let's go. Promo dagangan mana ada? Ya, udah status lagi anjing.
Oh, that gets him out. Cookies down. Cookie's dead. A huge ult for the Dawning Shadow. Neon traded out. Ysera follows suit. Bruce kiting away. Valkyrie to try and build distance as Yami chases them down.
Mati.
Bruce is going to get shut down, and that'll be it. We load back into the game. Nova win a massive team fight, and they should be able to take in Hips here.
What
GG.
an introduction to Senna Nasus for the regions that haven't seen it yet. Of course, it's played a ton in the WCS, it's played a ton in the WRL, but for all of you at home seeing this combo for the first time, how ridiculous is that? The Nasus runs in front, takes no
GG.
damage, heals.
Enak mas cendol, ntar kedah kalau lo ke Bandung gue bawa ke tempatnya cendol Elizabeth.
Just incredibly
Kayaknya
annoying.
gue tahu deh itu terkenal banget kayaknya deh.
Those auto attacks hurt.
That too.
Ini udah GG guys, sumpah guys.
He doesn't do anything.
Lo nggak tahu es bogel lo? Nggak tahu gue.
That might be it, TJ.
Yeah, I think it is. By all alone, 2 seconds on respawns. He clears the wave. Baya
Instant-
goes in.
instant
Did he get
kill
all the
Wukongnya
minions?
asli.
He did. Leonard, he killed all the minions.
He saved the game, but TJ, frankly, I'm not that excited for this.
Lah.
It just stalls out your execution
It was
date. That's all.
heroic play.
It says a lot about a game state when that's the heroic play, doesn't it? Let's take a look at the replay here, TJ.
Oke, kita lihat replaynya ya.
Check out
Kenapa nggak di end ya?
I'm just curious how Cookie just died.
Yeah,
What
I
did
don't
he
know what
die
that
to?
was. I think it was Nash's autos. That's my theory.
But the thing is, no one autoed him, so I think it really must just be the Senna. Like, he was out of range. It was
Dawning
probably
Shadow
just the
does
Senna.
a lot in the late game.
Yeah, we know the Senna has been scaling up all game. Remake has been getting souls like nobody's business right now.
Yeah. Collecting them like you're giving me Singaporean snacks.
I haven't given you any, right?
That's true.
You're gonna have to hit
like,
Grandin up
like
for that
you
one.
should be giving me Singaporean snacks.
You gotta hit Grandin up for that one. Well, Nova, Baron in the back. 2 lanes to push at this point. Mid is open. Camille side laning, Jax grouping. You can really just run it down. And that's the power of the Senna Nasus.
Ini
as
udah
well.
GG guys,
It
sumpah guys.
enables your bruisers to take these 5v5s, to take these team fights. What can Flash Wolves do here?
Oh no, Fire rooted, instantly cancels the
There we go.
synchronized engage, and Long just goes in underneath the
Wow.
turret. Long just autoing people, and that should be the game. Nova Esports look impeccable in game number 1 of their series versus Flash Wolves.
I love how Camille's still attached to the wall at the end there. It was just the small things in the early game, in the mid game, that broke that one open for Nova. But like, if you give them an inch, you know they're gonna take a mile here. Nova Esports, they truly do look impeccable.
1 or 2
Unbeaten
mistakes
sih ini,
that
coy, anjing,
Flash
sumpah
Wolves
dah.
made, both
And they
of them.
weren't even glaring mistakes.
No.
They were small timing errors.
It was, oh, I don't have my package now for this fight, and
Yes.
that loses you everything.
Yeah,
They
it wasn't
weren't-
like I got caught and died. It's just I wasted a spell. That's it. That's all we need.
Then you don't have that spell for your team fight, you don't have that spell when you need it to turn the game, and you don't win game number 1 versus Nova Esports.
And what a game that was there from Nova Esports. I think that Nova looked impeccable. The WRL looked a lot better. I told you guys yesterday that I was going to enjoy the WCS 6-0 because it had to come to an end. And I do believe now that makes the WCS 6-1 in individual matches.
You're right, this is the first game loss. Now here's the question.
Ngelakuin Nasus Magic lu liat match kemarin.
The WCS fans are watching. Will you go on record and predict that they're going to lose this series?
Duet Senna Nasus di Dragonan kenapa Nasusnya di build Magic ya kok?
You would say that.
Lu ngincer area skill 3-nya itu loh, Cok.
So I wanted to make sure that it was on record where people were watching, where people were paying attention.
I think Flash was like
Nasus gini,
frankly, if you ask me.
basicnya,
That's not a diss
Nasus
against
kalau
them.
Magic
They
nih,
honestly did not play it back.
Nasus itu ya lu cari
Nova just
Magicnya lah
looked so
intinya.
good.
Karena area yang skill 3-nya itu tuh reducing armor, Pak. Jadi lu lebih gampang buat nge-burst orang
They
gitu.
got rolled.
They're slowly. If it's
Gitu.
like little things, like if they manage to force that team fight in the mid game, if they manage to activate their composition in the way I think they want to, I believe.
Makan bang, siap kan bang?
Well, we'll have to see if that happens in the next game because frankly, I don't have high hopes of Flash Wolves. If you think about how they could beat Nova, it would be through early timing plays. Once you get late, you're not gonna win.
Gimana nasib anarki
Flash Wolves
nanti?
are not a team that
We'll
does that,
see.
frankly.
Well, we've got 3 more people with thoughts about that game, so I'll pass it over to Mika in
Dan,
the lobby with our
menurut
post-game
gua,
analysis.
Oh,
lebih
Mo,
jago JDG
you're not supposed to
ketimbang
give up,
Nova guys,
Mo.
sumpah.
You're supposed to join me here and see Copium right now. Oh my gosh.
Nanti
Rico
kita lihat
so
ya.
easily. Rico better join me here. Rico's gonna join me.
I mean, we're all like that at the moment, you know. We've all predicted Flash Wolves, and then Nova just came out.
You look
completely
a little
saw
frightened of
me.
right now. Squidward.
I'm scared. It's like, oh no, it's okay. It's
He's
fine.
like, okay, I'll be part of this team.
Yeah, so the question is, how did Nova do
Oh,
that, right?
God.
And the answer is honestly simple.
Nah,
It's
bahkan
the
Nasus
objectives.
apa bakal
Both teams are
menjadi
great
meta
at
lagi.
objectives, but Nova
Emang dia
showed
meta
their
setiap turnamen,
superiority.
Cok.
Like, they constantly set up the objectives so
Kita aja yang main
they
Nasus di
caught
Baron
out,
doang.
Nova constantly caught out the enemy with the objectives. Like you remember when they caught the Yumi right there, like with the Camille ultimate? That was just that shouldn't have happened. But Nova
Iya,
did it
JDG
every
lebih strong.
single
Nah, kan gue
time.
bilang.
Yeah.
It's ironic that you bring that up because you mentioned that Objectives was a Flash Wolves game. And, Stuart, you mentioned from the very beginning,
Yep.
you saw this happen. And you saw this happening straight from the draft.
Yeah, you can see the draft below.
Semoga
right
nggak
here.
one-sided
Nova
kayak gini,
came in with
oke.
a game plan. Shut down Bruce, ban out his champions, make sure that you gank Bruce as well.
Like
he
Dick nggak tuh?
got put back on the core key, which is not something that he wants to play. He wants to play the hyper carries, like the Zaya, like the Kaiser, but they all just got banned away. That's the problem, and that was Nova's game plan. They gave Yumi as the first pick. They took the
Anjing, gua
they took the
bececek.
Senna, and their team comp. Nova's
Bececetan gue kayak bocil anjing.
Nasus Senna.
Ramos mana nih nggak nongol-nongol, nggak akan mungkin di sih feeling gue. Berapa kosong, 1-0 coy. Kenapa Rengar nggak ada yang pick?
So a
too
pretty
risky
game that I do
kalau
wanna
menurut
talk
gua
about
main
is
Rengar
around
itu.
the 10-minute mark where the second Rift Herald spawned, and Flash Wolves honestly made a major mistake right there, right? Like yet again the objective plays. Nova was starting out the Rift Herald.
JDG aman sih
and
kan
as
tim
you
Cina
can
nggak
see,
mungkin punya
the
Instagram
mid
jadi
lane
nggak bisa
turret
diserang
is
face
super
hierarchy.
low for Nova.
Ha!
Why is Flash Wolves
Goblok.
taking it? You can see Flash Wolves is taking a
Bangsat.
losing fight right here while they could
Belepotan, iya, maaf.
And throughout this game,
Gimana ya?
this was a
Enak,
major
coy.
mistake because they weren't able to get that one mid lane turret. We know how important the first mid lane turret is right there. Like you can see, right? They're just forcing a fight. They're chasing down.
Mulutnya
They
bersihin
didn't
dulu
get
deh.
that mid lane
Iya
turret.
paman,
And
iya paman
they
sih, harus di paman.
didn't get it at the end, so they just lost everything. They didn't get any objectives right there.
Yeah, it was high risk, high reward, and they ended up getting
Nah,
nothing.
coklatnya mas banget,
Stuart,
ban
what about
Balion.
you? What win conditions could you have seen
Eh,
for
banget,
Flash
Cok.
Wolves at that
Anjing.
point? Was it at that same point?
Yeah, it's really,
Bangsat.
really hard for Flash Wolves because when you're going up against a
Kenapa
team
Persija nggak juara kok?
probably
Gua
drafted,
tampol
I would say,
ya.
one of the best team
Kodok.
comps I think we've ever seen in play-ins at the moment. Just all the
Ini.
power picks that they
Tok
got
rumah
as
gua
well,
nanti
Senna,
nih ya, gua gini nih mata lu nih.
the Camille as well, all these power picks
anjing.
with locked down as well. You can see that Long on this Jax, that is why he is the MVP of China. He was absolutely huge.
I've talked a lot about Cookie as well, and let's be honest.
Itu
right there,
kenikmatan makan es krim
he
kok
was
betul.
7k ahead at the end. If you didn't see it already, 7,000 gold. 7,000. So he didn't have 7,000 gold. He was 7,000 gold. That's nearly double the
Berharap
amount
teori
of gold
combo
that he has.
Ramusian.
So he's been a major factor for Nova to win this game, and I'm sure he'll show in the next game what he's made of as well.
Gak tau deh gue tuh kerja apa kagak ya.
As we saw,
Maksudnya-
Flash Wolves right now, they lost very, very early on. When it came down to their specific win conditions, they couldn't execute that as well. And Stuart, you mentioned
Agak susah sih menurut gue Ramos mau dipakai di kompe tuh.
What we could possibly see in game
Aneh
two,
soalnya.
what workarounds they can bring out for this if they do that again.
It's a tough one because I think if you're on the Flash Wolves at the moment, you need to try and find a secondary carry. Maybe get like Cookie on more of a carry champion. You think you can't really focus too much on Bruce because they know that Nova now are just going to ban you out every single time.
Game pertama menang mana kok? Game pertama menang.
Find a plan B to
Nova.
try and make sure that
Oh, galau, guys, galau
on
apa
that
lagi lo?
main carry, but they have a secondary
Shin udah zaman kapan bro? Nanti mau record Ronaldinho.
And Cookie
Huh?
can do that. We've seen him on the Jigs and the Jax, not Jinx, Jax and the Riven.
Jinx jungle?
Ada Wibi ya
These are
maksudnya?
two
Oke.
carry champions in the jungle, that skill into the late game. However, is Long gonna allow that? Because no one could just come up
Ramos
with the Lee Sin
sama
and
Shen
absolutely
diantem
demolish
Magic
him. I think
nangis,
it's a bit
makanya.
scary when you're in Cookie shoes right now. When
Terlalu
you're
gampang buat
demolished
di counter
in your
maksudnya
jungle,
Ramos
to
tuh.
go for those later game carry junglers. But we're gonna have to see what what Flash Wolves decides to do.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier in the pre-show, Flash Wolves did mention that Nova could be their next big rival here at Icons and that they were doing special homework on them. But it looks like Nova Esports just read them like a book. They knew immediately what to do. I'm gonna be perfectly candid and objective here. I'm not feeling too confident because if they have one strategy, I'm sure they've prepared all the way from game 2 and a potential
Laptop
game
kantor
3.
gue error 2 hari jadi nggak bisa main gara-gara gue tonjok. Hobi banget tuh nyari perkara ya. Cian.
Double damage of everyone else on his team as well. That's just a
Udah
crazy
bukan
thing.
laptop
It just shows
Anda,
you
dirusakin
know,
lagi.
if Nova carry
Astaga.
on that game plan and if Nova carry on banning out Bruce and keep focusing Bruce, because there was a situation during the early game where Long was just down in the bot lane. He just
Lagian lemot banget anjir di update 4 jam nggak kelar.
and that's
Iya.
the game plan that Nova came in and it worked out really well for them.
They know that it's a uncomfortable spot for Flash Wolves. They know that Bruce is
Wah,
in a
itu
spot
duitnya
where
aja.
it's
Lihat aja
not,
gold
you know,
gapnya
it's
guys,
not his
anjing.
A game. So that's where they actually pushed. And if you think about it, Nova Esports, that was just perfect homework on their side.
And it felt like this was not the Flash Wolves we knew. We didn't see many rotations come through from them. Like they were just constantly sitting in lane, right? Like Eason wasn't
Ya,
roaming
laptop
around.
subsidi gitu.
Bruce was like they just
Bentar, guys.
weren't comfortable. It didn't feel like a comfortable game for them, and it honestly feels like Nova was just applying all of that pressure to it. Nova knew that Flash Wolves loves to roam around, and that's why they were just constantly sitting on Bruce right there. Very, very beautifully played by Nova, but it can also be a weakness since it's a
Lagian
bit
lemot banget aja
one-dimensional,
nggak di
right? Like
ada
as
4 jam nggak
Flash
kelar
Wolves,
biar
you can
bosnya tahu
expect
diri buat
Long to
ganti.
be there again, right? Like
Ini
you
udah
can expect them to
12
be in the
menit
Dragon Lane
kayaknya.
all the time, so they could come up with some countermeasures.
Lumayan lama sih.
And they beat them at their own game. You mentioned earlier that Flash Wolves
Masih Windows 98
very well in
laptopnya, iya
objectives.
duh.
What are you gonna do when Nova Esports gets there first? You know, it's gonna be tough. And I do hope, of course, back on the SEA Copium, by the way, Flash Wolves, they do have a chance to recover in game 2. So I'm gonna be really interested to see what they can come up with. But Stuart, you mentioned earlier that they might need to find somebody else to help this team, really push them towards victory.
98 gitu.
I'm wondering if Bruce is not that win condition, who else do you think should step up to the plate?
Mika hitam
I
manis.
think Cookie has to step up.
Noriku no
Yasera
party.
has to step up as well. These are two
Hah?
players. Yasera didn't have the best performance yesterday against Lonely Kid. The first game was a little bit off. The second game was really good though on Darius and Cookie as well. Like I said, we've seen Cookie perform really well before on these hyper carries. So I really want to see Cookie
One-sided sekali ya kayaknya feeling gue.
get
Aduh.
make sure that he's on a carry that he feels comfortable with. I think that's the main thing as well.
I think Flash Wolves just needs to step up their macro game. They made
Mika,
so many
Toriku,
macro
gas aja
mistakes
dua-duanya.
during
Iya,
the objectives,
kocak,
getting caught
kocak
out
emang.
before the objective, not making the right
Laki-laki.
not doing the right rotations. This is the one thing that they're known of, right? Like having the mid laner, having the support roam around all the time, ganking you Sarah, ganking them all the time. But we didn't see
Turu
those
dulu
ganks
asli.
this game. They were just kind of waiting for this game
Apa
to go
betul
through,
nih?
up
Akhirnya
against
nih.
that
Draft
main
lu guys, let's go guys.
Nova Gaming. And of course they lost it.
Bang Raimku hangat,
Exactly.
kenapa lu?
That's why I know Flash Wolves,
Ma Abigail Super Messi maksudnya?
actually, much like Wolves themselves, they do like to roam
Bisa dua
these
kenapa
paths.
satu?
You will find them in the most
Cacat
unexpected
lu.
places. They do like
Oi,
to
kok, halo,
pick
Cai.
off, basically when
Udah
you're
beres,
alone,
masih
you
set
better
tadi
watch out
pagi.
because the Wolves are out to get you.
Set apaan, Cok?
However, Nova Esports, it seems like the WRL regions are always just one step ahead.
Oh,
Right
itu.
now, as we have
Aman.
the
Kenapa
select
lu
for
setnya
game
T-nya 2, tai?
2,
Jadi
we're
kayak
seeing right
champion
now
dong.
it's all up to Flash Wolves. We can see right there, they are thinking so hard.
And I love the Lee Sin ban right there. This is what I talked about, right? Like
Baru
Cookie
pulang
wants
habis
to play
dead.
this game
Woi,
as
siap.
secondary carry. This is the one jungler that can counter it out. Basically Lee Sin and Pantheon, although Pantheon is just
Siapa
not
lawan
good
siapa
right
ini?
now.
Itu
So
jadwalnya lo
Lee
klik
Sin
aja di
and a
pin chat.
potential
Sekarang
Jax
kalau
or
yang lagi
Jax
tanding
or
Clash of
they
lawan
have
Nova.
Jax themselves. So interesting to see that they actually decide to ban the Jax themselves. Obviously Long did an amazing job on that Jax in the
They
recent
don't
game.
want it happening again.
Nggak ada kamera, pasti lagi
So
ngerokok.
you think that this now they are targeting Long over
Mana nih?
here? What
Masih.
do you think is a response for Nova
So
Esports?
tau lu anjing, weh,
I
so
think
tau lu.
for Nova, they're just gonna
So
ban the same-
tau.
it's the same bans for Nova for
Bodoh,
now.
so
They
tau.
banned out the Zyra as
Mampus
the
lu.
third pick, and then they baited the Yumi to go into
Didn't ban
the
anything.
first pick. They didn't ban. Did they miss a ban? I have to see if that's actually confirmed or not. But it looks like they did miss a ban, unless it's a visual bug or something.
Jax
But yeah,
Bennett,
I mean,
Jax
for Flash Wolves,
Bennett.
they don't want to deal with that Jax. We saw Long last game. Yeah, when you're playing against someone, oh, there you go. It is the Zyra as well, so it is the same 3 bans for Nova. So now for Flash Wolves, do they pick up the Yumi?
Yeah.
Maybe do they pick up the Senna for themselves now instead of the Yumi?
That's
because
the
it worked
question.
out that Yumi didn't really do too well, and they are going to go for the Yumi again. But now this time, I think what Flash Wolves are going to do differently is they're going to pick their hyper carry for Bruce. It may be...
Anda udah berhenti ngerokok jadi aman. Mantap. Ini dia.
They did before, they didn't focus that in the first game, and what happened was the Kaiser and the Vayne got banned up by Nova in the second ban phase. So now it's going to be interesting to see if Flash Wolves actually pick a hyper carry for Bruce before the second ban phase.
I want to see an hyper carry. I don't want to see Corki again. This is a champion that we all find boring. You know, I get it. And yeah, sure, Senna again, right? Like Nova sticks to their strengths. They absolutely destroyed Flash Wolves with that draft, but I expect a whole different kind of draft from Flash Wolves now. Just a hyper.
Wah, gila banget anjing. Singet lagi, cok.
Especially now, Tristana is one of the best counters to Singed, and it's a bold prediction to predict Tristana. I would love to see it, and it also works.
Apa sih Al anjing?
Is it gonna happen or is it not gonna happen? That's the real question.
Yeah, it may work, and you know, right now actually I'm thinking because of course Bahasa is
Kenapa ngambil Gragas lu ya?
for Flash Wolves. It's a different dynamic as well, but we have seen Bahasa in the Southeast Asian regions really perform well on the mid lane as well. I'm waiting for his moment actually.
Corki loh yang diambil apa nih?
In game 2. Stuart, so far we have the Corki once again, and
Tapi emang iya sih, kalau nggak lo kalah range lagi ya, apalagi yang bisa diambil, ada Varus sebenarnya juga.
You know, it is still a
Nasus lagi, kemungkinan besar Nasus lagi nih.
So is that this Corki can still go into the mid lane, but what Nova did really well last game, this is pretty much the same draft as what we saw in the first game, is that Nova actually forced
Sini dia baru nomor ogah.
in the bot lane because in the second ban phase they banned out the Kaiser and the
Sama lagi ya kayak tadi loh, sumpah.
Bruce has to go to that Corki. But now they just pick up Wukong again, which is not really a hyper carry that we really want to see on Cookie, and Nova are just picking the same champions again.
No, but you can't do this as Flash Wolves, because even though you ban out the Jax, there's so many other champions that Nova could pick up to still make.
Kenapa masih Nunu Wildan, Cok? Kayaknya nggak mungkin
the
ya.
exact same thing, what just completely lost you the game, and there it is, just as Stuart said, right? Like
Jangan teriak-teriak bang, mau maghrib, oke.
So potentially we could see
Evan apa nggak ambil Nasusnya ya? Kocak juga, ada Yumi padahal. Ya masalahnya lo mau, iya bisa juga sebenarnya. Kenapa nggak diambil Nasusnya? Cuman kalau kayak gitu lo pasti diharas sih. Bener juga, kan itu pasti diharas kalau gitu lo.
It's gonna be really tough, and right now we're seeing Nova Esports.
Ada cewek cantik kok di sini, namanya Gian. Hahaha. Live masih mau pakai draft sama makanya.
It's funny because they're banning away a lot of Long's champions. You can see the least.
Oh, Camille Bennett tapi ya. Camille Bennett.
Pretty much all 5 bans are probably targeted towards Long, but I'm sure Long is gonna come out with a different champion. You know, whether it's the Riven, whether it's the we're gonna see a lot. There's actually not a lot of jungle champs as I can see. You know, even Olaf is banned, so it's gonna be interesting to see what Nova actually decides to pick for that jungle right now, because this is really testing the jungle.
Woi, Rift lagi yang diambil.
Like it doesn't matter what you ban out. Riven works perfectly with this composition that Nova has.
Do you think this is going to Nova? Right now, earlier you called it out right away, straight from the draft. You were like, oh my gosh, I don't like where this is going. I think we're gonna draw on our faces really early. It's of course just the first series of the day, so we can't say for sure. But
Bang Rokok lo apa?
right
Kepo
now,
lu.
Stuart, I can actually tell it in your face. You're like, oh.
Waifu itu dia.
I'm just trying to think what Flash Wolves can really pick here. There's Ysera's Darius, which he did perform really well on the second game yesterday against Game Lord. So that's something is like a secondary carry, not really a main carry. They're more of a secondary carry. The last pick now, we're going to have to see if this Corki is going to go in the mid lane or the bot lane. Maybe they pick out another hyper carry that hasn't been banned, or are they going to move this Corki back to the bot lane?
Karma, nice.
Zed last time is going to be Karma. So this is just even more shields for Bruce. This is going to be Karma mid lane. Yumi is a support role. Just give everything over to
Darius
Smith,
kayaknya.
all the heals that he needs. But again, you're against a draft, you know, like a Nasus, a Singed, a Senna. These are champions that are just really hard to deal with.
Darius Baron sih berarti.
If you had a Vayne, if you had
Darius
maybe a Kai'Sa or a
Baron,
Xayah,
Corki-nya nggak tahu di mana. Apakah ini Corki-nya masih berani damage lagi? Kalau berani damage lagi sih, pemain belajar gila nih orang.
I love that one. Echo, that's an exciting.
Echo, itu dia ucup.
I think it's Echo jungle for long.
Corki mid, Yumi karena bot.
Enggak.
Corki-nya bot itu. Corki-nya bot. Bahaya itu pemain mid, guys.
His first ability now does more damage.
Malam Kondre, malam Kairi.
His second ability now does more missing health damage,
Aduh.
and his jungle clear now is insanely fast. You can clear the jungle really, really fast, and Echo scales really, really well into late game. So as long as you farm up in the early game, it's another late game champion that Long can carry on.
I mean, look at that composition from Nova right there.
Tim
Late
sebelah
game,
MOBA nggak boleh
it
kabur
doesn't matter
maksudnya.
that you have a Karma. It doesn't matter that you have a Yumi. None of
Eko
that
baru kali ini
matters.
kan di pick
If
enggak udah
this
dari
game
komando, udah
reaches
di
the
pick kok
late
sama
game,
Rex.
And if Nova gets a few
Menang
objectives
NV
as well,
ini fix.
it's game over.
Harusnya iya.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Ucup
I'm
akan
really nervous over
Ucup
here,
dari
but
Cicahum
we'll
akan
see
beraksi
how game
siap.
two goes.
Lensinyek
Momo,
udah kalah
I'm
itu.
calling you out right here before I toss it over to you and TJ. You gotta help me out here, man. Don't let me down as we head
Masalahnya
into
Lensinyek
number 2
kalah
of
tapi dia
Nova
rotasi, Cok.
Esports.
Mika, I hear you loud and clear, and I have one thing to say in response. After looking at the drafts, Nova 2-0.
Wow. Mika, if you need like room service later, I'll spark you. I get it. I'm a Sentinels fan, I get it.
Yeah, I mean...
Leonard dancing on the grave of his region as Flash Wolves get it.
Berantem kacau.
Nova immediately trying to hold the back line of this fight as Bruce just chews away the front line.
Aduh, itu
First kill
dia
comes
Flash
from Beast, and they continue to
Wolves.
press forward, and it's a 1-0 first blood to Flash Wolves. Take it back, Leonard.
I was just kidding.
Tapi yang dapat Yumi,
Nova,
Cok.
Nova's gonna go to game 3 now. No, jokes aside, I genuinely have no faith. Once again,
Oh my God.
Nova have better
Iya, tergantung tarlingnya dia kalau lane pass udah kalah.
We had no answer to it last game. They don't have an answer to it this game as well. The draft might be marginally better, but at the
Wah,
end
anjing
of the
udah
day, I
dipoking-pokingin
really like
gak tuh
what
dari
Nova
sulung
are running.
lane anjing.
Well, let's talk about the dream for Flash Wolves. If they can
Okay.
Bukan
find
bangku
a
sebelah kanan kok,
5v5
iya
team
dong.
fight in the mid game, force what they lacked last game,
Pagi-pagi
then they can
makanya.
knock Nova off of that scaling and maybe do enough damage that they win through the mid game.
Exactly. Finding the 5v5 team fights, it's once again the name of the game for both of these teams here. But if you
Bodo
look
amat
at how
lah
Flash
ini.
Wolves team
Ini sampai
wants to
BO2
approach
kok kayak
5v5,
kemarin. Kagak
if you look
BO3
at how
Cok.
Nova's
BO3
team
BO3.
wants to approach the 5v5. They want to do very
Oh, tetep
different
kena ya kalau
things.
kayak gitu ya.
Both teams want a 5v5, that's for sure. But Flash Wolves want a front to back. They want to walk at you with the AoE, shielding, healing. Whereas Nova, Riven's gonna come from an angle, Singe is gonna run at you, and Echo's gonna come from another angle. It really threatens your backline, makes it so hard for Flash Wolves to play.
Yeah, very scary, certainly.
Oh well,
Over
this
on
is
the-
happening again.
Yeah, this is what happened. This is what gave Bruce such a lead last game. Remake and Gama even sitting in exactly the same bush they kind of sulked in last time. Oh look, here's Neon running down. Do we have last game
Deja
up?
vu.
Kena gak
The
tuh?
difference this time is Long is in the Baron lane instead of in the mid lane. That's it. And this is great because
they don't.
Sarah has no sums from
Yeah.
the level 1 fight.
Long's not here.
But I think you're happy with this
Yeah,
because
Flash Wolves take this trade.
Jenny Winley, it's a good trade.
Oke.
1 HP can't step forward into it. The damage from Bruce
Anjing,
is
ini
so
baru menit
good.
2 Cok udah diharas itu. Ya mati
Sarah's
Waisera.
caught out, steps
Bisa
forward,
hidup, bisa hidup.
just
Kena
stayed away,
kena 2 skill.
shooting. Let's take that turret back under the turret. He will survive.
Aduh,
Yes,
mati,
Barry, I
mati.
think he can outplay
He's
this.
back in. Yasera sitting on that barrier, stalling out, pumps barrier.
Aduh.
He's able to get out from behind the
GG.
turret.
Woi Cok, menit 2 anjing hancur turretnya Cok.
They're keeping this turret up in order to make
Wah,
sure that
ini
this
bahaya
guy,
sih.
Bruce
Ini
is
bahaya
able to
sih
go
Cok,
if possible
sumpah.
before he gets the
Yuh,
first turret
gua hancur.
break. So, no
Iya.
accomplish their goals top
Iya,
lane.
aduh.
Flash Wolves, theirs in the bottom lane.
They did two things there.
Wah.
Number one,
Tumben
exactly
Yumi lolos
like
ban
you said,
sengaja
you
ini.
made a great point there. You deny as many creeps from the center Nasus as possible. But number two, what else did they accomplish?
Wah,
there?
GG
Shows
banget,
that
coy. Ini ditinggal
everybody
swap udah enak banget
all
ini.
members of Flash Wolves down in the Dragon Lane.
Meta PC juga gitu kok, threat tower 5 bot, 5 top. Oke.
We're gonna give you solo gold on everything, solo EXP.
Nih harusnya Flash Wolf early-nya tapi emang setan banget sih karma Cok masalahnya Cok.
Shame about Yasera though. That could have been perfect for Flash Wolves.
It was so close. Genuinely, if he got that decimate off, he would have lived there. He might have traded kills.
I mean, it is just a great example of times when you're playing top lane and your job is just to lose. And if he had just accepted that
Yes.
that turret was going to take some hits,
It comes down to losing with grace, right? And he definitely
Dikasih
tried
Serena
his
Nasus,
best
lainnya
there.
di shutdown asli. Lainnya di shutdown anjing sumpah.
caught out but doing damage. Final chapter slows down Remake and Yiza.
Nggak mati lagi.
Bruce Very low on HP, but has the honey fruit.
So much health.
Sumpah untung ini lane atasnya tadi mereka dapat 1 kill loh at least loh. Si Riven sama si jungle tadi tuh. Kalau nggak dapet sih mereka game imbang, mati banget ini atasnya sekarang. NP kena obrak-abrik gila. Coba ini nggak resisten late game ya, coba salah Jo. Kita lihat ya. Apakah bisa bisa konsisten nih dia main begini nih.
So far back that you're at risk if you go to
This is
chase them.
so good. I want to look at Ysera right now. Is he lost hitting? Is he freezing the wave in Wild Rift?
I think
That's a
he is.
first.
He's keeping that wave very close to deny Nobar.
Aduh, itu udah 5 orang di situ dong ya.
Well, we're gonna see a bit of a
Nice.
Bruce, good read, stays ahead of it. Cookie.
Duh.
That's one of the problems with Echo, right? Parallel convergence is so difficult to land at times. You need to be ahead of the play.
Oke, ini baru game nih guys. Anjing jual beli serangannya lagi dong. Let's go.
But once you get to the mid game, once you get to the late game, Echo gets an item or two.
Corkinya udah hampir 4.000. Let's go.
Chunks you up for half your HP and just outs away.
Spot quiz, Leonard.
Okay.
Ya nggak dapet.
Last game there was
Ini masalah finaling aja mana tim maksudnya.
this time round almost a 2,000 gold lead.
Okay.
Is that enough?
For now, we'll have to see. It really comes down to the dragon fight. And now package is up, dragon is spawning, baron is spawning.
And it's
Baron.
Don't mess up here.
This is
Herald.
an infernal drake.
What's the Rift Herald again?
Wow.
Udah dibakar
That's
anjing.
aggressive ignite.
Sakit banget anjing corkinya bangsat.
Simultaneous to this Rift Herald being focused. Yiza hovering in
Nova
the
jago
air.
late game. Masalahnya bisa tahan gak? Ini udah kaya banget corkinya, Cok.
Ysera
Ini udah bener-bener jadi masalah banget ini corkinya.
The final chapter, slowing down Neon, Dawning Shadow chips Ysera. Drake will be picked up.
Darius, itu dia.
Forward on the back of Ysera.
Aduh, meninggal tapi.
Ysera dies.
Jedus.
Huge trouble as he kites away. The rest of the team arrives.
Oke, nice banget. Let's go. Nasusnya meninggal, Corki yang meninggal juga, Cok.
He's chased down. He's shut down.
Aduh, game imbang lagi dong.
Herald will take mid turret, but the damage has been done.
30
bro.
HP mid turret here and the
Jual beli serangan doang kok, nggak jual beli minyak goreng,
TJ,
kocak lu.
Yet again, Flash Wolves mess up
Ini yang
in the
jadi
clutch.
pertanyaan, tim FV bisa ngeliat game. Ini aja udah kelihatannya udah diimbangin lagi masalahnya, Cok.
What a disaster for
Cek
Flash.
gold Riven kok,
What a
oke.
disaster indeed. Look at Bruce right now.
Masih
Good
nunggu
job
dia
from
minyak.
Ysera. Good job from Easton.
Waduh.
And the man that you never expect to mess up, the man that you expect to always be clutch, he just flies the wrong way. If he flew in, if he backed up Ysera, that could have changed the entire fight.
Iya itu bener sih, Dariusnya nggak sabar sedikit ya. Kalau Dariusnya sabar dikit nunggu temennya di belakang rata 5 itu sebenarnya.
Maybe, but I think they win that.
Anjing.
I think they
Saya sih dukung NV
They
kok.
could have made either decision of one.
Berat sih tapi memang game ini.
And that comes to one of my favorite quotes.
Ya kecongkel.
No quotes, no, not with me. You can do that with Grandin, not with me. No quotes on this broadcast.
It's a simple one.
Okay,
When I was
fine.
coaching, this is what I would always
Oh,
use
you're
to say.
quoting yourself.
Yeah, I'm quoting
That's
myself.
all right. That's
Well, I'm not quoting
you're
myself.
just saying
Okay,
yourself.
I don't want to
Waduh,
say that.
Riven duitnya 5.500. Cok sama kayak corki.
It's better to make one play as wait, what was it?
Itu juga Eko juga 6.000 lagi duitnya.
It's better to make one wrong
Gold
play.
Riven sama kayak corki, hati-hati
two
makanya.
correct plays.
Gara-gara tadi
You
dia
get what I'm
dapat
saying
kill,
here?
Cok.
No.
As a team, if you commit to one bad play,
Okay, I do get
it's
it.
better than making two plays which are correct, but not being on the same page about it.
Can I be honest with you about something?
You disagree?
I think you are weirdly bad at quoting yourself.
I'm really bad at quoting.
Pendek,
anything.
mantap.
This game going
Can I
very,
just remind you that Grandin had a
this game going very well for Nova Esports.
Yet
As
again.
they win that fight around the Infernal Drake, get the Infernal Drake, and now break the bottom turret.
Yeah.
Is it over in game 2?
Not over just yet, right? It comes
Rivennya
down to
make play ini bahaya memang.
have a bit of a timer here.
Ya, main
A
Darius
bit
pasti
more
marmer.
of a leeway here because of the
Tuh
early
komen
goal.
bisa nggak sih sehari nggak
And you might
OOT
say as
gitu
well,
anjing.
But Omo, there's no Jax this time.
Di hit
Oh,
jedar.
no Camille this time.
But Elmo, there's no Jax this time.
Camille. Say Camille.
Cuma meta nasionalnya itu meta buat
Yes,
muat
TJ, that
early
is
sampai
true.
late.
Echo
Mana ada
does
buat
so
early
much
sampai
damage
late.
in the mid to late game
Turret
as
udah
well.
hancur masih lu bisa bilang early sampai late anjing.
Your backline. And Riven does the same thing too, TJ.
Flash Wolves now trying to make some plays happen over in the top side. Cookie gets tagged instantly by the root in the center. That means Neon's looking for a play. He doesn't get it. Forced to dash away. Final chapter provides the zone. And everyone lives. Everyone walks away.
Everyone walks away. No one dies yet, but that's another big use of the
Wah
cooldown.
gila itu duitnya. Nova udah ngejar bahkan udah beda gope anjing.
one with the longer cooldown.
Oh, ya udah.
It's gonna be a bit dangerous.
Aduh,
because
sumpah dah.
if a play happens before the dragon spawns, he won't have enough.
Hot up because they're spending it immediately. It's not a cooldown anymore.
What's going on here?
Bruce caught out in the river maybe. Long stepping forward into head.
Wah, dikejar anjing.
Safety, but he's left his teammate
Waduh, mati juga jungle-nya.
to Cookie.
Nova, WRL teams, they're so good at doing this. The moment they see a target, they pounce on you, they just shred you. They don't care if
Gak
they burn
bisa, ini
every
fighternya
spell
kuat
kill.
banget ini Rize
But
masalahnya
that
cok.
numbers
Jungle
don't
baronnya
so
jadi.
much more.
Flash Wolves, no
Wah,
loyalty.
gila banget anjing.
What was it we saw with Bruce abandoning his teammate?
Yeah.
Here now, Cookie abandoned by Bahasa. And
Ya,
Nova
blunder
Esports
udah ini. Udah ketebak ini kalau ini sekarang cok, udah ketebak.
Infernal Drake in their pocket, this Rift Herald up for
They have
grabs.
package.
Have package for
Iya,
Bruce.
iya,
He's
iya,
caught out.
iya,
He's
iya.
instantly caught out.
Oh
Final
my-
chapter. He has to spend the package defensively. Rift Herald is picked up. The package is yet again wasted by Flash Wolves.
Thomas James in 2
That's me.
games of cocky.
Susah
Bruce
Cem
has
Nova
not
bisa
used
masuk
the
semua
package
anjir.
one time proactively,
Makanya.
one time aggressively.
Wih,
I've
dari
been
saya dalam
singing
mati
his praises
apa-apaan
saying
ini.
this is a team
Waduh.
that plays around him. He's been playing well, sure.
Repacket
In
asli,
everything
repacket cok.
except
Bener-bener
package, he's been
nggak
forced
bisa ini.
time and time again to use
Kalau
it
baron
at-
jadi nggak apa-apa,
to use
kalau
it at
jungle
bad
yang jadi udah beda
timing.
cerita.
Or just generally he misclicked. Well, one time he misclicked, but as a whole,
Advance 90%
that
winnable dia,
hurts
winnable.
Flash Wolves so much
Bukan
because we go
winnable
back to
dong,
team
bahasa
fight.
win
What
anjing,
do
kenapa
we
jadi
say about
winnable?
Flash Wolves team fighting? A large part of that is
The
reliant
packet
on
was
package.
wasted.
One more shot though. This game.
Paketnya kebuang sia-sia terus
Don't
ya.
have package this time.
Ocean Drake. Without the package, they must win this fight in order to get back in.
They need to win it without the package, but it won't be anything different because they haven't used the package in any fight as well.
True.
Bruce is getting the poke down. Eason is getting the poke down.
Ai,
Healing.
sibal.
Bruce zoned out, has to kite back. Ysera trying to build space for him, can do
Bruce
so
has
for
no
now.
mana.
Bruce no mana, can't do anything in this fight. You're absolutely right. He's looking for the honey fruit to get back in here. Rift Herald working its way down mid. The second it spots Bruce, they should just turn onto this dragon and no.
Kestun lagi tuh.
Runs in, finds a kill,
Waduh,
Jordan Shadow,
itu.
executes Ysera. The rest of the team kiting back. Bruce with the final chapter to back up
Mati,
is
Cookie.
trying to make something happen, but he's almost out of mana again.
Nggak
And he's
bisa,
caught
Cok.
out.
Aduh, nggak
Loaded,
tobat dia main
loaded,
draft
attacks
begini,
him.
anjing.
Into stasis. Bruce is dead as soon as it ends. He flashes away, but will be shut down. And Nova have won another massive team fight.
He flips them the wrong way.
Bahasa in trouble. Will be able to burn down
Eh.
Remake. They get the kill.
Mati anjir itunya.
That was the AoE proc, TJ.
The Ocean Drake's still up and they're all low. Bahasa.
No,
Wah,
longest
ini bahaya
full
nih.
HP.
Okay.
Mati
he's
kamar
the
karmanya.
only contender. Bahasa doesn't do anything risky.
Oh enggak.
TJ, do you remember what I just said? It's so hard to hit the parallel convergence. Well, not when you have this combo, not when you have the
Anjing itu Dariusnya langsung kagak ada gunanya, Cok, bangsat.
Into the root, and that's just a team fight win.
Singet
right
gelendang
away.
pengangkut
Bruce is so
champion
low mana.
asli.
Bruce has no
Dicungkil
package
Singet
because
karena
this
skill
fight
2
is
eko.
long.
Nggak gerak
Bruce
anjing.
gets rooted out here. 2 enchanters are the only ones left alive. If Nian didn't overflash there, that would have been a 5 for nothing, TJ.
Ambarut Sena.
Yes, but sure.
You see Eason just dipping.
Like, no loyalty, man.
Yeah,
But when you play
loyalty,
Yumi, you kind of do just
Yeah.
have to dip.
Yumi players are
Do you remember
snakes.
what Bahasa did?
Udah lah,
to him last
turu
game?
ini
I don't
udah
think
one sided banget, masalah udah kuat banget.
Although he jumped to Bahasa.
Yes, that is true.
That's can stuff.
Frontlinernya langsung hilang anjing, masalahnya Cok Dariusnya.
But you look at that, Ysera wasn't able to do anything. You raised this exact point, TJ. No frontline here. Darius is not a true frontline champion. He's building Proto Bells. He's building Black Cleaver. He's not that tanky. And once you get caught out, the damage from Nova just really shreds you out.
And if you're behind in a game where you have less HP frontline, it is so difficult to find fights.
It truly is, especially
Udah bikin KSS juga nggak guna lah kan lu dicongkel Singet, Cok.
flips stuns. Nothing much you can really do against that if you have to face check them.
Hey, check out that timer on the top left corner of our screen.
They can't do it this game though. They don't
You-
have a
you don't
Jax,
think
they
they
don't
can
have a
burn
Convert.
Baron?
I don't think they can burn Baron this game.
KSS tuh nggak bisa ngilangin efek airborne masalahnya, Cok.
Face check them, and
That's
that
the
is
upside.
so scary. But at least Nova can't.
Ada backsound krek-krek apa tuh, Man? Gatel paha gua.
This is what we talked about, right? The angle for Echo.
Looking
Nambah
for
lagi
Baron.
referensi combo,
Be
nyoy.
able to find it. Wave clear's pretty good.
Efek
Ysera
chaos nih,
in
chaos.
the pole.
Udah
He's just
dicongkel lagi anjing.
exhausted, flung, instantly executed.
Oke, kita lihat apakah Chorky mulai berdamage.
Wah,
Skill 1 flashnya dari Riven. Nggak bisa, Cok. 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 Cok. And.
Supernova on the Rift. A 2-0 for Nova over Flash Wolves.
And Flash Wolves in game 2, gone in a flash. Nova, what a commanding performance. What a
Oh, no.
dominant performance. They
Oh,
can't
belum.
They can't end.
They
Leonard.
Belum, Cok, anjing.
Minions.
They tried to. They died for the minion wave. But at
Stun
the end of the
Riven
day,
ngeselin,
they're
asli.
looking long right now. 7-0 with
Skill 1 ketiga terus langsung nge-flash hilang, anjing.
Flash Wolves trying to
Well,
Baron.
they're gonna try. They have to try. They have no other
Padahal
play
Flash of tim yang nggak pernah kalah di areanya kalau nggak salah.
If a
Iya
wave
kan?
gets in mid lane,
Baron
no
kah?
one could TPNN.
Okay.
The end bot TP.
Ini mulai belajar gila nih, sumpah. Aduh.
Here's the TP. Yami back in the fight. Flash Wolves back
Oh,
away
dead.
from
Aduh.
the Baron. His remake gets knocked low.
Aduh, itu udah sekarat lagi itunya, karmanya.
Cookie dead as well. Dawning Shadow finishes
Gege.
the fight. Bruce will be caught out, the last player alive. It's Easton in the middle of the fight. A second Prime Gaming ace goes over to Nova.
Complete domination from Nova in this game. If
Lu denger nggak tuh?
yesterday's game against
Complete
Imperial
domination by
left
Nova.
I think
The
Nova
fuck?
counts it out.
Second time's the charm. Ready? It's a supernova in game 2 as Nova Esports clean it up over Flash Wolves. They'll
Gone
win
in
the
a
series and advance to the groups.
Amazing,
Congrats buat
amazing
Nova
stuff
Esports,
there
guys.
from
NT
Nova Esports.
buat-
I think they really learned their lesson from
apa
yesterday.
namanya?
We can't take any matchup
NT
lightly.
buat itu.
We have to come out swinging 100% from the play-in stage. That's the upside, right? That's the takeaway here.
Sure.
The teams are close enough that you have to treat every match with 100% of your effort.
Flash Wolves, of course, still in it. They play
Turu nggak sih, guys?
elimination game later this week.
Mulai ngide sumpah.
That's gonna be
Dia Baron sih ngide banget, gak bohong gua.
winner of Furious against Game
Yang kalah sama tim saya baru Kwangdong dari Korea. Emang iya?
And the winner goes on to play them. Nova Esports,
Emang
though,
Kwangdong kemarin
they get to
kalah
get
kan?
back in their hotel rooms, enjoy beautiful Singapore, take a selfie on the
China
center
gampang
stage,
banget main
as
WR di
they are
turnamen.
the first
Waduh.
team
I
to
gotta tell
make
you
it to
something.
groups
Coach Ewe besok
here at
beralih jualan tahu bulat dia deh.
Nova did a great job of the
MTF
mechanics of the
and
race,
I
but they're
swear
not
for
really
Flash Wolves.
figuring out the
No,
mechanics
this
of
is
the
a
selfie
disaster.
here.
This
Usually
is-
they had to swap players.
Yeah.
Kalah kemarin. Oh iya sama Buriram ya, baru ingat
Yeah,
gua
they
sama
knocked
Buriram.
it out. Do you think you get all 5 in that
Yeah, I
frame?
feel like someone's not in the
I-
picture. I feel like someone's getting cropped out here.
Oh iya yang trash ya, baru ingat
Other
gua.
things were off, second time. Other things were doing better than the selfie. Nova Esports dominating.
Iya kalah sama kemarin kok sama tim Kwangdong. Lupa gua baru inget. Karena gua nonton juga itu.
They've got a tough game coming up.
Nete
This has
FW
always been
Nete
my
mantap.
criticism of the Flash Wolves, right? They are such a stable team.
China
They're
belum
such
ada yang
a
ngalahin
solid
belum.
team.
Ada satu yang ngalahin.
Down to the clutch.
Satu yang ngalahin guys, tapi cuma satu game doang.
They don't really manage to do it. They always
Nih kalau kalian nonton kemarin Nova sempat kalah ya game ke-1 ya, mana ya? Mana nih Nova. Tuh, Nova tuh lu lihat kemarin itu kalah sama FG tuh 2-1 tuh, guys. Kita refresh dulu, guys. Gila, congrats lah ini mah, udah GG banget sumpah. Ini Flash Wolf bakal turun ke decider match nih, guys. Nah, ini untuk elimination match-nya bakal kelihatan ya. Jadi nanti yang Furious Gaming lawan GLD nih. Dia apa namanya istilahnya? Kalian kelihatan nggak sih? Nggak kelihatan ya? Intinya kemarin tuh Nova kalah aja sama FG 1 kali gitu. Oh ya, tim T1 masih aman kok, Mas. Masih T1 masih aman. Hari ini kan penentuannya. Oh iya, lupa sama FG kalah itu. Iya, satu game Nova. Tapi langsung ngamuk abis itu sumpah. Langsung nggak dikasih main. Nah, abis ini yang rame, abis ini apa sih? Abis ini game kedua gue juga lupa sendiri gue. Wah, ini JD Gaming lawan RRQ. Gue bukannya mau underestimate ya. Tapi semoga aja gue berharap RRQ punya meta-meta menarik lah. Kayak tim Secret kayak kemarin waktu di Horizon kemarin sih. Gue berharap itu doang. Semoga tim Flash juara, amin dah, amin. Nah ya maksudnya gue itu masih tetap kalah FG sama NVI ya. Tetap kalah. Kayak menurut gue Envy tuh belum keluar powerfulnya gitu loh. Nah begitu keluar di game ketiga jauh banget masalah skornya, Cok. Wah, oke nih, masih lihat ini dulu ya, lihat apa namanya? Lihat ini, guys. By the way, jangan lupa guys ngambil drop teman-teman. Yang belum ngambil nih, icon nih lumayan coy. Nih. Mana sih nih. Tuh guys. Tuh kalian jangan lupa ngambil ini lumayan nih, dapat icon 1 tuh. Tuh. Oke, cuma nonton doang sejam teman-teman, udah kelar gitu doang. Habis ini kita nonton JDGRRQ. Aduh. Apakah Singdo akan montes lagi? Kayaknya sih teman-teman. By the way, kayaknya gue hari ini cuma nobar 3 match aja teman-teman ya. Kayak JD Gaming versus RRQ kita nobar. Terus T1 lawan T1 lawan J-Team itu kita nobar juga guys. Nah Buriram lawan Liberty kayaknya gue nggak nobar teman-teman. Kayaknya gue lumayan capek ya kemarin, gue tuh 4 match sumpah. Ekonya itu MVP ya, damage sama goldnya juara MV. Emang iya? Gue nggak ngeliat lagi tadi. Ntar kita lihat deh yang MVP. PH strong harusnya ya. Coba ya kita lihat ya. PH tuh soalnya punya meta-meta yang menarik guys, gitu. Kayak gitu. Jadi gue berharapnya bisa dihajar sama itu ya. Hili M Fuser AJG Aztec 99 MS mantap. Tim Secret kemarin underrated bisa juara 3 lo GG anjir, makanya gue berharapnya RRQ bisa kayak gitulah. Malah awal kemarin gue predict tuh TS bakal masuk lagi gitu kan. TS bakal masuk lagi terus bisa perbaikin performanya, bisa juara 2 atau mungkin bisa peringkat 2 atau kan juara gitu. Gue berharapnya gitu. Ternyata malah di Filipina dia kalah anjir. Di region dia kemarin kalah dia. Gak apa-apa, sampai T1 versus JT aja siap aja gitu Cunok. Ya udah kok off aja, jaga kesehatanmu, siap. Enggak sekarang dong, tapi dong brengsek lu. Aduh gila. Wah, gokil. Jangan kayak inilah, jangan kayak yang match barusan. Nah ini kan one sided banget ya, flash off ya, kayak jatuhnya kayak tetap kebantai sih menurut gue. Bener-bener telak gitu. Semoga ya tim flash nggak kayak SBTC, semoga deh, amin. Nggak ini, nggak underperform gitu. Gokil ya kombo-kombonya, gokil. Ini udah kasta dunia apa masalahnya Pak? Udah harus lah nampilin yang kayak gitu-gitu tuh masalahnya. Thank you streamnya kok, padahal baru mau nangkring udah bacot lo anjing. Gas commit nanti kok, skip. Gue bahkan kayaknya mau balik one trick Fiora dulu deh guys, buat naikin akun dah. Gue udah mulai nyerah dah pakai champion yang lain anjir. Oh enggak ya, sorry dah, siap salah. Aduh, GG. Udah keren kok di Diamond, pala lo keren tuh Diamond. Open mabar kan nanti gue nggak main, maksudnya udah kelar gue mungkin gue besok deh. Besok itu gue nggak stream gak ya? Besok itu gue nggak tahu guys, gue nggak stream apa nggak guys. Besok soalnya itu gue ada janji. Bentar. Besok gue kabarin ya teman-teman ya, semoga aja gue besok bisa. Nggak bisa nih teman-teman. Kalaupun bisa malam. Jangan deh, besok gue nggak bisa guys. Besok gue nggak bisa nge-stream guys. Berarti kita lusa guys, ketemu langsung nobar lagi teman-teman ya. Itu kalau misalkan 2 hari lagi dari sekarang berarti itu udah hari terakhirnya versi play-ins. Nah coba deh, gue mau voting dulu guys. Coba kita voting dulu ya teman-teman ya. Kita voting dulu. Lusa mau nobar nggak? Iya, tidak. Oh. Oke, kita as community, let's go. Ayo GA, bacot lu GA lu. Catat cungkil singet ulti Sona, ulti Oriana, cungkil singet skill 2 Eko, stun Sena siap. Lu nge-stream jam 3 pagi juga nggak apa-apa kok, hitungannya coy, hitungan harinya. Besok tuh gue soalnya dari siang mau ketemu orang guys, mau ketemu temen gue. Gue udah mau ngomongin tentang nobar untuk region Jabodetabek, oke? Jadi ditunggu aja guys, semoga kita nanti bakal dapat nobar juga. Oke, yang buat yang Jabodetabek siap-siap ya, let's go. Nah nanti kalau misalkan udah fix, kemungkinan bakal gua postnya di hari Minggu gitu. Ini kenapa di home gua keluar video Chopin yang biji dah? Gak tau gua. Ntar kita nyalain musik dulu guys. Sepi banget kayak gak ada musik cuy. Nah gitu dong, nobar potong sapi ada. Bodoh emang lu. Bete buat WR Jabar juga siap-siap ya. Mantap tuh, buat WR Jabar juga siap-siap guys. Di Jabar, tepatnya di Bandung ya teman-teman, bakal ada nobar. Di Jakarta juga kemungkinan besar bakal ada nobar juga teman-teman. Oke, kalian tunggu aja tanggal berapa gua announce untuk nobarnya. Let's go. Bakal seru dah, soalnya bakal kedatangan beberapa tamu lah ya, beberapa tamu. Nanti kita bisa ngobrol-ngobrol juga, seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke. Lah ayo guys, Jabodetabek, gak usah bacot, ente aja di Pekanbaru bangsat. Masih gondrong, maksudnya masih gondrong. Lusa nobar sama cewek kok. Sama cewek dong kok, biar awet. Nah sama siapa sama cewek? Siapa cewek? Cewek mau diajak nobar, masalahnya cok. Bukannya kita ajak nonton ke bioskop, malah nonton Wild Trip gitu kan. WR Jabal bakal ada special guest. Siap, itu dia yang ditunggu-tunggu. Bawa ayang boleh nggak kok? Nggak kalau buat lu. Absen, mantap Boam, halo Boam. Ajak Kasafa, goblok bini orang, tolol. Tolol kenapa dia nggak nobar aja sama Yuki? Kenapa malah sama gua? Sama Tudae kan juga nggak ada yang nobar masalahnya. Tudae kan juga nggak ada yang nobar masalah itu. Bawa masalah boleh kok. Gue tampol lu ya, bari lu ya. Udah kita lagi di wawancara kan. Isi mana aku tahu kan, aku cuma ngasih saran. Aduh. Gua kan mau nobar kok malah mau lu tampol kok. Emang lu tampolable tau gak lu? Lu tampolable lebar anjing. Yaudah sama siapa kek, bebas. Siapa anjing? Tudae Gian bakal diajak. Nah itu dia, mantap. Ajak itu kok, ajak siapa babi? Lu jadi host kok pas di acara. Nggak tahu, lihat aja nanti. Artiin dong kok ke bahasa Indo. Artinya adalah jangan buang sampah sembarangan. Udah itu. Aduh, kasian kok ini belum pernah ketemu sama Desi. Beda sama kita udah pernah ketemu langsung. Itu dia. Tudae emang lu, emang mantap sekali. Ajak Chopin aja tapi suruh dia cosplay. Iya, cosplay apa? Cosplay jadi babi. Bangsat, Adegian coba aja kok. Adegian susah dia kalau mau diajak ke Bandung. Kalau diajak ke Jakarta, cok. Ajak Inces kok, Inces jauh. Inces kan di Jogja bangsat, gimana mau ajakin dia nobar? Tudae itu, wah mantap. Jadi Anya, jadi Anya. Chopin jadi Anya anjing. Ngerusak imajinasi wibu. Minta bos saudara ajakin kok. Buset, gue siapa setan. Ajakin Klegar, semoga bisa ya. Ajak Kuro gak mungkin. Kuro aja gak mau diajak nongkrong tuh, apalagi mau diajak acara. Anjay, halo Teguh. Mantap ini dia. Siapa kemarin yang pakai singlet? Banyak. Ajak Budi mah gampang diajak. Ajak Vania.exe kok aku ngefans. Vania.exe mah dia Jawa Timur, cok, bukan di Jakarta dia. Bang Upi lagi diusahain. Oh iya kah? Gokil, keren. Semoga datang ya, Amin ya. Amin. Iya, ajak Min Budi, siap. Min Budi mah aman. Sumpah lu belum pada tahu kelakuannya Mimin Budi ya guys ya. Kelakuannya nih animal anjing, gak bohong aku. Mimin Budi. Tunggu bentar guys, gue ngecek dulu guys. Dia ada di live chat kan guys? Oh nggak ada guys, aman. Mimin Budi tidak ada di live chat guys, aman guys. Kita bisa ngomongin dia guys, aman. Mimin Budi. Tempel aja gambarannya. Iya ampun, wibu. Lu nggak ngajak gue kok? Lu aja di mana gue anjir? Lo kalau di Jakarta ayo guys go. Animal mana? Animal mana sama Marmar, ha? Ajak Marmar kok, Marmar udah pasti ngikut ya. Aman. Wajahnya spill Mimin Budi. Mana Mimin Budi? Entar aja lah Mimin Budi nah. Buat kalian yang mau ketemu Mimin Budi guys, buat kalian yang mau ketemu Mimin Budi, kalian datang nanti ya pas lagi nobar ya, oke? Let's go guys. Gue laporin lu ya mana? Mimin Budi. Mimin Budi, Mimin Budi. Hahaha. Tidak bisa melawan. Anda pasti lagi ngantor. Aman-aman di klip lu. Oh iya, lu jangan pada cepu lah bangset, cok. Ini orang lagi nge-live lu. Cepu nih anjing. Di mana ada Koanda di situ ada Marmar biasanya. Ya nggak gitu juga babi nih, kalau ada tiba-tiba nongol di sebelah gue bangset. Jauh kok, gue di Jatim. Iya makanya lu kan di Jawa Timur Steven. Kok waktu di Jakarta lu tau gak Mimin Lambe WR yang mana? Aduh gue lupa mukanya yang mana sumpah. Cuman waktu itu kayak diperkenalin gitu ke meja-meja gitu sebagai media. Cuman gue lupa yang mana masalahnya. Klip aja lu. Opa hari ini buka GA 10 skin legend, pala lu kotak. Gua mah ngobrol sama Lambe. Emang iya ya? Sumpah gue gak tahu yang mana cok. Tapi adminnya Lambe katanya tuh banyak setahu gue. Nobarnya pas final apa semi kok? Nobarnya pas final apa semi? Ditunggu aja kapan ya, gua belum bisa nge-spill tanggalnya guys, oke? Ditunggu aja. Mar lu digibain Mar sama Ko Andre, mana Marmar dong mah. Alah. Marmar, culun, Marmar. Bentar guys, gue mau cosplay jadi Marmar lu bentar guys ya, bentar guys. Duh mana ya? Bentar guys, kita cosplay jadi Marmar dulu ya guys ya, oke. Anjing. Bentar guys, gue lagi siap-siap cosplay jadi Marmar guys, bentar guys. Ini bukan cosplay Marmar, pengen sebat si anjing bacot, jangan so tau li ya, bentar guys. Duh anjing, susah banget cok. Susah cok, anjing nggak bisa guys. Bangsat. Mana tuh webcam? Cok, tadi gue rencananya pengen cosplay jadi Marmar kan. Kuping gue tuh pengen gue pakein lakban anjir. Cuman nggak bisa bangsat. Udah mulai lagi tuh matchnya. Oke, let's go. Udah draft, Cok. Oke, let's go. Kita ke draft aja ya. Let's go. Parah nggak bisa lihat tanggal. Iya, duh. Bang, ini pakai apa tadi tuh? Bentar. Matiin dulu musiknya, kita masukin lagi. Waduh. Weh, dapat repen kah? Dapat repen kah, manis? Let's go. Udah nanti aja, oke nanti dulu. Oke, let's go. Niat lu jelek sih kok. Session fee nyoy. Emang Marmar ada, Cok? Nggak ada, Cok. Marmar babi lu, nggak usah ini lu. Olah session fee yoi. Wih, coachnya geragas langsung yoi. Pantesan nggak saing. Nggak saing tuh apa? Oh, nggak asing. Oh, yoi.
That's a band right there. That's the Sona band. So what else?
Sona?
What other pairings do you think are possible?
Sona di band?
It's already gone, right? So maybe a Seraphim.
Oh, Zed.
Combo at all. Zed is a good band because a Zed.
Oh iya bener, Cok. Ini si RRQ siapa nih? Marki. Ini mirip Reza Arab anjing.
It's gonna be Soraka,
Nasus, wow, iya.
Okay,
menarik ini. Nih guys, sumpah. Nih guys, ini yang gue bilang meta-meta menarik guys. Ini Nasus dipasangin sama Soraka anjing. Wah GG sumpah. Sora Nasus strong, Cok, asli. Ini Nasus sama Soraka anjing. Wah ini yang gue bilang tuh, ini loh Filipin, gue bilang anjing. Helios respect band emang. Nasib respect band lisinnya asli. Tim Cina jangan pernah lu kasih lisin guys. Horor banget sumpah. Wah, let's go. Semoga ini match seru. Let's go. Nih buat teman-teman ya yang suka ngehina-ngehina Soraka nih ya. Lihat ini di meta internasional guys. Nasus top Riven mid. Belum tentu. Bisa aja kebalik. Soraka base berjalan, nah itu dia. Tag Gian, tag anjing. Pain mid hulu breaker ini. Bisa jadi. Emang tadi fighternya mid ya? Helios tadi yang main ya? Soraka mid itu. Bentar, gue lupa guys. Gue tadi nggak lihat yang orang-orangnya tadi sumpah. Emang Sorakanya yang main siapa guys? Sorakanya Helios kah? Gampangnya gini aja lu gue lumayan hafal. Apaan tuh? Kenapa ada tato di sini, mohon maaf. Dicoret-coret mukanya anjing. Meta fanatik mid final itu dia. Soraka di rank sama turnamen beda bang, memang. JDG itu kebanyakan apa? Jedak-jeduk ya bang, suka-suka ya lu. Kita lihat dulu ya bentar. Oh enggak, finalnya mid. Marki Nasusnya di bawah bener. Oke. Oke, ini voting udah aman ya, berarti kita nobar aja, let's go ya di hari terakhir, di lusa ya. Hari terakhir play-in sih teman-teman ya. Oh ya, ini voting dulu guys. Siapa yang bakal menang guys? Ayo let's go, saya pret teman-teman. Bentar guys, kita aktif dulu guys.
Resident Sleep, you can't say Resident Sleeper, that's bias.
Okay, you're right. But there is one lane that we can look out for.
JDG.
That's on your screen right now. Lemon and Devil J. This is a matchup we wanted to talk about, DJ. Lemon was a consistent strong point for the side of JDG. And Devil
Let's go, RRQ, let's go!
He's had some poor moments in the past. He's had some moments of brilliance. Let's see which side we see today.
Yeah, and Lemon has been so good.
Jangan lupa di vote teman-teman. Aduh, mulai ketekan teman-teman semuanya. JDG jedak-jeduk gaming itu dia.
pretty good start so far, and I think one of the best parts of Riven is if they mess up their trading timings, Riven can really chase you down the long lane. That's something you gotta be careful of.
Seapret itu dia, Seapret.
But you gotta keep in mind what Renekton's real strength.
Ini emang agak lumayan susah ya buat early-nya sih, kasihan juga nih dari hierarchy. Masalah Nasusnya di bottom, cok. Ajik Clement punya double ganger. Iya duh. Unik sini draft hierarchy, unik.
Frontline engage and also the assassin threat all rolled into one.
And you can just know that these Chinese teams have been scrimming against each other.
Itu kenapa playernya masih FW sama Envy?
It's pretty much the same as what
Oh, tulisannya doang, coy. Ini tulisannya doang. Ini ada player hierarchy sama playernya JDG ini.
You have these champions that set up for that so very well. The Senna as well, right? That's something that we've been talking about. I've been quite surprised we haven't seen too much Senna in the first round of games in the play-ins. But here we go.
Arab santuy banget mainnya nyender, nyoy. Guys, gue matiin dulu ya guys ya, biar kalian gak kalangan item ya guys ya. Let's go.
The Chinese teams have like the most regional meta because they play each other so much. From what I've heard,
mantap.
scrim other regions very little.
Yes.
So
There's a very clear
completely isolated.
Iya tulisannya maksud gue. Oh. Oke. Experience so far masih. Oke, Kamilnya lumayan. Mereka lumayan ketinggalan XP ya kalau dari itu ya, JDG ya. Menarik. RRQ itu Filipina itu kok. Betul. RRQ dari Filipina. Makanya gue tadi kan Aztec. Seaprat, let's go! Mantap. Itu dia, kita lihat udah di Exos saja, mundur dari Nasus. Mantap. Wah.
Good start here for RRQ. Picking off a Singdo is going to be big because we talked about this jungle matchup. We talked about how
dia,
Singdo
Brody.
with the players to watch here, how this would be one of the closest matchups to really decide the series. That's the best start you can hope for.
Shindo into the mid here, and the Hextech ultimatum lands. There's the combo. Helios flash away. It does not save him.
What a timing
Aduh,
on the flip there.
dibalas guys.
For as long as he could, Helios trying his best, darting rounds.
Itu yang gue maksud, Cal. Iya, duh.
Something boxing with shadows.
Aduh, itu Rivennya under.
She says that.
Oke, kita lihat dulu habis clearing wave apakah duitnya mulai bisa ngikutin. Kayaknya kalah sedikit ya guys. Oh iya bener, kalah dikit, kalah cepet deh.
Sure. Able to find the pickup there early, and there's also a really fun combo there with the Hextech ultimatum.
Coba ya guys ya, itu dia.
The AoE damage.
Siarap mainnya santuy amat, nyoy. Aduh, ini Camilnya, oh enggak. Ini gila deh, gue gak ngerti nih Nasus pada mulai meta main Luden lagi kah anjing? GG betul, cok.
100%, 1000%.
Okay, I was setting you up for an easy home run with Mika, alright? I wanted to make sure Mika didn't beat you up later. Here we go into our first objectives. RRQ don't yet have any.
Abis di Saweria 1M nyantai siarap, iya deh.
But their win conditions right now are going to be really reliant on Devil J.
Beda Eke sama lu. Aduh.
Donkey gets the kill, and I don't think there's a way back into it for RRQ. They just have to walk away from this Rift Herald.
Aduh, kalah objektif satu nih calon-calon.
He didn't expect the crocodile to be waiting in the bush, and just like that, there's likely going to be 2 objectives for Jindo.
Aduh, meninggal kayak itu. Aduh.
Dawning Shadow to back it up. It goes from bad to worse for RRQ. They're trying to turn things with Marky, but even with Soraka healing, even with the frontline arriving from Exus and
mati satu.
Big pop up as they shut
Oke,
down Jojo.
tapi ini aduh rontok sama Camille anjing. Mati lagi juga itu sama. Nggak bisa, cok. Masalahnya adalah ini Helios scaling anjir. Marky scaling, coba bahaya banget nih. Aduh. Sementara dari sisi sini cuman dia doang anjir. Ini juga sih, cuman ini at least masih bisa ngebantu lah. Udah lumayan keras dia satu item tuh sih Singet. Singet sana nggak ada obat sih asli anjing.
Is that true?
Something like that. She hunts the evil things in the night.
Here's a replay of that last fight as RRQ are focused in on the front lines. They're so building around getting Marky.
Dua objektif didapetin. Dia masih gimana ya? Maksudnya terlalu berani sini RRQ buat kontes gitu. Championnya kalah drafting banget di early maksudnya. Dan ini mereka kalau misalkan RRQ nggak bisa dapet, nah ini oke nih, udah mulai oke nih ya. Udah mulai nyulik lagi, let's go. At least samain duitnya dulu, udah kejarin duitnya dulu dah. Kok Olaf nggak dipakai ya? Enggak. Gua kurang tahu deh tadi di beda apa kagak.
Alright, we're gonna move on from that one here.
You're allowed to do bad quotes. I'm not allowed to do bad quotes.
That's not even a quote. What's this though?
Helios caught out in the side lanes. Jojo can't do anything
Plak.
about it. Helios will turn right back in.
Iya kejebak. Iya kejebak.
And here's Lemon now. Chaz very low on HP.
Anjing bagus banget itu.
Iya.
Iya.
So dangerously close. It's Marky.
Wah dicongkel aja.
TJ, it's not every day you hear someone say that was a 6-inch play. That
Aduh,
was
ini
a
berat, Cok.
great cinch.
I haven't said
That
it
was
yet.
a
Do you wanna-
well-practiced cinch.
My God.
That's the first time, and maybe the last time I'm gonna say that as well. And it's about Jojo's cinch. He looks clean with it.
He sure does. That was very good movement underneath the tower, which I suppose is not singed specific, but the flip
Wah,
that he found
ini berat
afterwards,
sih
of course,
buat
found
RRQ,
a
Cok.
free kill.
Draft RRQ terlalu late ya, terlalu bahaya banget.
Player on the top lane.
And this is kind of the issue with RRQ as well, right? We always say the quote, they can beat anyone, but they can't lose to anyone. Why is that? It comes at the cost
Gila
of
ini rotasinya 3-2-nya serem banget anjing. 2 biji frontlinernya rotasi begitu mulu. Ini inner turret udah hilang semua kan, duit udah mulai dipukul sampai 5.000. Aduh. Aduh berat guys.
Sight we're familiar with from Chinese
Pencungkil
teams.
handal nyoy.
Playing into Chinese teams whenever JDG begin to come online, they start just forcing RRQ back on the map, denying them gold.
Denying them gold, denying them space, denying them tempo. If you look at the map state right now, RRQ's entire vision line is in their own red side jungle. They're trying to avoid getting collapsed on.
Coca-Cola fridges in their team.
Aduh gila itu udah sampai di zoning begitu anjir.
Did you know they actually took the Coca-Cola?
Nah lo main lagi nih 3-2 begini nih, aduh ini, waduh ini udah 5 main rotasi begini lagi. Aduh itu ada gerobak sih di ras, aduh ini mati lagi guys, sumpah guys. Mati lagi guys, gak bohong gua. Didorong anjing gila mainnya kayak gitu cok. Aduh haram anjing. Gak dikasih lu buat scaling ke lab loh, duitnya dipaksa dipecah anjing. Sadis anjing sadis. Bensenan apa sih kok malah Corki yang di ban? Ya gimana ya? Aduh, Soraka aja di late game juga baru enak, ke supportnya juga. Yoi. Itu tato-tato di muka player JDG nambah buff kok info aja. So tau lu anjing.
8,000 gold lead currently on JD Gaming, and that means that as we head towards this late game, yes, RRQ are scaling, yes, they're going to come into the game, but they are always going to be behind unless they find a miracle. I'll give you the question. I'll give you the opportunity to earn some goodwill back with Mika.
Yes.
How do RRQ get back into this?
There genuinely is a chance for that to happen.
Oh, this is
Jangan tocik bang, siapa yang tocik?
I feel like this dragon, if you try
Lah
to
emang
fight it,
kok
you're
habis
gonna get
kedukun itu,
ruined.
so tau anjing.
Don't fight for the Cloud Drake, step 1. Step 2.
I'm really
Ingat
trying.
Cis, bokap lu gak ngajar lu untuk menjadi orang so tau Cis, ingat itu.
Show me the straws! Show me the straws!
I hate it, TJ, but it's doable. Just give up the
Aduh
dragon.
gila. Lu bener-bener gak dikasih napas tuh anjing. Cok. Aduh itu backupnya langsung cepet banget, langsung 4 orang lagi itu situ anjing. Embek mantap 1-7. Aduh ditaruh begituan lagi. Drege aktif free banget. Objektifnya ketekan semua anjing.
They didn't listen to your straws.
Well, that's the thing. They didn't
What
even
the
not
fuck?
contest the dragon. They just got dived under their
Garaga support dengan kill banyak asli.
I think Shaz was hoping to start a fight.
Itu lihat Gragas itemnya cok, lihat Gragas itemnya Roa, Morello anjing. Dihantam ulti juga sakit itu anjing.
That is cursed.
It is pretty cursed.
That is pretty
Ini
cursed.
udah
That's
ini
like
guys
the
yang gue bilang nih.
experience stuff. You're playing
Main
except instead of
apa
your teammates,
dominasi
you're
begini
jumping
anjing.
the other team. JDG.
Sakit lu sumpah lu nggak dikasih main lu. Nggak ngerti gue motivasi orang lepas sana sih kan. Aduh ditangkap lagi kah? Aduh. Dicongkel masih aduh.
And that is an easy kill to JDG. My God, it is clean. All the while that
It
bot
is
lane
clean
circuit
bro.
chewed
Di bawah
away
dipus
by
lagi sama
momentum.
Renekton.
Play.
They have the scaling on the side
Wah.
of RRQ, right? But
Suren gak sih waduh.
not enough power in the early game.
Skill 3 sana yang bikin cepat rotasi itu dia.
Ini
Ini manfaatin bener-bener manfaatin semua rotasi gila banget anjing. Semua mikro aduh. Out of. Aduh, itu Renekton masuknya horor banget anjing. Aduh, mati kah itu? Enggak di heal. Iya, datang lagi bercanda. Datang lagi dari sisi kanan backupnya anjing. Ini bencana, cok. Wah. Wah, gila banget anjing. Sumpah ini game one sided tapi maksudnya aduh mikronya bikin aduh di buy one-in kak. Aduh. Aduh, mati. Udah sampai digitu-gituin anjing. Emang wajib di ban tuh 2 champion soalnya nggak buka banyak kombinasi betul. Bener-bener nggak dikasih farming asli cok. Hutan dihabisin, turret dihabisin. Sumpah.
Then you realize how far behind RRQ truly are. If this was an even game state, if they were 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold behind.
Pengen seapret tapi Cina udah gila banget anjing makanya cok. Tanda-tanda Camille bakal kena nerf lagi. Gue nemu tim kayak ginian, gue terus di rank di uninstall dulu 1 hari. Aduh, sumpah itu Nasusnya juga. Kena road lagi, masuk lagi Camille-nya, skill 2 lagi. Masuk lagi, aduh. Triple kill dihantam lagi. Ayo quadra kill. Cok, anjing. Wah, anjing, sakit kepala gua. Waduh, gak dikasih penta guys. Cok!
Number 2 seed from the WRL. Not challenged a
Wah,
single time
anjing.
in any of their matches so far. Senna, TJ.
Gila.
100% pick rate for the WRL today. 100% win rate in 3 games as well.
You're right, that is worth mentioning. Senna,
Wah, anjing.
and every time we see that Senna as a backline option, even with the Nasus denied, you see the power of that front line. The fact that
Ini Camille guys. Ini Camille yang kemarin gue bilang bakal jadi sampah di rank. Ya, ini Camille guys. Gimana bang, Soraka di kancah internasional? Sebenarnya ya, gini San. Gue rasa kalau ketemu tim yang ngasih scaling ke late game, itu masih ada harapan serius. Ini timnya, even Camille udah di nerf, udah dibikin scaling sampai ke late game. Anjing masih. Dan dia kena solo kill loh tadi loh. Di early, sumpah.
You hear that, Mika? Take it away.
There you go.
Makan kok, gue tadi udah makan gue. So, thank you.
Good job.
Kayak gampang banget anjir mereka main
Yeah, I
asli.
think that little talk backstage.
Stres ya lu lihat region di luar nalar. Bukan stres dong, terpukau gue terpukau.
Oh.
She was just
Camel jadi champ scaling tapi scalingnya dikasih jadi.
Just distracted him. Let him cast. Let him have a bit of fun.
I'm that extreme, so you better be scared when you're on.
Region alien anjing.
I'm joking, but
I
that's
just put
what
like a barrier up in front of me just to make sure.
Gila.
everybody's frightened of me right now.
Bener.
But that was
Guys,
amazing.
ini lawannya RRQ lagi guys, sumpah guys.
And Stuart, you called it
Tapi
out.
kalau ngebadut kok
You called the
goblok
draft,
emang
and
bangsat.
you were a little confused by
Jangan kan
RRQ's
Cina,
draft.
Nguyen aja jago pakai Camel itu
We
dia.
have seen
Region
amazing
Isekai
draft
asli
from the side of the
cocok.
WRL teams, but what stood out to you from the draft?
So they went for the.
Tapi
the
susah
set
Kamil
with the
kalau
flash
solo
kick,
ki
and what
susah.
RRQ tried to do, they tried to deny the
Kabel
access
casan
away.
gua mana kalau lu ambil ya gua
The problem
tampol.
is that when you deny it away, if you don't have a center, it's hard to pair it up with.
Camel
one
player
another.
menit 13 nih waktu membantai. Waktunya
It's
true
a
damage ku
small
100% guys.
role you can commit,
Peng.
but the problem is that you don't
Lu
have
lihat
anything
in out
to pair it, so they had
gitu
to
gak sih
focus
Camel
on
tuh kayak
instead, which means
kayak
that they
begitu
had,
masuk tuh ada skill
the
3 dia
champions
masuk
like
jetang tendang skill 1. Kayak udah di stacking gitu skill satunya. Jadi dia pas masuk skill 3 tuh juga jedung gitu. Anjing.
China off guard and go for the Nasus deny, but the problem was that
11-20 gak sih sama Camel lu kok? Iya kocak mana ada. Iya 11-20 lah, 11-20 lah bener. Gua gak bisa main Camel soalnya jujur aja. Senna sama Singed wajib ban sih, wajib.
And they had a Renekton. Like, what else do you need to catch out of anything like that? So
China domination.
Absolute perfect engaging composition.
Kondre jago tapi kok nggak ikut tur ya? Mister terbesar ini emang gua nggak mau ikut tur. Gua udah pensiun cok. Apalagi kalau nanti lihat FX ngap lu. Nah itu dia, sumpah. Ini belum tim yang juara di region dia yang main ya. Dia anjing keren sekali masuk true damage langsung bangsat itu dia. Gila itu Camel masuk. Udah bawa sepakan, dia mundur lagi dapat shield, dia mundur darah masih full anjing. Hit lagi yang frontline dari musuh, masuk lagi ke backline musuh. Wah. Sibal guys. Camel lepas gak apa, tapi kalau ada Singed sana nggak bisa ngelawan Camel ya. Nggak bisa maksudnya. Kalau Singed diambil mungkin iya kali. Kalau Singed diambil ya. Kalau Kemas pakai Andre iya kocak loh. Tadi dia off cam lagi main loh itu mana ada. Tapi ya guys sangat tunggu bentar. Ini gue lupa ini grup mana ya? Bentar guys, sorry pencet. Mana tuh? Ntar gue kecilin dulu guys. Yeay, bentar gue matiin aja deh. Gue mau lihat dulu guys. Ini iya ini bener grup. Bukan, untungnya bukan ya. Jadi kan ini kan dari grup B guys, by the way ini dari grup B. Nah grup B itu bakal masuk ke grup B juga nih, ke grup stage-nya. Untungnya mereka di sini mana ya? Nah ini FPX ini di grup C nih. Tunggu bentar, di grup C itu ada Cina juga ya? Di grup C itu ada Cina juga ya? Iya. Oh iya ada J-Team, Wah ini nanti kita nonton ya JT lawan T1 juga ya. Kita lihat nih Korea lawan Cina guys. Dimana kalau kalian expect Korea bisa ngimbangin Cina kan? Coba kita lihat ya. Waduh. Bentar. Tuh masih. Ini kita sekalian lihat ininya dulu bentar guys. Lihat apa namanya goldnya. 61k berbanding 45k. Aduh. Anjing. Anjay itu dia ngomong apa kira-kira tosannya guys? Pakai bahasa Filipin dia guys. Ngomong tosannya guys. Pakai bahasa Filipin kan. Apa ya bentar, gue lagi gak kepikiran lagi yang lucu lagi brengsek. Oh anda circle nih. NCS fan maksudnya. OTW login, cobain camera 1 sampai 10 1 sampai 110. Lockout lanjut nonton, oke. Belum lihat dia juara WRL main ceret lo asli. Untung grupnya terpisah ya. Ini JDG aja kayak gini, cok. Anjing. Konde gue pengen tanya tapi gue nggak mau. Tapi gue nggak tahu mau jawab apaan, apaan, cok? Region lu kan Korea, itu dia. Enggak dong. Region saya Indonesia, guys. Enggak dong, masa RRQ? Putang ini enggak dong, enggak mungkin dong, setan. Penasaran FPX versus Sengoku sih. FPX Sengoku sih gue udah predik ya. Kalau FPX Sengoku sih FPX kalau gue. Berat menurut gue. Kok Andre lu kok manusia sih? Ya goblok. Gue TO lu ya sekali lagi ya. Kurang, kalau nggak lucu gue TO nih pertanyaannya nih. Coba tapi kita lihat ya drafting selanjutnya dari RRQ ya. Maksudnya dari segi drafting sebenarnya menarik gitu. Wah. Butai namo bobo. Aduh, kasar semua tuh kata bahasanya tuh anjing. Wih, Mika dikasih jersey RRQ nyoy. Gua tewa sampai lu punya anak kok. Iya deh. Kok Anda dalam hati coba Camille gue kayak gini udah GM kali. Iya ampun. GMZ tai. Nyogok nih kayaknya RRQ. Iya nyogok nggak tuh? Ayo saya masuk juara 3 lagi biar dapat 4 slot lagi. Amin 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 guys. Coba sebentar guys. Kita prediksi dulu guys. Selagi kita masih nunggu draft game kedua nih. Coba kita prediksi ya. Bisa nggak kira-kira saya itu untuk masuk ke top 4 lagi ya? Kalau kita lihat dari grup stage aja deh, kayak kita lihat dari grup stage deh. Tim Flash Leviathan dari grup A itu yang calon lolos menurut gua adalah Nova sama Flash Wolf loh, oke. Flash Wolf, oke. Berarti yang masuk ini Nova Flash Wolf. Kemungkinan besar sih Flash sama Nova ya, kemungkinan besar. Tapi kan ini kita nggak tahu ya. Masalahnya kemarin juga FG juga ngasih perlawanan gitu loh, gitu ke Nova gitu. Nah nanti kita bakal nonton besok ini FG lawan GLD yang kemungkinan besar mungkin menang sama FG sih mungkin. Oke, terus kita lihat itu kan udah pasti 8 besar ya berarti ya, mungkin tim Flash. Terus dari grup stage yang grup B yang saya itu ada grup B itu ada RRQ tadi dari play-ins kalau emang dia lolos ya. Tapi ini tinggi banget sih menurut gue, ini yang bakal menang yang bakal lolos ke grup stage nih JD sama RRQ sih. Nah terus apakah RRQ bakal lolos di grup B-nya? Wah nggak tahu lagi, ini masalahnya RRQ ya bakal sengitnya sama Sengoku ya menurut gue ya. Bakal sengitnya. Gue masih belum bisa prediksi itu mau lolos 8 besar apa enggak. Terus ada dari grup C, ini udah pasti FPX nih yang bakal lolos kemungkinan besar. Terus play-in. Aduh ini juga, ini gue nggak bisa tebak guys. Ini masalahnya dari tiap regionnya lumayan. Ini 3 tim sih yang GG menurut gue. Walaupun event Rix kemarin kalah 2-0 sama T1, tapi dia tuh at least masih gimana ya? Masih ngelawan lah, Rix tuh masih lumayan ngelawan lah. Terus dari grup D, berarti grup C itu yang bentar. Kita lihat dari grup stage, yang grup C itu ya ini juga bakal 2 Cina juga kayaknya yang lolos tuh feeling gua. Terus ini ada kata roster Immortal, Buriram. Ini bakal lolos kayaknya Buriram sama Frix. Alright. Buriram sama Frix. Oke, terus kita lihat dari grup stage-nya. Buriram, Frix, kata roster Immortal. Aduh, ini juga nggak bisa ketebak lagi. Buriram sama menarik ya. Nah, siapa tahu nih juara region dari yang gua lumayan underestimate tim Ikkuzoh sama Immortal. Semoga dia memberikan perlawanan juga lah. Tapi ya kita tunggu aja lah guys. Gua nggak bisa ini juga. Oke, kita balik ke draft dulu guys. Let's go guys. Bentar, gua matiin musik dulu guys. Kita naikin lagi. Camille udah diambil sekarang sama RRQ, let's go. Oke, kita lihat ya guys ya, let's go. Ini Camille udah diambil nih guys. Nonton sambil tidur dong, ya kocak. Tim pas juara WCS kan, iya betul. Bisa Buriram kerat. Udah ngopi belum kok? Gue ngeteh hari ini. Kasus Daniel pick RRQ manfaatin nama JDG nyoi.
Yeah, at least in scary,
Belum di pick masalahnya, Cok.
I think, you know, put a Chinese player on an aggressive jungler and a playmaking champion.
Masih ngegigit lah, masih.
Gives everyone
Olaf di ban terus kok. Belum, nggak di ban. Nggak di ban. Tuh lihat aja tuh, nggak di ban guys. Olaf ini belum di ban tuh. Keluar dah tuh lisensi yang do, itu dia. Mereka rela tuker Camille sama Lee Sin guys. Kita lihat ya. Udah mulai asem belum kok? Kepo anda, itu udah bagus draftnya. Ini mereka risky banget ya. Sumpah ini yang drafting dari tim RRQ sih berani banget dah. Kayak ngelepas respect bandnya gitu loh. Ayo Rakan mid. We'll see kita belum tahu apakah ini Rakan bisa di mid, bisa di support. Flex.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of flexibility in both.
Gila ada teroris di tim JDG.
Whatever they want. Like they can Camille can be put in the jungle, the Baron lane, whatever. Corki can be put in the mid lane, in the Dragon lane, and on the opposite side of JDG, that as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see.
Bisa jadi sih ini Rakannya di mid ya. Kita lihat jadi frontlinernya jadi diketeng gitu. Itu menurut gue jauh lebih bagus sih. Tapi Rakan Camille konsisten kok, konsisten. Bisa jadi support yang diambil dari RRQ ini Galio soalnya menurut gue. Kemungkinan tinggi juga nih Galio buat dari support. Jadi Rakannya bisa commit guys. Tapi kita lihat ya. Singet, Bennett, oke ini Singet udah terlalu annoying.
I don't know where any of these champions are. Is it Gragas support 6 bot lane I think, and then I think it's set Baron.
Iya, pilihannya dua sih antara dua itu. Kalau lu mau main agresif banget tuh ngambil Galio, tapi kalau lu mau main segi tarik ulur lu ngambil yang tanky kayak Braum atau Alistar gitu. Tapi di sini Olaf dulu yang di pick nice. Menarik. Olaf. They're going. Baron. Baron Camille. Hey. 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 Hold the fuck.
I've seen this before.
Karena last pick RRQ mungkin support nggak mungkin. Ini Rakannya kemit masalahnya. Gue udah predik ini Rakannya pasti kemit.
If I remember correctly, the mid lane Rakan was brought out when Exosen was still playing in the mid lane. So
Oh benar guys. Oh enggak. Olafnya tetap di jungle ya. Iya. Casnya ini jungle-nya Olaf. Oke, menarik. Ini, aduh, sumpah deh drafting gila banget, Cok. Gue demen banget ini ngeliatnya. Gragas mid versus Rakan mid, let's go. Lemon itu. Tapi ini Baronnya bisa kebantai sih masalahnya, Cok. Lemon ini Baron yang lumayan serem, guys. Bukan lumayan serem banget menurut gue. Lu bisa dapet di solo kill di kancah Icons tuh. Itu udah prestasi anjing. Solo kill ya kalau lo main di Baron ya. Olaf Lumi strong sih, we'll see soon bro. Rakan Hullbreaker, let's go. No. Rakan Hullbreaker is no. JDG bagus draftnya. Tapi kalau dari drafting gue lebih suka RRQ sumpah. Dari segi drafting ya. The Queen of Baron Driven it is. Kita lihat ya guys ya apakah RRQ di sini masih bisa bernafas atau enggak guys, sumpah. Tapi draftingnya RRQ benar-benar gue cinta banget sama tim offensive tuh, gue cinta banget sumpah. Aduh. Iya lo, ayo gebuk lo. Ayo. Lo udah kena 2 hit duluan, kita lihat di atas. Sementara tuh Riven udah mulai ngurang 1/8 darahnya. Nice play. Dan akhirnya nggak dihancurin matanya. Oke guys, by the way, fast cam. Oke, let's go. Gue matiin ya guys ya. Mari kita have fun di game ini, let's go. Aduh, itu malah udah kebantai di atasnya. Gue udah bilang. Karena kan Magic anjing udah pasti Magic lah, Cok. Nggak mungkin Hull Breaker. Nggak ada nalar main Hull Breaker di Rakan, Cok. Lu buang satu slot buat item defensif tuh. What the fuck kalau lu main tim offensif? Unik. Perang mental. Gue suka banget ini. Tapi memang drafting dari JDG juga sangat comfort banget ya menurut gue ya. Walaupun even mereka ada Olaf gitu buat countering di CC-nya gitu ya. Tapi kita lihat apakah emang Olaf Yumi apakah benar-benar bisa sangat powerful guys. Kita lihat aja. Rakan sih yang penting banget sih menurut gue di sini perangnya. Gue berharap charmingnya benar-benar bisa kena semua. Oke, nice banget. Devil J udah belajar. Rakan, let's go. Apakah Apakah Camille lu bisa buat ke solo kill? Oke, nice. Ini udah 4 orang. 4 lawan 4 guys. 4 lawan 4. 2 flash kebuang. Let's go. Si bal ditarik mundur. Nice banget. Neken guys. Ini udah kalah 1 game masih neken, Cok. GG. Mental. Aduh, meninggal Olaf. Aduh. Meninggal Sindo. Aduh, yang dapat Yumi lagi. Lemon set, gua ajar nih main Rift, siap.
For one trade to start our game.
So much aggressiveness to start this one off. And you know who the real winners are here? Maki and
map awareness Camille GG. Bro, ini icon bro. Bukan ranked ya bro, tolong bro.
By the way, Jojo was so cheeky with that one. Or rather, yeah, Jojo was so cheeky with that one. Did you see how he body slammed sideways to try to bamboozle RQ a little bit? Adjusted that one with the flash, and Doki, amazing follow-up with the face breaker flash combo. Such clean mechanics from JDG.
I'm not used to Gragas mechanics, but WRLT
really
delivering.
Wah, let's go, Camille, Devil J. Will you carry the game, bro?
Better than Sitch mechanics.
True,
like the last Camille ya kan. Aduh, ini dia rotasi Cina. 3 orang main begini. Aduh. Kok ciut nyari kayak lah, bro.
And this is the game to Lee Sin from Singdo. This is exactly what they did against
Ini lu lihat perhatiin gerakannya si Doki ya. Bangsat nih orang nih muter-muter mulu, Cok. Ini lihat tuh, supportnya main lagi ke atas anjir. Udah ada ulti belum? Belum. Aduh. Oke, ditahan dulu masih. Aduh, udah kebuka itu ultinya lagi. Nggak apa ulti buat buang flash sih masih cuan banget ya.
Doki snuck forward. I thought that might mean something. Devil J just backed away though.
Doki's been everywhere right now.
Coming on the flank, 3 players again in the top lane. They know Devil J as a weak point and they are bullying.
Aduh, ini udah menit keempat, udah confirm ini first turret guys dari JDG guys.
JDG get the first break. RRQ burning the turret in the bottom side, but the wave clear is too strong.
Oke, kita lihat.
Ya,
rakan kemana? Mas Mali. Nice.
Running for his life. He's got his well.
Nice. What a trade, bro.
Viva RQ, baby. We take what we can get at this point. The kill lead goes to RQ.
Tapi lu dapet gold, tapi lu nggak dapet turret, guys. Aduh, masih aduh. Gila.
So clean with it. The mechanics coming in. Every play, every movement.
Aduh, sumpah.
Forced to flash as Lemon commits one.
My goodness.
But those kills matter so much. The reason Lemon's willing to burn a flash. Infernal Drake's coming.
Kalau Rakan build semi-tank masih aman aja. Tapi kalau AP semua bakal kalah dilihat. Kalau lu bikin Rakan main semi-tank, itu lebih aneh lagi masalahnya, Cok. Karena kenapa? Karena kalau lu kayak gitu initiate tapi lu nggak ada damage, buat apa? Aduh, langsung hilang itu Camille-nya. Aduh. Sortinya ketinggalan rombongan, iya. Aduh, rata, rontok.
Flash over the wall will not get anyone out. It's just Marky and Exodus still alive.
Nggak bisa.
Attacking, Marky, kiting, they're both gone. A Prime Gaming Ace passed over to JDG, and this Infernal Dragon
Gua kasih tahu nih guys ya, kunci kemenangan JDG guys. Lo lihat rotasi dari setnya sumpah. Lo lihat rotasi dari setnya teman-teman. Bener-bener udah gila aja sumpah. Ini yang namanya support carry the game, ini support carry the game. Gak bohong gua.
For the rest of our IQ as the Coca-Cola pop-off moment. This was a bit of an over-engage, but look at the Helios Rakan.
Serius langsung hilang tuh Rakan. Iya langsung hilang, tapi kalau lo bikin setengah tank, percuma. Nggak ada trading damage yang benar-benar powerful masalahnya. Di counter juga pick ya, pick Camel ada set. Ya masalah set galak banget sih memang di early sih. Gila ini championnya, aduh sadis banget cok. Corkinya di corkinya. Ziggsnya juga diambil lagi. Aduh Matika itu nice. Waduh Riven. Balik Rivennya double buff. Balik teman-teman, Rivennya double buff. Next level Regin China anjing makanya. Setnya the real support benar.
But then you look at turrets, you look at the waves, you look at the dragons, you look at the gold, and you realize
that masih jauh banget ini buat ngejar ya teman-teman. Itu anjing goldnya Riven 7.000 bangsat. Almost.
My heart goes out to RIQ right now. These kills so close to being converted, but not quite enough at the end of the day.
Helios looking for Lemon, can't find it.
That's the thing about Rakan, right? If you have the ultimate, you can chain the CC, you can get the one shot. But without it, your engage is a little bit telegraphed. Riven, one of the champions that can easily get away
Aduh,
from you.
gila banget
6,000 gold lead here. 7 minutes
banget
game.
ya.
Jindong Gaming kill score might look even.
7.000 lu. Menit 7.
What can I say about this team? They're so good.
I can tell you what I can't say. What I'm not allowed
Ngepet
to
lagi
say.
si Riven, ngepet anjing asli.
What is it?
WCS nil.
Best moment Corki ketinggalan di RKO kan Randy Orton iya.
It's a rough day for sure.
Aduh, udah di zoning gitu udah najis banget dah.
Iya.
Iya. Salah nge-smite anjing.
Helios still kind of the ace in the hole here.
Yes.
Plays a very good Rakan.
Gila lu bahkan gak dikasih timing buat ngebuff merah lu anjir. 7.000 menit 7 itu minjem duit di bank mana nggak paham. Reset dong asli. Build set jadi tukang buah lagi. Itu dia. Meta banget guys ini guys. X tali guys sumpah guys. Sama-sama miss smite ya. Iya. Itu mistake guys dari tim JDG ya. Harusnya dapat itu soalnya.
Jindong, they have full control of anything they want. Yet again, it's a repeat of last game. RRQ's vision line is in their jungle. Wow, Jojo.
Sumpah lu lihat itu rakannya. Miss ulti, miss kill 2. Nah. Malah aduh. Meta Cina support bawa X-Stall nyoy. Bukan mismatch itu cuman keburu reset. Itu mismatch coba lu lihat lagi. Oke, meninggal. Tapi permasalahan ini RRQ dia benar-benar cari perangnya di luar daripada objektif, cok. Ini kita perlu belajar sih cara pakai item pembawa buah, nyoy. Tinggal baca doang udah ya. Bukan pembawa buah, dia random ya. Jadi kayak dia tuh X-Tali itu setahu gue dia summonnya random, nggak selalu buah deh. Bisa dia bawa center, bisa dia buah. Satu lagi apa ya, sama trampolin setahu gue.
Come team fight.
3,000 gold down is pretty rough when you phrase it that way, but when we phrase it the other way, Lemon has 9k.
Yes, Lemon has 9k, he's the richest person in the game. But think about it this way, Devil J can no longer sight lane against Lemon.
Bukan random tapi milih. Oh, milih ya? Oh, milih ya? Oh, thank you Yusuf. Gue baru tahu soalnya thank you milih. Oke, kita lihat di sini. Aduh, ultinya kebuang sia-sia ya. Aduh, nggak random deh. Oh iya, sorry. Salah gue berarti, sorry. Apa yang terakhir dipukul itu yang disummon. Oh, gitu. Oh, maksudku pokoknya belajar cara kita bawa buah atau taruh kapan. Oke. Ambil bijinya baru bisa dapat. Oke. Thank you. Gue pikir random guys, sorry.
There's nowhere to go for RRQ.
Bisa buah, bisa center, bisa blaskon. Oke. Ai di kontes lagi sama JDG. Aduh dia, nice banget, instan langsung ke situ. Tapi skill udah pada habis ya teman-teman ya, skill udah pada habis nih masalahnya nih. Aduh, nggak bisa cok. Lu buang satu. Wah, masih mati juga kena itu. Cok, waduh. Cas. Masih ada hasil. Iya. Wah, oh mati juga cok. Gila itu apa itu anjing. Gila.
He lined them up like bowling pins,
GG.
through the entire team of RRQ. Take a look at this replay here. It starts
Bangkainya Yumi diambil mulu killnya.
The Rakan burst. No one respects the
Sumpah lo buang semua ulti lo buat satu Ziggs doang anjing.
Doki doesn't get the best engage, but that doesn't matter. He just needs to get in. Look at Singdo here. Look at the angle. Look at how he lined that one up. 4 members knocked into the air as RRQ just gets swept by JDG.
Ya kenapa dia gebuk skill 3 ke arah buff merah ya? Itu kan dia ngurang darahnya kalau kayak gitu ya. Ya gue kayak prepare bacot tuh Gus. Setnya itemnya full darah build sakit. Skill 1 kali. Skill 2 tuh setahu gue kagak ngaruh dari darah deh. Next level nih fightnya Indo harus banyak-banyak belajar lagi. Yoi. Ai di sini selamat kak, masih selamat. Enggak. True damage set gila sih emang. Nggak expect gua, iya. Efek panik mungkin kok, nyoy.
You can't afford to make any more risks here. Nearly a 10,000 goal lead still for Jindong. RRQ, they tried so hard to claw back. Every 1,000 gold
gila.
The moment they win one fight, right back to 10,000 gold lead, they go. They still have 2 dragons. They still have the turret.
Sakit banget lagi tuh geraga sih sumpah. Dar.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure Jojo might do more damage than Chu this game.
League of Zone-nya. Skill 2 perasaan gue. Coba lu baca lagi dah. Coba lu baca lagi dah. Yang bikin sakit itu skill 1 coy, yang kalau skill dari darah. Gua nggak tahu skill 2-nya apakah iya apa nggak, tapi singkat gua nggak. Itu tergantung dia digebuk. Dan itu ngeluarin true damage. Geragas proper sakit bener, geragas kita pok anjing. Ya itu lihat itemnya cok, Luden Ramadan.
Jojo tries to flash charm. Easy kill picked up surely. Stasis does not get him out of it.
Okay. Halo.
Devil J caught out. Devil J tries to hook shot away. He'll flash. He's still being hunted, but he's played it well. He'll get to safety.
He gets out, but that's gonna be tier 2 bottom lane turret going over.
Hextech ultimatum not able to be spent.
Masih bisa nge-flash. Masih bisa hidup. Langsung pucat Rakan asli. Aduh, meninggal. Malah meninggal kayak Emilia.
Jindong are so good. RRQ, they're trying their best, but it's not enough.
RRQ in to try and stop the Rift Herald charge. They don't. Chaz unable to finish the kill.
Helios wants more.
Burned. Jindo in focus. Chaz finds the
Here
kill.
we go.
Doki kites away. Lemon looking for the wall jump. Flash over. He's got the safety, but he burns. The red buff finishing it for Chaz. And those are 2 very important kills. 30 seconds with no jungler on the map.
Can they do
Oh
better?
iya, skill 2-nya juga tergantung dari darah juga nih, bener.
Do they want to flip this game?
Dive in.
They're gonna
Helios
get it.
finds it.
Dua-duanya iya
Call
bener
out.
berarti.
He's got as well. That's the kill
Fast
they need to
breakernya
turn
dari
out to
set.
Baron.
Tadi
20
dapat bonus
seconds.
tunnya nyoy.
Flickering over the wall, poking over the wall. 40 seconds to the respawn for
Ayo
Jojo.
comeback dong. Ah itu
16
dia.
seconds on the
Let's
respawn
go.
for Jindo.
Ini 3 orang udah mati.
They can't do it. They can't do it.
Aduh Z ya. Aduh.
Deep dive. Devil J keeping the Baron alive.
Oke, di burst ini Baronnya, di burst Baronnya.
Devil J on
Hey!
the course, trying to force their Baron.
Oh nice. Apakah bisa?
Here comes the
Comeback?
from JDG.
Aduh yo pulang.
He's gone away.
Oh nice Rakan.
Knock up from Helios.
Nice save.
Devil J
GG.
slipped away. A thief in the night. An RRQ.
Wah, gila, Cok.
And stay
Woo.
alive.
And RRQ, they do it. They get the Baron. They get the kills. What a third round from this team.
Itu dia,
They're
ini
still
udah mulai
down in gold.
turn
They're
around
still
kah?
down in
Let's go.
dragons. But Thomas, do you believe in magic? Because RRQ, they're making it happen.
I'm starting to, Leonard.
Gila cok.
What I want right now is a clip of Mika and Riku watching this game.
I can hear him.
Ah keren banget asli.
I'll tell you that much. Every kill
Rakannya
they get.
asli cok. Itu dia. Udah buang stasis.
Devil J waiting. Jojo.
Ai, di ulti padahal malah.
They're trying to clear the wave here, but it's Baron empowered. This could be the timing for RRQ.
Ini defense ini dari JDG masih keras banget ya. Olafnya nggak bisa mati ini udah ada visage. Oke.
Elder is up. Can RRQ use this Baron to convert to an Elder? They're still down so much gold.
But they gave up control now.
Nah,
Jim don't
napas
have
gua
control
asli,
on the
Cok.
river.
Sama,
And when
Cok.
you give 6 control, it can be so difficult.
40 seconds left on this Baron.
TJ, I hear shouting. I think a fight's gonna happen right now. Both teams posturing so heavily.
RRQ looking for it. Trying to negotiate an angle through which they can start this Elder. They know they're better
Aduh
off
ini
this
Baronnya
main
udah
phase.
aktif
Now
lagi
left
tapi
turret.
mereka nggak ada dapet turret sama sekali kan.
Devil J seeking
Jangan nge-throw
to
please.
be able to
We
spot
hope.
that. Valkyrie spending the
Aduh
package
itu
there
atasnya
for
udah
Valkyrie.
dikeroyokin
And
juga
they're
lagi sama
starting this
itu
Elder.
gerobak.
Chaz working
Hey!
away as the Elder. It's
Look
the
at
half
Helios.
HP.
Knock up
from Helios. Tactical to make it
Oke, Gragasnya mati, guys.
As they come back, banging for about 10 the HP of RRQ. But
Oke,
they're
oke,
still
tarik ulur.
alive.
Nice.
Helios is back in.
Kita
Big
lihat,
knock-up.
Exocet
Jojo
masuk
forced
cok
into
ke badan orang
will
itu.
be able to back away, and it's just RRQ
Oh,
kiting.
anjing,
Elder
sekarat
down
semua,
to
anjing,
half
anjing.
HP. Helios.
Mampus
Mampus
setengah darah lu. Ai. Naik serakan. Wah, sumpah. Wah, anjing nih Rakannya, bro. Wah, anjing. Tapi ini turret atas bahaya, cok, sumpah. Nice heal-nya. Bisa dapet DG, guys. Sumpah, Rakannya annoying banget, nggak bohong gua. Oke. Comeback ini guys, sumpah. Anjing. Gila profile musuh ada bareng masih lawan kita ngasih sumpah. Masalahnya Elder tuh harganya mahal banget, cok. Oh man. Gila, cok.
They just got the tier 1. That shows you what kind of a game state this game was in. But RRQ, every team fight, they make magic.
All of that work
Let's go.
shrinks the gold lead to a mere 5,000.
Wah, anjing.
This is a pop-up right here if I've ever seen one. Helios, the man of the hour. The Rakan pickup does
Anjing ini Rakannya save the day banget, bro.
The shielding that comes in from the Rakan, comes in from the Yumi.
And Jindo chases too
Suguhan
hard.
World Tour yang sangat elegan banget, bro, asli. Itu gila, Yumi damage juga sakit banget tadi ya, gue bilang.
But look at Helios.
Itu Rakannya kena 2 orang lu, anjir.
Out of the fight. Look at how
Dan
he
dia nggak
plays
mati
now.
lagi di akhir-akhir kan.
So well. Helios nearly drops, but he knows his limits. He knows the extent he can play this Rakan to. Man, this man is my MVP.
Sumpah, itu sumpah, cok, serem banget itu Rakan
Helios and the rest
anjing.
of RRQ.
Entah kenapa kayaknya rank nanti bisa keluar rank Rakan mid apa bisa. Kalau lu bisa mainnya nggak apa-apa guys, serius gua.
For sure.
Kalau tinggal beli DD atau enggak udah susah lawan, yoy.
Incredible game. Here's a peek at the RRQ staff behind the scenes. RRQ on stage.
Dia,
in front of the
bro.
scenes, all losing their minds.
Kelas banget anjing warnya bangsa.
JDG, one team fight away, one win away from advancing to the group stage.
And you see the celebrations from the RRQ staff. but
Kansai
it's
Dorito.
cautious. They know this game's not over
Kalau
yet.
kalah gold
They
dan
know
XP
there's
farmnya
stuff
atau
behind
cuy
the goal.
seperti yang dilakukan
They
RRQ
know
nyoy.
against a team like
Bisa
JDG,
aja, tapi nanti mental tim malah langsung lempem.
game is lost. 4,200
Ya, ini tinggal
damage on
asli.
Rakan. Have you ever
Oh,
seen
cing.
something like that?
Rakan pun damage-nya 4,2 kacok.
That's an easy answer for me. No.
Potangin aku,
RRQ make
potang.
it work when no other team, I think no other team in this scenario could put up the fight that RRQ are right now.
Elder
This game,
kemenangan
not
lagi
only-
yang didapat
it's
itu
basically
dia.
dead
Let's
even.
go,
Think
let's
of it as a
go.
dead even game right now.
Elder tadi apa sih guys? Sumpah gue gak ngeliat lagi.
5,000 at this point in the game, it's not meaningless, but it's not nearly as significant as they
Gila
thought.
Helios teriakannya, yoi.
Negligible.
Cloud Elder ya? Iya kan? Oh, Elder biru ya?
I'm gonna be using that one for sure.
Here we go for the Baron. Everything to play for RRQ clearing.
Elder, oh Elder angin. Oh, Elder angin. Oh iya bener, Elder kemenangan guys.
Look at the angle though, Chaz.
Elder
He's
kemenangan
trying
ini,
to
guys.
find an angle here. Will he be able to pick anyone off? Look at the setup position.
Oke, lu mampus lu dikejar lu. Mampus lu Olafnya digebrak-gebrak belakang lu. Langsung aja masuk di situ. Keprak, keprak, keprak. Rakan masih selamat, Rakan masih selamat. Nice, setnya udah mati guys. Frontline udah mati satu. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go RRQ, let's go. Oke, 2 kill. Itu frontline udah hilang 2 guys. Wah, ini Yumi. Angin tapi semoga kuat. Memang ini memang sebenarnya ini bukan Elder kemenangan ya kalau buat Olaf ya. Olaf itu Elder kemenangannya Elder ijo guys. 8% vampirism cok, masalahnya cok. 6% apa 8% ya? Gue lupa, inget gue kayak 8 nih guys.
And now what their win condition is gonna be, it comes down to Devil J. His team has given him the space. His team has given him the time, the farm.
Wah, itu masih iya bener juga. Masih dikasih nge-fun guys, Olaf guys, let's go guys. Masih satu champion, masih satu item lagi ini full item Olaf, let's go. Pulang dan Baron ayo. Harusnya ini dia bikin GA sini Olaf. GA udah jadi kah? Oh, GA guys. Apakah dia belajar? Apakah dia defense lagi? Olafnya? Oh, defense lagi. Sterak, mantap. Ngacir pada laranya nyoi. Habis ini Rakan pasti di ban. Ada kemungkinan besar nih Rakan Yumi bakal di respect menurut gue ya. Nggak apa kok biar larinya kayak babi Olaf ya. Iya bisa juga.
Second time the PPGL has sent a contender to the international stage who does exactly this.
Anjay.
Here we go. Baron on the map. Starting the Baron.
They're starting it off, but they're not trying to finish it. They know the risk of steals.
Itu dia udah masuk Camille. Oke dihil lagi sama Yumi aman. Padahal udah jauh gold gap kesusul itu dia. Rakan emang bullshit sih kalau orang yang tepat nyoy. Kok bullshit sih? Aneh banget. Kenapa bullshit? Oke kita lihat sini RRQ. Oke ini JDG udah mulai masuk guys ke markas guys. Oke di poking. Rakan yang masuk guys. Rakan gak ngasih mati langsung di burst. Wow. Let's go itu lihat kita. Ziggs dibuat repot sama Rakan guys. Tenang lagi 2 lagi. Mantap. Rakan zoning gede. 4 lawan 5 teman-teman. GG comeback guys.
Number 3 seed coming out of the
Gila banget.
WCS. What an insane performance for them. Think about not just this match. Think about the run that RRQ had to get here.
Guys, hashtag dulu guys. RRQ win guys. Let's go guys. RRQ win guys. Bukannya nggak ada yang nggak mungkin guys. Kalau kita punya regen juga regen salah satu yang terbaik guys. Let's go guys. Dragon langsung meledak anjing. Let's go Helios. Save the day lu bro. Gokil banget bro. Anjing. Mantap komentar lo kayak binder sih. Binder maksudnya. RRQ Lemon. Hashtag saya Fred, FIFA RRQ teman-teman. Let's go teman-teman. Gede banget anjing.
He was so good. He was so aggressive with the Yumi. He knew exactly
Respect
where he
Ben
could come
Rakan,
up. He
respect
knew
Ben
exactly
Rakan,
where he had
respect
to
Ben
hide.
Yumi.
The whole team played so well. Devil J was shut down, but he
Masalahnya
still found a way
Yumi
back
itu
to
adalah
give
power
credit to his
spike
team for that
buat
one.
nge-spike
Chaz
si
is like
Olaf
aggression,
itu loh.
man. he was so good for his team as well.
Ini
Running
tinggal
in,
Yumi Bennett
Rakan,
Olaf
the Yumi
kelar
on
aja
top of
masalah.
him, and Maki was basically left alone all game. Consider that
GG
as well.
banget
And yet he still
anjing.
managed to perform. It was a heroic effort
That's
from
all
all
the
five
players
members.
Dapat momen mulu anjing ya. Dapat momen mulu anjing Rakannya, bukan dapat momen, emang dia pinter, Cok. Lu lihat dia setupnya di mana, tiba-tiba masuk, langsung ke backline, kena ke Gragas, mati, kelar, kena langsung dapetin posisinya Ziggs di war terakhir.
That was just amazing. I just love it. RRQ.
Yumi bisa
it's
diganti
not
karma
over
sih kayaknya beda
until
tipe, tapi
it
beda
is
tipe.
over. And Hells, you wanted to
Kayaknya
bring this
Yumi
up
nggak
just
ngotak, nggak
immediately
ngotak.
from
That's why
the
kenapa
draft.
dia di
This was so
early
interesting.
That was
turnamen
crazy.
kemarin
That
play-in
is
sih
what
di
we
beda
wanna
mulu,
see,
Cok.
right? Like this is what you have to do as RRQ. You have to bring out a crazy draft like this. You're not gonna win the draft. Or
Ini
you're
yang
not gonna
gue
win
bilang
the
sih
game with a
anjing
traditional
ini.
draft. Like here you can see that Yumi last pick,
Filipin,
like that
aduh
caught
gila banget
JDG off
meta-meta,
guard.
Cok.
They had that Rakan to do these engages, and they followed through on it, Stuart.
Gue berharap
Yeah,
ayo let's
Rakan
go ke
was
sini.
such a huge pick for Helios, you know,
Apa namanya, gue berharap ya apa RRQ bisa lah repressing TS guys, amin guys.
He picks up a full AP Rakan, and you know what? He
Jadi
just had
ngantuk,
a
kenapa bisa
I do
ngantuk
not care attitude. That was a great part about it. He just went
Kita
in,
lihat
he
status
just
dulu ya
went through
teman-teman ya.
engages.
Let's go.
He had the Yumi on top as well, with the Olaf, with the aggression, and yeah, like you said, that last pick Yumi, which caught us off guard as well. We were like, okay, we're just gonna see a normal Helios pick. Instead, they go for Rakan mid lane. Like, what is this?
It was
Exactly.
it was a full AP Yumi as well. She jumped on the Olaf. They followed through. They had the Camille as well. It was a perfect pick. Like I like this. It's crazy to see that Helios was so confident in himself that he actually picked a Rakan mid lane while they were down 0-1 against JDG, which is the number 2 team in China. That really
Ngantuk, pas
shows
barusan justru bikin
power
nggak
of
bisa
RRQ.
ngedip
That shows
asli.
their confidence while they're even
Gila,
down against such a
sumpah,
powerhouse
sumpah.
that they'll pull
Ini
off a
match
competition like this.
tergila
I just wanna
anjing, ini
point out
baru
because they
play-ins
bring up,
teman-teman.
on the Rakan, we do have, the former mid laner of RRQ, which was Exocent. He moved over to support, and he was a very well-known mid laner, even in League of Legends PC.
Intens
He
banget
moved
sampai
to
keluar
support.
putih-putih,
Now you
itu
have
dia.
Helios on the mid lane playing a support champion. There are some weird swaps going on here, but this was an amazing series.
Yeah, so this early game, I just want to quickly mention, I think Doki on this set was
Gila,
absolutely huge.
ini
in
yang
this early
dinamain
game.
apa
The
ya?
roams and the skirmishes that
Miracle,
JDG
Cok,
on this
masalah,
early
Cok.
game
Miracle,
really
Cok,
caught
beneran
RRQ
asli.
off guard. I think the thing is with RRQ is that they have this super late game comp. They have the Yumi, they have the Olaf, they have the Doki. They don't want to take these early game skirmishes, but JDG, they're like, okay, we have a set, we have Doki, we're going to roam around, and that's exactly what he did.
And not just that.
Warnanya
Doki
sih yang
can
kelas banget, sumpah Warna sih kelas banget, gak
His
bohong gue.
flash combos were like so flashy. I keep making that joke.
Meleng dikit
it
hilang,
was
iya.
really nice to see how Doki constantly abused the flash combos on set, constantly catching out someone. Like he even, he caught champions out by pushing them into minions. He identified that he could use his
Tapi Yuminya
flash,
tai juga
combo
sih
his
di
and just
KS
stun
hampir
enemies
semua
into
kill ya
minions.
nggak
He
apa-apa.
kept doing it over and over again.
Yumi
And he was able to
kaya.
get, like, 2 assists
Itu
and
bisa
one
carry
kill.
juga.
Yeah,
Lu
Yumi
tadi
is
nggak
really
lihat
good.
dia skill 1 sekali kena ke Ziggs ya? Setengah darah itu, plak hilang.
Oh.
Jangan underestimate, Cok. Bayangkan ini play-in sudah gini, apalagi final, serasa final anjing ini game,
It was the
sumpah.
Elder Dragon team fight. It was
Sumpah,
crazy.
guys.
1 minute Elder Dragon
Rakan
team fight.
MVP tuh,
It was,
ini udah pasti Rakan
really,
MVP
really low.
anjing.
Like, everyone was, like, super
100%
low
gak ada
about
celah
it.
menurut
But
gue ini
RRQ
Rakan
was
MVP
very
anjing,
able to
sumpah.
go right through and
Rakan
end up
save the
getting
day.
that Elder Dragon.
Rakan
Now,
carry,
there's
Rakan
Chaz
save,
in this
sumpah.
jungle, we talk about, Chaz and Helios, I guess,
Anjing.
being like the main carries for RRQ. Chaz on this Olaf, you can hear the, I don't know if like, the people at home can hear them, but we were watching the game behind the scene, and how you can break down this team fight.
Yeah, so here it is. You can see RRQ unfortunately had to
Mana
waste
katanya
that
nanti di leaks
defensive
Rakan mau
interesting
keluar
goal
ya guys,
fight.
gini
But
guys.
this was it, right? Like this was it. You can see Helios sitting there on the Rakan. Everyone was so afraid of him, and there, boom, they go in. Free kill. This was every single fight. They just killed. They
Dari
either killed
ketinggalan
the
10k
Gragas
bisa
or
nge-push
they
sampai
killed the
nyamain
Ziggs.
gol
Here
tadi
you
ya.
can see it. It's
Salut
just
guys
all
buat
about
RRQ
RRQ,
guys,
and
gila.
at this moment,
Mental
right
banget
here,
bro,
everyone
mental
was
banget bro.
sitting alone on the bench.
Gila
What is
banget
gonna
sumpah.
happen? What is not gonna happen? So,
Match
like, it's
paling
so
dramatis
close, the Elder
anjing
Dragon
game
is
ini
getting
sumpah.
taken, but you can see it. RRQ being confident in themselves, and they go
Itu
in.
I think the one thing is the Lee Sin goes way too deep. He lands his Q, but actually flashes away, and he actually dies. And at this point, I was saying to RRQ, I was saying to him, okay, just chill. The jungler is dead, the smite is down.
Yumi si
What they
Icon
do, they
jangan
reset the
disamakan
Elder
dengan
Dragon
Yumi
in their cave.
public,
We have
iya.
Yumi, and that Yumi healing with full
Kalau
AP
gue
is
lah
so
lebih
much.
suka
So
salut
you have the
Malkis
Olaf
lah.
on top of that as well, and then they knew at this point if they
Oh,
can take this Elder
Malkisnya
Dragon,
nge-roam.
they can win the game.
Ya
So
wajib
that little,
dong kalau itu
you can't
dong.
really call it a misplay. That little
Oh,
flash right at
Malkis
the
sih
end,
Malki anjing.
which meant that Lee
Pelkis
Sin
gitu.
had to overextend and go too far and die for it.
Wah, gila
meant
ini
that
pasti
at the
mereka
end
yang
of the
nonton
day,
juga
like,
hype
there was
banget
just
ban di belakang nih.
nothing
Let's
that
go!
they could do because they had a jungler dead, they Elder Dragon as well was gone, and then this was the Baron player as well right at the end. This was even closer as well. This just shows how strong Doki is as well. You know, all the Ziggs poke and the Ziggs damage, we were saying behind stage, you know, you can't do this against the Ziggs. He actually kills the Corki as well in the backline, and it was just so back and forth. But
Terlalu banyak
JDG,
champion OP-nya guys.
the death timers were just way too long at this point. They brought the teleports, they tried to get the kills, but at this point, when they got the Baron, when they got the Elder, it was pretty much game over for JDG.
Yeah, RRQ was able to outskill the composition of JDG. JDG was
Kita
unfortunately
tunggu ya
that
drafting
Lee Sin.
dari ini ya
Lee
guys
Sin
ya.
is not the type of champion that can carry into the late game, especially when you're up
Asal
against
aja
the Yumi
siap
Olaf,
kaget
right?
tahu
And then
gue
when the
tulisan
Elder
namanya.
even taken
Oke.
as well. JDG didn't
Oh, kagak
necessarily play
tahu.
the late game badly. They just couldn't beat out this composition of RRQ anymore. And this is what we talked about, the draft. This was all about the draft. The draft enabled this. RRQ was constantly able to get free kills either on the Gragas
Oh,
or on the Ziggs.
gila.
He was identified that every single time.
And I think this is really a testament as well to their coaching
Sumpah,
staff. And Stuart, you
anjing.
wanted to bring this up because this was something that
gila
they would
ini
be able
match
to pull off
sadis
without
banget.
the full support of their coach. One of the biggest brains, I think, in WCS and the WCS region, which is Coach Kaigu. And he knew the exact win conditions that RQ needed to meet for this particular game to work.
I think the great thing is about, you know, these two drafts for RQ is like, obviously the first time it didn't really work, but the coach is like, okay, let's just do something new again. You know, let's just do something. They're not afraid to try and do something new. And we were sitting behind the stage. I don't know if anyone could hear it, like obviously from what we just heard now from them preparing behind the scenes, but during the game, the coaches were going absolutely wild. I think the whole studio could hear it.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
coaching staff are absolutely crazy for RQ.
I mean, look at his gold graph as well. They were nearly 10k behind. RRQ was nearly 10k behind, but they won this game. They ended up
This
getting.
doesn't look like a victory.
Yeah,
No.
this
does
doesn't
not
look like a victory. But a victory
Yes,
is a
it
victory.
is.
That's what counts, right? Like this is the JDG that we
Siapa yang nyangka 10k gold gap bisa dikejar kayak gitu anjing.
Somehow, some way, no one knows how they do it. They're always ahead in gold. And even in a game like this, which they lost at the end of the day,
Oh iya ini damage sih.
they were still ahead in gold. And look at that damage. Look at this damage graph. Everyone dealt damage.
What is it? Ricard dealt the 8? Okay.
Itu jumlah
I don't
goldnya
wanna
aja
see this
udah
episode.
kayak isi laut
I
aja
do not wanna
makanya.
see this. For those watching at home, please don't play
Damage
this
dari
West Side games. I don't
dari
wanna see it.
spesifikasi
But
juga
a 4
kelihatan
AP
gitu.
Ricard
Cuman
doing
mereka
the
rata
most
gitu anjing,
damage
mereka berarti
in a
komit
team.
banget itu
But I
perangnya
think
anjing.
I don't think that's really to do with the
81
champion. I
k
think
dan
that's
akhirnya
just
menang
how
juga tuh
aggressive
sebenarnya.
Helios was playing. in
Tower
this
pun
game.
sama ya,
That was the
sama-sama
main
6
point of it.
Dragon.
You know, every time Helios saw a
1.
champion, he just went
Betul,
in. He just
Baron
engaged. Had the
1.
Yumi on
Oke,
top
oh,
of him as well,
Dragon
with the
1.
knockouts, with the ultimates. It was absolutely
He
massive.
always chose the right champions. It was either the Ziggs or the Gragas every single time.
Anjing
to
kerakan
identify the
28k damage
situation.
emang.
And even when he did
Dia
caught
tuh
and
damage-nya
get caught,
AOE soalnya tuh,
sometimes he
coy.
did get caught. It doesn't matter. Rakan has dashes. He dashed
Anjir
out,
damage-nya lebih gede daripada ADC kan gue bilang, makanya lu jangan underestimate sama Yumi coy.
So perfect gameplay from Helios
Lu
right there.
bisa lihat
And we
dari
have another
statistik
lap.
aja
Now the
kelihatan
question
masalah. Let's
is,
go, kita
right,
balik lagi ke graph.
is the Rakan gonna get
Game
that
terakhir
blue
teman-teman,
side
ayo
again?
let's go.
What else could
Let's
we
go, let's go,
possibly
let's go, let's go, let's go,
say
guys,
for
gue mati dulu.
RRQ? I mean,
Hey.
we just
Irel.
realized that like RRQ,
Mate.
you know, usually we can say JDG might read him like a book. That's what we thought during game 1, but apparently RRQ, what they like to do
Irel.
is throw the book entirely away.
Oh, they
How
burned
can
the
you be
book
read?
away. They burned the
they-
book away that game.
There is no book. How can you be read like a book when there is
Ah,
no book
Yumi.
to begin with?
Yumi,
Coach
all
Kaigu
the
has
way.
in his mindset, I think.
I think the interesting thing is that JDG's gone back to blue side now, so they're going to have
Jadi
that
kita
first
takut
break
Irelianya
priority.
RRQ.
In terms of bans, these are kind of
Right.
similar to the
Respect.
first game that we saw. You know, the Irelia
Pengen
ban
ikut
and also the
ngebacot
Yumi ban
jadi
now,
subrek,
but
mantap, keren.
RRQ's
Thank you, Omega.
bans are pretty much completely different now from the
Yumi
first
respect
game when
ban,
they were on
Yumi
the
respect
west
ban,
side.
of
They
course,
ban away
mate.
the Singe, they ban away the
Respect
Senna.
Irel
They're not
Cas
gonna be
itu,
able to
iya,
do
so
this
siap,
Senna
siap, siap.
first pick into
Yes.
as counter pick or anything like
Emang
that.
iya
There's
sih,
a lot
bener.
of champions that are left open. You still have the Jace, you still have the Lucian, you still have the Corki as well.
Karma
Karma is also open,
Senna,
that just got
alright.
banned away.
Alright,
So now
alright.
it's a trade. Now you have to think to yourself, okay, what do we ban? Do we ban the Jace, Lucian, or Corki? And
Okay.
whatever one you don't ban,
Ini
you
bakal
just trade one
kelihatan
for the other.
spike-spike baru kan kalau kayak gini
Let's
kan
not
guys.
forget the Kazakhs, right, from Chaz. This is still a pick. We didn't see it last game, but this is still a pick that Chaz is insanely good on. So
Oke,
JDG
kita lihat first
has
pick
to
dari
be thinking
GDG
about
apa ya
that
guys.
one. We can't pick a competition where Kazakhs excel.
Ini Rakan bau-bau di pick.
Kazakhs and a
We'll
Gragas.
see,
The
sir.
reason
We'll
that
see,
I'm
mate.
saying this is because
Masalahnya-
Gragas' explosive cast, which is his ultimate, can push
Ay.
the Gragas in because Gragas does counter the Camille and it works perfectly with the Kazakhs as it, you know, isolates all of the targets.
I also wanna bring
Rakan
up
sih
another
nggak banned
factor,
ya,
I guess,
Rakan
with
nggak
the
banned,
match that we
set
have here
open
between
juga.
the region.
Gragas
Coach
juga
Kaigu
open,
was
oke
also
nice,
here.
one
They
picknya
were actually
6
teammates
dulu.
on League of Legends PC with Hamez of Team Secret. So this
Gragas
is
feeling gue
like
sih,
a,
Gragas
I
feeling
will
gue harusnya di
avenge
pick kedua
you,
ini.
I will avenge
Mahal
you.
juga harganya, nice,
There
betul.
it is, the Gragas. And it
Let's
makes
go,
a
bro.
lot of sense, right? Because it counters
Habis
out
LS mending
and
turu,
sets
mending
up
nonton,
a
mending
class
nonton,
execution.
mending
So
nonton.
JDG
Lu
has
pada
to
bisa
think,
belajar
okay,
cara
we're very likely
drafting,
gonna be playing
cara
against the
untuk
Kazakhs. Let's not pick a comp
carry the game,
that
man.
the Kazakhs can absolutely
Ooh.
Shen! There you go. That's a very, very nice pick. A very, like, if the Kazakhs goes on top of the Shen, he taunts him and his team can kill him.
Secret pick ya?
I'm just noticing, by the way, this is totally
Ziggs, yeah, Ziggs. Ziggs itu mahal guys, kalau lo mau tau guys, drafting guys, serius.
I did not plan this at all. It's a happy coincidence that JDG actually have markings on their face.
Tapi masih ada
I'm
buat
basically just saying
nge-countering sih ya,
the
masih ada
Origins game
Morgana,
worked.
masih ada Lux. Tapi kita lihat dulu ya, masalah pick ketiga dari RRQ ini belum kelihatan kira-kira apa ya.
Hopium over here. I have my jersey here ready to support the boys. We call them Lodis in
Nice.
in the Philippines. You guys should
Geragas lah 100% bro. 100% bro.
Yeah, Lodi.
Cina mulai ketar-ketir teman-teman. Let's go. Kita lihat dominasi region di Cina, apakah bisa patah guys? Let's go guys. Gue belajar APC Yumi, Yumi kok jadi APC gila kali. Suara Mariko, emang ada Mariko? Ziggs bakal diincer Camel of course, udah pasti itu. Ini tapi udah mulai kelihatan ya, drafting dari sebelah sini, draftingnya agresif nih guys. Drafting dari sini, ini draftingnya terima guys. Jadi mereka yang invade nih, maksudnya mereka yang starting gitu. Jadi kemungkinan besar Rakan sih udah pasti bakal diambil. Kalau misalkan nggak di Bennett, ini bakal diambil sama tim JDG sih kemungkinan besar ya. Ini 3 champion soalnya masih flex banget soalnya. Gue emang babik sih bisa bikin formasi hancur sumpah memang. Oh, di Bennett terakhir ada nice. Karena ini kemungkinan besar soalnya diambil JDG guys. Ingat Bennett, Z Bennett.
Became briefly British because of you. That's your influence. Yeah.
Kena mental nih orang nih Olaf di Bennett. Padahal nggak penting menurut gue untuk Bennett Olaf ya.
That's how afraid they are of Chaz's Olaf right now. And the real question is, what is Helios gonna be playing? What is Chaz gonna be playing? Are we gonna see
tapi ini kalau tapi ini gue masih belum ngeliat ya kira-kira di mana.
Could be, but you know what? I think I kind of like seeing Chaz on other
Oh,
junglers.
Garen? That's a Garen? Interesting.
Garen Darius, it's okay. Bedra kan udah jelas mau diambil JDG, udah kemungkinan besar soalnya. Karena mereka tim yang mulai masalah guys, mulai buat serangan guys. Mereka butuh inisiator. Inisiatornya udah satu, udah ada Sen, udah ada Camel. Satu lagi. Oke, Lux. Kenapa nggak Lee Sin?
You got like the Lux that can go into mid lane or bot lane. You got the Corki that can also go into mid lane or bot lane as well. This is another interesting pick, but they have a lot of poke. You know, you got the Lux, you got the Corki.
Okay, comfort. China draftingnya comfort banget guys. Camel Galio as always. Kayak tadi yang waktu gue predik yang game pertama si JDG lawan ini ya, Camel Galio, dan ternyata itu nggak kejadian. Makanya gue draftingnya RRQ ini apa yang kira-kira bakal diambil ya? Bener-bener gue nggak bisa nebak sih anjing.
And oh, there we go, the Lucian as well. I was about to say that Lucian hasn't been picked at all when we're into the last phase, but I think Lucian is a very nice pick, I think, for Helios as well. Kind of works towards his aggressive playstyle.
Accepting damage. Alright.
JDG
JDG Renex fix, Nana. Nggak kejadian. Camel jungle maybe? Camelnya jungle. Shennya Baron. Alright. Nasus mana Nasus? Ya Nasus nggak di-pick lah. Buat apa? Dia mau dikomboin sama siapa Nasus?
Shen completely changes the game. We know what can happen with Shen.
Lucian Nemit.
Of a Camille engaging with her ultimate, a Shen following up
Sumpah
on
ini
that,
draftingnya RRQ emang
on that one as well.
bisa gue katakan jenius si anjing nih si. Botak.
Crazy game.
Botak. Anjing lu ya. Accepting damage. Jadi skema winnya nih. Skema winnya adalah ketika misalkan RRQ nahan damage. Nah mereka tuh nge-damage dari belakang guys, sumpah. Tapi maksudnya flex gitu. Lucian bisa maju bisa mundur. Makanya gue bilang kayak wow, agak tapi risky banget kenapa risky? Ya itu, gue cuma takutnya Gragas nggak bisa accepting damage aja gitu. Bisa di burst gitu. Gue kira Shen support, no. Dia flex bisa jungle, bisa support, bisa baron gitu kan.
What a crazy
Wah,
thing
ada
that would
Lucian,
have
let's go.
happened.
We'll see.
Well,
Apakah
JDG
Lucian benar-benar menjadi Lucian di match ini, guys? Kita lihat ya, guys.
I was just
Sampai bingung tuh
saying,
JDG
after
mau
this
pick
game,
apa.
JDG
Yoi.
have not been challenged a
Tapi
single
Galio,
time
good.
in the Icons Global Championship.
Comfort combo, comfort drafting gitu. Kombonya selalu sama. Camille ulti, Galio masuk ulti. Selalu kayak gitu.
Exactly, and they made it work. Good start here for
Bukan
Lemon,
risky itu
pretty
dong.
control.
Riskinya tuh maksudnya
Number one, but I wanna point out
apa
the
sih
trust.
namanya bahasa
I wanna
Indonesia? Jadi
point
lupa
out
kan
the
gue goblok ketawa
discrepancies
anjing.
between both of these team comps. I'll just
Kenapa
touch on
Rizky?
the
Karena
fact
bukan
that
Fadli. Iya.
Mill has so much power in this
Apa
game.
sih?
Should
Beresiko,
come
beresiko ya
Instead
ampun.
United with the heroic
Skill
actions.
2 dan
Mill
ulti
has
Gragas
lost
harus
out.
on point
But
sini
the
ya,
front
benar
to back
benar
of
benar.
JDG is also so strong right now. You
Oke,
got
let's go guys.
Rocket,
Kita
Rockets,
tutup dulu ya.
you got the
FS
Lux,
Scam guys.
combined
Thank you udah
with
ngingetin
the
Budi
Shield,
Yulianto,
with the
mantap
Lux.
sekali.
You can just kite
Tahu
in and out.
aja Budi
This is
Yulianto
where
emang.
you go in.
I mean,
Risk ya, Risk itu resiko, Risk itu beresiko. Cok. Kok gue jadi diajarin anjing? Rizky Bilar kok bukan dong. Bukan dong Ilham, Anda tiba-tiba datang Rizky Bilar aja ya, pantai gue ya.
So difficult to reach the backline of JDG because you're going to be taunted, bound. There's going to be tanks in the way. The whole 9 yards.
It's gonna be so difficult to reach the back line of JDG.
Aduh,
And
tapi
Arrow-
ini,
my
aduh
gosh,
mati,
to the line
mati.
binding, and it's a
Perfect.
first blood as another flash flies through.
Aduh mati, aduh
JDG's bottom lane.
mati.
When the Lux pick was drafted, we said two things, Thomas. I said, wow,
Aduh,
Lux
baru
is
balik
so good
killing
here.
Saris
You
malam ini
said
kok. Oke.
WRL plays
Habis
Lux.
kemana
This is
kah?
great. Yeah, well, we
Terlalu
just saw
riskan
kill.
kok, bukan Rizky. Iya, Rizky-nya tuh pakai Y, bro. Risk with Y gitu, bro. Astoge.
Oh,
Helios
Helios!
waiting. It's a pass
Meninggal.
to Helios.
Meninggal.
Down. Served on a platter. Flash forward though. This is so dangerous.
Balik,
Helios is
balik,
taunted.
balik,
Here
balik
comes
lu yang
Joe.
meninggal sama
He'll
Lux.
find the line binding and a trade
Aduh,
kill right
cok,
back there.
aduh, cok,
And
let's
Season
go.
and Chaz trying to
Casnya
pick
baru
up
level
the
4, belum level 5.
Season
Aduh,
and it's
Devil
already
J-nya,
topside. It
nafsu lu,
comes away.
nafsu lu,
And
sumpah
RRQ
Lucian.
finds an even trade on the map, spinning it positive.
Devil J nearly gets taken down there, but
Malam
turns
kontra,
that
malam
one
ninja.
right back around, had the flash the whole
Ke Sumatera
time.
Barat kok,
Knew
mantap,
exactly the damage
gokil.
calculations there. Good job for him.
Habis jalan-jalan
Now
berarti ya.
the dive's gonna come in onto Chuz.
Rezeki, aduh,
Chaz
bodo
time
amat
onto
ah.
Chuz. Exercise
Aduh,
finds one,
meninggal
but it's
lagi
right
tuh
bound.
Gragasnya.
Final sparks come back to
Aduh,
death.
They
aduh,
didn't think about the
guys,
timing on Doki.
Luxnya 4-0 guys.
Getting a bit too
Pate
antsy.
bahaya betul guys, 3.000 duitnya cok.
Right, this is a team that has no breaks. No
Shen
breaks
kok,
can be a good thing,
kok
but
Lucian?
situations
Iya,
like
Shen di
this,
atas. Oh iya,
sometimes
sorry,
you're on a
sorry.
hill.
Sometimes you're on a hill
And you're trying to park, and you're like, "Where's the brakes on
and
this
they're
thing?"
careening right off. That's exactly what happened in that situation there. Let's take a look at the replay.
Kan Lucian,
Wow. Good start, right? And I feel like if this play changes a little bit, if Chaz goes over the wall and backs Helios up here instead of committing for the crap, that might have been a win.
Helios baited forward, caught in the Hextech ultimatum, just gone.
Deja vu, right? This
Gila,
exact scenario happened
gila,
in
gila.
game one.
Camille
Helios
level
played
5
as
auto.
well.
Kill anjing.
JDG, WRL
Rit,
team
Gragas
so good
offset.
at identifying the weak points where they need to
Aduh,
hit on
ini
the
udah
map.
banyak
Cannot
banget
let
blunder
Moxie
ya
get
masalahnya
skill
ya.
free. They're so easy to kill when you have a Camille ultimate. Commit to that.
Aduh, multi gak lu?
Chaz gets a flash.
Enggak
You
multi.
just use the exhaust and be good there.
Now,
He's got backup.
Devil J in the top side, spin it away. Here comes Doki in the mid to try and punish Chaz.
Kok Andre dukung tim mana nih?
Earns a single.
Dukungnya sih RRQ ya.
Still a very even
Berharap
game
RRQ
so far,
menang.
but the WRL
Cuman
squad
realistis
members
JDG
with
kuat banget.
JDG are starting to slowly
Disepir
gradually
anjing,
pull
disepir.
ahead on what they can do with
Gila
the
offset
speeds
dikit
as
hilang
well,
loh,
right?
asli. Ngeri emang Camel Cina. Iya.
Out to the bush.
Persentase dia udah punya ulti dan dia nge-kill tuh kayak 100%. Itu dia skill 1 flash, langsung bursting aja ke arah ke Exosen.
To flash away.
Wow, Chiz on point right now.
Itu, aduh,
With the key
udah luden
flashes
juga.
on this Lux.
Oh iya udah luden buku 1 anjing.
Yeah.
Anjing. Mampus gak lu anjing itu lu usah dikasih makanan begitu, cok.
It's Morgana but better.
Absolutely. Actually, yes.
Sumpah ini, aduh Lux lagi yang dapat duit ya, aduh. Champion early coy yang dapat duit, coy broken anjing.
I'm pretty sure she only has 1 point in that shield, so it's not gonna be too strong right now. But as the game goes on,
Cancel skill
look
3
at him
Galio.
shield up
Yoi.
Singdo, Lemon, and Doki, the frontliners for his squad.
And we talked about how difficult it's going to be to get past those frontliners, to
Yeah.
access Chu in the back of these fights. The other flip side of that is who on our
Demolish ke sayang.
Riven needs to get a
Jadi
flash
kayaknya
and
menang nih kok.
engage.
We'll see, we'll see.
Right now, it's
Tadi aja soalnya comeback dari duit 10.000 ninja.
as well, right? I guess with the with the cost, he could displace
Oof.
the Lux.
Oof,
That's one
oof,
of the
oof,
reasons
oof,
why
oof.
Gragas is so good against these mages. The Varus pickup, the Ashe pickup, displacement is the name of the game. Well, let's see if it happens here.
Yeah, first fight
Langsung
maybe
di
headed our
start
way
ya,
as we
GG.
do get our first objectives. Rift Herald being started by JDG and it's spotted on vision. Doki hunting for the players.
Dijepit,
Won't find anything on Taunt. Axis and dodges everything. Goes
Aduh,
double
aduh itu
blinded.
final sparknya
And
sakit
there it
banget
is for
anjing.
JDG. A perfect
Nggak
team fight
bisa
start.
sih.
Axis and Chaz blown up. Devil
Nggak
J
bisa, guys,
forced to
sumpah, guys.
slip back behind his turret as Marky
Ngeri
rotates
racernya
out.
nanti
Lemon
baru gua
perfect
bilang kan.
flash to escape. But the
Apakah
Rift
benar
Herald
nih
is
dia?
already
Apa
in
itu?
JDG's pocket alongside two
Aduh,
free
sumpah ini,
kills.
aduh.
Absolute MVP performance here from Chi. You might say the first couple plays was set up by Doki, but since then, Chi's taken matters into his own hands.
Yeah. And how difficult is it to even contest this Drake? I don't know how RRQ could get
Duh,
near.
sumpah dah ini.
Chaz
Kita lihat ya guys ya, sumpah kita lihat ya guys ya.
will just be burned down.
Aduh, ini lagi-lagi tuh bener-bener dihantem banget early-nya, cok.
They can't do
Looks-nya
anything.
aduh.
Dragon picked up.
I genuinely
Bisa
don't
ini
think
mid
it's a
lane
thing
Garen
RRQ
bakal
can
tanky
do
bisa.
game state right now. We were talking about this. What's the chances game two is gonna be a
Nah
draw?
lu, masuk lu, ayo lu. Nice banget ulti.
Doesn't find the kill. Jindo smites the crab and
Dijauhin
it gives him the
tapi,
HP
guys.
to slide away.
Aduh,
want
Shen yang
more.
ngejar, ada ninja horor. Hey!
There's
No
a double
way!
line binding
No
again from
way,
Joe,
no way,
and
no
into the
way,
back
no way,
lines
no
goes
way,
the
no way,
dive,
no way,
trying
no
to
way,
slow
no way,
things
no
down.
way, no
Chaz
way.
has to flash out of the taunt. Accessate caught instead. Lemon works away at his HP bar. RRQ survive, but they do not find anything. And that dragon goes to JDG.
JD Gaming are making it work right now, and Chu is making the plays on this Lux.
Helios taunted, locked in the Hextech
Meninggal.
ultimatum. The hero of the last game gone already.
Eh.
Finally, a chance back for Chaz. Heroic entrance will cancel it out
Aduh,
completely.
meninggal
Doki
semua dong
finds
tuh.
space as the turret falls
Meninggal
down. They can
semua dong lo.
re-engage. And Doki into the front lines on Chaz is
Eh,
struggling.
nice!
Fast forward,
Mampus
Devil J,
kena dua
the
orang.
two, as Devil J drops the Demacian Justice, and he keeps going, forcing Doki behind the
Aduh,
turret.
sumpah.
Still chasing.
PR
as the
kali ya.
final
Iya dong,
spark
jadi
across
tim
the map
andalan saya
misses.
mantap
It's
nih
gonna
dia.
be a turret for
Flash
turret
ke
Drake.
satu looks on point mulu
Slash
iya.
to the Demacian Justice, and that's them 2 kills, and that's them a tier 1 in the bot lane. But you look across the map, that's what JDG does well. That's what the WRL does well. They will trade you, and they will always win those trades.
Tenang guys. Gak ada yang nggak bisa guys, oke? Gak ada yang nggak bisa guys. RL kini bos, 10.000 yang dikejar bos. Let's go guys, mau 5.000, let's go. Flash buat lari salah, flash buat ngekill, bener nah.
He's replacing Timeless One, who was such an instrumental part of JD's GWRL campaign as well. And man,
Garennya
this guy
full
is
tank, cok.
carrying the team in this
GG.
match point game.
And we talk about Timeless One as this kind of more passive player, a more supportive player who plays on the Varus, the Ziggs from range. Choke
Ya.
as a more aggressive
Awas
player
dijepit.
and demonstrating what that can add to JDG. Much
Selama
like
ada Elder
the
masih bisa
conversation
itu
we
dia.
had about Flash Wolves, I think this roster swap may have strengthened the roster.
Well, it did backfire when we said that about Flash Rose earlier today, but Jindo
Looksnya dua item cok, makanya.
Are so good. Jindal
Ini
gave
goblok banget cok.
suppressed
Sumpah.
over here, trying to steal the jungle as they so often do.
yeah, full control, right? You give them an inch, they will take a mile, they'll walk into your jungle, they'll ward it up, they'll ensure you cannot walk in. And you know what the
Jangan
best
lupa
part of
makan
this
kuadrat,
entire
terima kasih banyak nih, dia
composition
juga
is?
jangan lupa
The
makan ya.
composition from Jindong, the compositions
Oke, looksnya dapat buff biru kok, oh nggak dikasih.
do not allow you to face check them. I get it, you have a Garen, but if you walk into the light binding, sorry, not dark binding,
It's
you're
pretty
still
dark
gonna
today.
you're still gonna get chain CC'd up. Well, if you look at the jungle, it's extremely dark. You have no vision, no control for RRQ.
I was thinking,
Ini mau main solo kah RRQ bikin Hull Breaker 2? Nggak tahu juga.
It's like you.
I'm edgy?
You
I'm not edgy. TJ.
Harusnya Garen sih jagain Shen bener-bener totalitas ya. Dikejar terus nih kalau kayak gini harusnya. Game pause kah? Okay.
With all games as incredible as this one, we will have to wait.
And as we wait, we switch into podcast voice, radio voice TJ mode.
Yeah, I did that. Did
I
you
like
hear
that. I love that. I noticed that immediately.
Because we do one. That's the only reason.
You're
Like,
tuning
I've heard
in
this
to the
before.
Wild Rift Esports
We
Icons
don't
Global
have any
Championship.
Oke, sepertinya ada technical issue teman-teman.
Not playing right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what's caused this technical pause, but I do assume something has gone wrong on stage, and obviously, in a game of this import, that is worth making sure it is done.
I can tell you what's gone wrong, TJ. Sure. It's all gone wrong for RRQ here.
Okay, but they can't pause because of that. There has to be a technical issue. You can't just be like, I don't like this, hit the pause button.
I don't like this, hit the remake button. Now that would be something.
That's for scrims. That's
yeah, but we don't talk about that.
JDG with the lead currently.
Pause yoi, kata anak Mobile Legends meta pause yoi.
Have a little bit of a pause. Answer the fans in chat. I hear them without even chat open.
Well, TJ, the last time you asked me what are RRQ's win conditions, what are RRQ's chances to get back into the game, I answered you, and RRQ lost the game. The game that you didn't ask me that, they came back in. Maybe I'm giving away the answers to JDG.
I already knew how they would get back.
Kebelet berak kah? Ya ampun, pada tremor mungkin tangannya yoi. Ini soalnya wet match penentuan ya, siapa yang menang dia akan langsung lolos ke grup masalahnya.
No way if Chu does not mess up, if he holds his flash.
Okay, this is good. This is good. You're cursing them. This is good.
That's true. I like that.
Keep going. Keep going.
For Mika, for Riku, for the PH fans at home, I will keep going. If Chu doesn't mess up, if he holds on to his flash, if he flashes the explosive cask, there's genuinely no way.
Oke, kayaknya udah mulai main lagi guys. Let's go.
Here's how this works. If you're a fan of JDG, what he's just said, honest analysis. If you're a fan of RRQ, what he's just done is deliberately cursed JDG, and he's on your side.
Yeah, but the PH fans would never believe that.
I don't know.
I'm a changed man. I have RRQ jersey.
Okay, let's go. Kita back to the game.
We're back into the game as the pause comes to an
flash. I don't know what. Lemon and Devil J just had a bit of a fight, and both of them have no flash right now.
They looked at each other and flashed in the opposite direction.
I mean, it is wet.
Meta Pasco, waktunya nyebat dulu nggak sih?
That's never really gonna be a solo kill
they
angle.
both spent flash and they're both full HP.
Yeah. I think it's a gentleman's agreement.
Sure.
When you play these kind of matchups, you gotta entertain yourself any way you can.
Yeah.
And frankly, Devil J's been doing a pretty good job this game. Started off with Lemon having a lead in lane, got a bit too greedy, gave Devil J the solo bolo onto his own turret. And now 2-0-1, he's getting pretty tanky on this Garen. Has the Howlbreaker as well, and I feel like that might be a win condition for RRQ as well. What does JDG's team comp do so well?
Nggak sedot es krim lagi bang, udah dong. Tadi udah makan es krim dong.
That's the thing, right? They do everything so well. They can team fight you.
I feel like I'm seeing what you were saying earlier now.
Yeah. So that's the thing. If you try to side lane against JDG, Camille comes in. She brings in the Shen. She brings in the Galio. There's nowhere to go, right? Yeah. But you guess which champion doesn't really die to that? Well, if you use three ultimates, he will die. But Devil J can survive a large part of that if he gets tanky enough, which he is. Gargoyle's Stone Play built up as well. It's going to be a very tanky boy.
It's a big boy.
They do not catch him here.
Doki, not able to grab him. Garen a fast boy and a big boy there.
Are they going to stop Lemon's recall, though? Do they
Lu prefer Sunday Strawberry atau Sunday Coklat bang? Coklat dong.
Push the wave out.
Rift Herald dropped there for the zone, forcing RRQ to deal with it. Dragon will be picked up. RRQ quite smartly, not trying to contest.
Yeah.
They, in the meantime, grab a turret up top. They may lose this one down bottom.
Kalau disuruh pick champion mid, pilih Echo atau Jace kok?
Dragon.
Jace din dia.
We said after the draft as well, JDG has the better scale.
Karena aku nggak bisa main Echo.
Great team fighting comp. They have better side lanes. What's the win condition right now from RRQ? We said it has to be Chaz popping off. We said it has to be Helios popping off. But JDG has done a fantastic job at shutting down Helios. One half of that combo.
Enakan Sunday Strawberry lah kemana-mana ya, selera dong.
It really has to be yet another miracle for the RRQ.
Masa gue mesti ngikutin lu, setan? Gue udah ada coklat, anjir.
It's got to be another one for the history books.
He's Hellbreaker, Black Cleaver, Lucian. He doesn't have a lot of damage. He's trying his best to get any bit of farm he can, really, at this point.
Waduh, mau bikin apa itu looks-nya bang? Saya udah beli begituan. Oke. Kita dihajar kan guys dari early-nya guys.
You need 3 people to kill him. You need to commit, but they only committed 2 outs because Shen was already in that lane. You need 3 people to kill him. I thought he wouldn't die. But once the heroic
berarti lo lebih suka yang coklat ya bang daripada yang pink, goblok. Kan rasanya anjing, bukan warnanya dong.
You need to commit so much to kill Devil J, but because of the map state, because of the game state, RRQ cannot take anything back, and that means that it's fine.
Looks-nya Bounty tuh, iya Bounty. Nice, ulti Gragas!
Chaz might have found something. Stasis forced here.
Ya nggak mati, Cok. Ya ampun nggak mati, Cok. Ya ampun nggak mati, Cok. Oh mati. Ya ampun cuma dapat satu, Cok.
Look how low Jojo is. Look how low Doki is. But it doesn't matter. RRQ cannot convert on those kills, which means that JDG just get away. Just losing one member.
Aduh, udah void stop. Aduh.
One kill. He's gonna get closer to the blade of the Ruined King, but Jojo already has the Divine Thunderer.
I'm getting. I don't know what I'm getting. I'm getting RRQ fans.
Licin banget, parah.
JDG setting up here for the Baron. And that is going to be a game of positioning, as WR teams have shown us many times over.
A game of positioning that JDG have rigged, that they're gonna win 9 times out of 10. You have to face check the Lux, you have to face check the Camille. That's not
Lux one shot asli ini, Luxnya bisa one shot sih aja. Masalahnya ini yang bikin Magic Defense tuh baru Garen doang lagi kan. Ai. Aduh, full breaker lagi.
Good team fight away from joining the RRQ. They need a couple more.
Into the back lines. Too far forward.
Lo Yuta de Papa Stre. Halo Yuta. Aduh. Oke. Nice banget itu status dari Lucian, Cok. Aduh, kena bakar mati gregesnya. Ai di heal redemption lagi, Cok. Gak bisa. Ai. Baron lagi, Cok. Gak bisa ini. Nggak ketahan, Cok, sumpah. Meninggal kok, Dek, sumpah.
This is exactly what we talked about. It's a game that
anti-RRQ.
They will win you in the team fights. They will get the picks against you. They will split push you to death. There is nothing that RRQ can do in this scenario. Not with the Baron picked up. And Jindo, they're trying to lock a second seed into groups for the WRL.
Jindo really messes up the start of that
Bait time-nya bagus banget itu Galio, Cok, anjing.
Really
astaga itu casaso segitu darahnya anjing.
And that's a good thing. That's a huge factor.
Langsung segitu darahnya kena Lux bangke. Pedas. Belang aduh. Aduh, meninggal.
Absolutely absurd. Chaz dashing.
Wah, udah empty sini, guys. Udah empty, guys. Udah empty, guys. Sumpah, guys. Empty ini, guys.
All the way back now behind the tower. Elder just 20 seconds away as RRQ cower inside their base.
Wah,
That's the reality of the situation right now from RRQ. You simply do not have
bisa
enough
jentuluk
damage.
asli.
We said it needs to be the Helios and Chaz show. We're looking
Gak
at
bisa,
items.
Cok. Udah tuluk sudah kaya sakit lagi anjir.
Two
Mau
and
bikin
three
Morello
items
kan.
here, Helios, but two
Aduh.
of those items are not going to give you much damage. The Howbreaker especially in this situation.
While we were in the replay,
GG banget itu udah
which is fascinating.
horror banget damage Luxnya, sumpah.
They're not going to be able to start this Elder on timer. I'm curious if RRQ throw a Hail Mary.
Now look at the map state right now. Lemon, he has one job. He runs up to the Baron lane. He empowers the minions. He Divine Thunder procs on the turret. And he's going to end the game if RRQ try to contest the Elder Dragon. It's a catch-22. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm out of analogies. That's about it. RRQ have no options left to play with. They need to find a miracle. They need to kill somebody, but no one's in position.
Elder started. Lemon in the top lane versus Helios.
Gak bisa lagi itu Luciannya di split begitu lagi sama Shen-nya. Najis banget sumpah. Shen-nya bisa teleport dalam hitungan detik masalahnya, Cok. Dan itu Lucian gak bisa ngeganggu lagi ultinya. Ya udah ini rontok, guys. Ini ente serius, guys. Bener-bener menurut gua udah no hope sih. No hope serius. Hey! Gak bisa, Cok, sumpah. Terlalu perfect anjing.
Chaz is still alive. Chaz still has flash. Do you dare to dream here, TJ?
Chaz versus Doki with a dream. Mega in front of bomb in for vision, and Chaz is just gone!
That should be
Secure
it, TJ. That's a
Elder,
third dragon
okay.
at the Elder at that 10,000 gold lead for JDG. They're trying to lock a
10.400,
second seed for the WRL
sumpah.
into the group
Ah,
stages.
11.000.
And what does it say about JDG
GG guys. Kalau tim play-in skala langsung gugur ya? Enggak. Kalau ini dia menang, ntar gue jelasin habisnya. Kalau ini menang, ini salah satu dari tim ini yang kemungkinan besar yang menang kan JDG ya. Dia bakal lolos langsung ke group stage. Nah, nanti RRQ akan ngelawan dari yang loser match guys. Oke.
I feel like WCS not too far behind.
No, and that'll be the rivalry we have to watch.
Not much of a rivalry right now though.
No, it
Oke, ini
is
tinggal secure Baron sih. Mereka mainnya udah safe banget. Udah faction Kamil bakal kena nerf lagi. We'll see soon.
have all the stats advantage they need, the gold lead they need to end this game, but they are really taking their time after that game number 2. They're going to take this Baron fight when they are ready for it and nothing else.
Let me give you a silver lining here, Thomas.
Aduh, masuk lagi Kamilnya teman-teman. Langsung aja di ulti. Hilang lagi tuh Gragas.
Doki flies forward, double chase down, double kill to Jojo, and this push is going to keep coming. JDG run the map. They're 2 kills up with a Baron in the backlines, and they might not even need it as the siege begins.
There is gonna be no silver lining. There's gonna be no miracle in this game tree.
Nggak ada miracle tuh sumpah.
Backs against the wall. Jindong, they smell
Let's
the
go
enemy. They
JDG.
wanna go
Ini udah
for it.
fix win. 100% win guys JDG guys.
As JDG turn for the Nexus. They've got their whole team here. A 5v3 with 15 seconds on respawn.
That's it.
The Nexus beginning to burn.
Astaga, masih dibunuh-bunuhin dulu nggak tuh?
The Minions still alive. And JDG become the second Chinese team
GG.
to reach the group stage of
China.
Icons.
2 teams
Bro.
qualified for the group stages so far. 2 teams from the WRL. Well, if you count Fun Plus Phoenix waiting there as the #1 seed, that's gonna be 3 teams from the WRL so far waiting the group stages. Dejected looks on the side of RRQ, but honestly, I think there's a lot to be happy about in this series.
They played their hearts out.
They always do.
Penghormatan guys untuk
Stole a
RRQ
game
guys.
in situations they could not have hoped to. And
GG.
JDG came back in game 3 and proved why they are one of the favorites in this tournament. Why you cannot sleep on any of the Chinese representatives.
And we're starting
Udah nggak masuk akal sumpah ini powernya.
3 WRL. Match
Kutukan Lucian Israel nyoy.
They just turn it on to another level.
Anti RRQ anti.
Selfie game still not on point for the
Oke, jadi gue jelasin dulu ya buat teman-teman yang masih belum paham nih teman-teman ya.
I believe they're all in this.
Oke, ini gue kecilin dulu guys. Oke, jadi gini. Ini kan sekarang gue refresh dulu ya teman-teman ya. Gue refresh dulu, harusnya ini udah masuk kasih data. Datanya udah masuk kah? Belum. Belum diupdate guys di ini di fase grupnya. Jadi nah, ini winners match kan? Nah, ini winners match. Siapa namanya? Ini kan yang grup A nih, grup A guys. Nah, tadi kan Nova udah menang lawan Flash Off nih 2-0. Nah, ini Nova ini udah pasti lolos guys. Nova tuh makanya udah diijoin kan dia. Udah warna hijau nih di sini. Ini udah pasti lolos ke fase group stage gitu. Cuman belum diupdate aja. Nah, ini gua nggak tahu ya, tapi harusnya di group stage ini kalau misalkan emang masuk, apakah nanti dikocok lagi? Gua nggak tahu teman-teman ya. Apakah nanti dikocok lagi untuk masuk ke fase grupnya? Bentar coba. Gue baca aja. Different group 14 between different players shall not be drawn in the same group. Not be drawn into the same group while a maximum of 2 teams game. Its Reagan champion will be plus track distinct domination bracket. Its Reagan champion will be plus dryer. Oke, ini ini diatur sih kalau gini. Oke, siap. Top 2 teams from its group advance to knockout stage. With teams in the same play-in group shall not be drawn in the. Berarti ada kemungkinan ini dikocok lagi sih kayaknya. Shall not be drawn into the same group while a maximum of 2 teams can be drawn. One of them from the same region can be drawn into the same. Oke. Kayaknya kemungkinan bisa dikocok lagi guys. Jadi kayak makanya dia nggak diupdate dulu ya. Oke, jadi ini udah pas lolos jadi masuk ke fase grup Nova ini. Nah, untuk jadwal hari ini kan semuanya winners match semua nih yang kalau kalian baca di sini nih winners match. Nah, itu. Nah, ini yang udah pasti lolos ke fase knockout itu ada JDG sama ada tim Nova guys. Dua-duanya Cina lah kan. Nah, ini Flash Wolf kan udah kalah nih, dia bakal turun ke decider match. Di mana decider match ini dia nunggu dari lawan yang menang di elimination match. Nah, kalau di elimination match dia kalah nih, ini langsung bakal gugur, udah nggak bakal main lagi gitu. Nah, besok, lusa berarti di tanggal terakhir itu di tanggal 18. Di tanggal 18 itu ya ini flash off antara ngelawan FG atau GLD gitu. Kalau untuk besok ini bakal semuanya elimination match nih. STMN lawan USG, Sentinel lawan KDF, Guangdong. Terus ada KS, Kate Star lawan Rix gitu. Nah, tinggal 2 match lagi untuk hari ini ya. Ada dari JT lawan T1 yang bentar lagi kita nonton, teman-teman. Sama ada dari tim Buriram lawan Liberty gitu. Ini Buriram Liberty sih gue udah nggak nobar ya guys ya, teman, by the way ya. Yang bakal terakhir gue nobar tuh yang T1 lawan JT ini nih. Yang dimana ini bakal sebentar lagi kita tonton gitu. Ini masih kita lagi nunggu ngobrol-ngobrol ya. Kira-kira ada yang kurang jelas lagi nggak guys? Better luck next time. Itu dia, better luck next time. Anjing-anjing region OP emang, makanya jangan ada yang pick Lucian udah 0% win rate icons. Emang iya 0% win rate ya? Coba kita lihat di statistik ya. Kita lihat di statistik, kita lihat Lucian. Lucian picks itu wah, ada yang menang tuh. Ngaco lu 0% lu. Bohong lu, hoax. Itu bahkan di Blue Set ada 16% ya pick and bans. Picknya 1593, benchnya 50% benchnya. Oke. Play by. Oke. Play with. Oke. Sorry anjing. Kenapa jadi gue buka beginian, salah. Yang masih win rate, win rate tinggi banget, malah Corki ya 70% ya win rate ya. GG. Top picks-nya di ini overall Corki loh, gila top pick-nya sampai 10 kali di pick anjing. GG betul. Kasih 9 kali, Ziggs 8 kali, Lisin bahkan 8 kali juga ya. GG betul. Agak lain. Siapa yang belum pernah di pick guys di ini guys? Oh, nggak kelihatan di sini. Even Asep aja. Oh, Asep nih. Emang Pantheon udah ada yang ngepick ya Pantheon ya? Kayaknya belum deh Pantheon deh, belum ada yang mainin kayaknya deh. Oh enggak, Asep udah di pick tapi kalah ya berarti ya. Asep udah pick tapi kalah gitu. Oh, ini berarti ini champion yang udah di pick guys. Pantheon pun sendiri di sini nggak ada ya. Pantheon, Jinx gitu-gitu nggak ada sih. Nona, terus Tanah, Alistar, Brom, Echo. Kok Echo-nya baru 1 kali? Oh, belum diupdate kayaknya match hari ini. Oke, menarik. Oh, ini unpick ke champion tuh. Aksan belum di pick. Asol belum di pick. Brand belum di pick. Apa lagi ya? Jana juga belum di pick. Banyak yang belum di pick guys. Pantheon belum. Sona, oh ya ini belum diupdate nih. Sona ini udah di Soraka udah di pick. Belum diupdate ya. Fai juga nggak dimainin loh. Menarik ya. Oke, jadi kira-kira ada lagi yang ini nggak? Ada yang kira-kira mau tanya lagi guys? Kemarin berarti Ase nggak ada dipakai kemarin di yang pas gua lagi nggak nobar tuh. Hari kedua tuh Ase ada yang pakai. Makanya di sini tapi dia di sini tulisannya 0 deh. Di sini dia tulisannya 0. Nah, tapi itu ada yang ngambil nih, lo lihat nih. Enggak deh, salah. Enggak ada deh. Tapi seingetku kayak Asep ada yang main deh. Tim apa sih namanya, gue lupa. Bentar. Coba bentar gue lihat ya. Play-ins. Unpick champion. Oh iya bener nih, belum diambil ini. Apa gue salah ya kemarin gue salah lihat ya? Kayak salah lihat ya guys. Ini masih kita nunggu ini dulu ya. Illusion Curse anjing. Curse. Corki paling teratas berarti damage-nya lumayan ya kok. Bukan, berarti itu paling banyak di pick Ninja. Riku ganti warna rambut, kurang tahu, gue belum lihat. Coba emang ada kelihatan dari tadi ya? Ngeban kali, oh mungkin ngeban kali ya, mungkin nggak di pick. Oke. By the way, ini kita lagi berapa nih guys yang lagi nonton guys? By the way, sambil nunggu guys, gua hari ini mau bagi-bagi giveaway dulu untuk satu orang pemenang ya untuk hari ini ya teman-teman ya. Nah, oke. Walaupun gua masih sedih sih gara-gara RRQ kalah ya teman-teman. Terlalu too strong bro, too strong. Mana ya? Kita ke giveaways, let's go. Ini pada cabut nggak nih? Kalau pada cabut nih, gede nih kesempatan kalian nih buat menang guys. Mau itu dia Corki tadi udah ya. Berapa orang yang nonton guys? Coba gue cek dulu ya teman-teman. Berapa orang yang lagi nonton? Cuma 15 orang guys yang lagi nonton guys. 15 orang doang nih. Gila, kesempatan kalian berarti tinggi banget buat menang guys. Let's go. Ini 15 orang nggak absen lagi kan? Mana nih? Akhirnya asik. Yo, WhatsApp, mantap. Giliran lagi giveaway tiba-tiba muncul ya Teamo lu ya. Bagus. Semoga Bang Andre lulus Rift Star, bangsat. Bukan. Gas, oke. By the way teman-teman, sekali lagi gue ingetkan ya, untuk yang udah dapat giveaway, yang nonton co-streamer yang ada di sini nih. Bentar. Kalau misalkan kalian udah dapat hadiah dari gue, atau dari co-streamer yang lain gitu, dari ada Nostalgian, ada Yuki Xava, ada mana tuh? Ini nih. Kalau kalian udah dapat dari antara gua, Moza, Desiri, Princess, atau mana sih? Atau Nostalgian, atau Lexandrom, kalian tolong jujur ya teman-teman ya, karena nanti percuma aja kalau kalian misalkan menang sampai 2 kali gitu, malah kasihan teman kalian gitu yang nggak dapat, oke? Jadinya kalian kalau udah dapat, tolong konfirmasinya sekali lagi. Walaupun dapat di channel lain pun kasih tahu ya, karena nggak akan diproses juga masalah gitu. Jadi seorang cuma satu, oke? Oke, let's go. Mari kita lanjut ke giveaway ya teman-teman ya. Halo, menang siapa tadi? Menang JDG Brody. Finally, gas. Oke, giveaway-nya apa nih Bang? Giveaway-nya adalah untuk satu orang pemenang aja, yaitu 700 wild course yang akan dikirimkan setelah selesai Icon series, oke? Mantap. Oke, jadi untuk hari ini kita pakai nightbot lagi aja teman-teman ya. Karena kebetulan memang gue juga belum ngepost juga gitu. Oke, apa ya keywordnya? Apa ya? Kita pakai keywordnya. So, Wanda langsung nyampe rank challenger ini. Aduh. Waduh, aku molor apa tuh? Oke, keywordsnya adalah apa ya teman-teman ya? Habis ini T1 lawan, habis ini tuh T1 lawan J-Team ya, Cina lawan Korea ya. Apa ya keywordnya, bingung teman-teman. Bentar. Oke, ini aja lah. Ini gampang guys. China number 1 ya. China number 1 anjing. Saking terlalu serem gitu ya. Nih guys, kalian kopas guys ya. Oh, jangan deh. NTRRQ aja. NTRRQ guys. Tuh, udah gampang banget kan. Tinggal di kopas atau diketik NTRRQ caps lock ya teman-teman ya. NTRRQ. GG sekali anjing RRQ, cok. Perjuanganmu tidak akan kami lupakan. Cuman 10 orang doang nih berarti nih yang ikut ya. Gila, kesempatan menang kali tinggi sekali ya. 5 menit ya guys ya, gue tunggu sampai 20 ya guys ya. Oke. 4 menit guys, masih 4 menit. Santai. Sambil kita lihat Walter Sport dulu, masih ngobrol-ngobrol antara siapa ini? Mika. Wah. Kalau masih nggak dapat berarti bau. Iya, siap. Cuman berapa orang nih yang nonton di gua nih? Coba gue lihat, gue cek dulu ya guys ya. Cuma 16 orang tuh yang nonton tuh di gua. Like bahkan belum sampai gocap lagi. Guys, jangan lupa ya guys, di like dulu dong guys sampai gocap nih guys. Anjay, nonton Unreception. Anjay. Anjay. Maka tap gua akan semakin kecil ya di sini ya. Coba kita tes nih. Oh, wow. Apakah suaranya akan menggema? Oh iya gak ada ya, gue gak nyalain suara cok. Masih network. Ngopi dulu kok aman. Teori kagak bunsin. Berapa orang nih? 14 orang nih, 14 orang. Nih ya skill mana nih ya skill nggak ikut kah? Mark, Popo, Daski. Oh, ini siapa nih ada Victor main tiba-tiba lu ya? Bagus. Gue liatin nih nama-nama yang tiba-tiba baru datang ya. Bagus. Ayo guys, siapa lagi nih? Siapa kobokan air anjing? Moderator boleh ikutan kok? Boleh. Nambah jadi banyak makanya. Ini dari berapa orang yang nonton nih? Jadi 21 orang tiba-tiba ya, bagus ya. Halo bang, aku baru subscribe. Mantap Victor Man, keren. Thank you. Oke, ayo udah 19 orang teman-teman. 20 orang, let's go. Tiba-tiba ada Kim Jong Un. Siapa tuh? Ada Popo belum ikut tuh Popo tuh. Tiba-tiba jadi akunnya banyak ya. Ini ada berapa nih like-nya? Ada 42 guys. Ayo guys sambil lagi menunggu guys, 2 menit lagi guys. Gocapin dulu dong. Let's go. Aduh gila, mantep gua. Masih ngobrol-ngobrol kan masih. Kalau nggak dapet kirim aja rudal. Iya duh. Anjir di spam. J-Team apa T1 Nundre? Gue T1 sih kalau gue T1 sih. Kalau gue T1. Maksud gue prediksi J-Team itu belum sekuat tim Cina yang lain ya kalau gue prediksi. Cuman kita nggak tahu ya, apakah ini keluar power pick-nya gitu kan. Kita nggak tahu. Ayo guys, menit lagi guys. Let's go guys, menit lagi guys. Like-nya juga jangan lupa ya guys ya. Like-nya tuh guys, sudah 44. 6 lagi guys, let's go. Habis dari tempat Reja, mantap. NT J-Team belum main. Apakah udah draft teman-teman? Oke, sebentar lagi, let's go. Oke, udah 20-20 teman-teman ya. Gua roll ya. 1 2 tikus, mantap. Ya, Momo guys. Momo guys. Kita roll lagi ya guys ya. Momo guys. Momo nih guys, gak seru guys masalahnya guys. Aku kita reroll aja ya bang ya, Angus ya, setuju ya. Nah, khusus untuk Momo, penonton setia gua harus sekarang ke Discord gua dulu, buka facecam terus nyanyi ya. Setuju nggak teman-teman? Teman-teman setuju nggak? Untuk Momo nyanyi dulu baru dapat giveaway. Gas nggak teman-teman? Setuju teman-teman ya. Mana buru, ayo Momo, gue tunggu di Discord cepetan. Momo cepetan nyanyi dulu balonku, baru gue laporin Mimin Budi lo kok. Laporin, gue lapor balik lo ya buru Momo. Ayo Momo nyanyi balonku, buru Momo. Ayo buru nih, gue tunggu di Discord nih, gue buka Discord ya teman-teman ya. Nih, mana lo? Aduh salah goblok. Mana nih Momo nggak nongol guys di Discord guys. Ente RRQ ya udah baru dapat apa-apa nih Cok. Nggak sesuai syarat nggak dapat. Ya berarti angus nih guys. Momo nggak mau nyanyi guys. Nyanyi balonku tapi hurufnya diganti huruf O. Nah itu kayak acara bocil anjing. Scam. Angus ngasa. Enggak lah, gue bercanda doang. By the way, selamat ya buat Momo ya. Selamat buat Momo. Nanti jangan lupa lu DM IG gue ya, Mo. DM nama lengkap lu, DM IGN lu, DM email yang terverifikasi sama akun Waltrip lu, oke? Gue tunggu ya sampai ntar malam kalau nggak ada buat gue, oke? Ya baru mau nyanyi gue kok, ya bacot, enggak. Pokoknya nanti kalau misalkan kalau lu nggak nyanyi di Discord, yaudah pokoknya gue nggak kasih. Aku bang, mamaku nonton. Wah nggak asik Momo, cupu ya. Yang menang TO nggak sih? Menang TO lah ya. Gara-gara nggak mau nyanyi guys. Gara-gara nggak mau nyanyi nih. Bentar. Ini udah drafting. Udah kita. Udah ya bercandanya. Bercandanya udah, by the way selamat sekali buat Momo. Oke nanti lu jangan lupa DM gue, oke? Mantap. Nyanyi bawon cikadap nih, goblok anjing, bawon cikadap. Di TO beneran lagi anjing. Oke, kita udah dapat Momo ya. Let's go. Balik kita ke game lagi guys. Let's go. Itu dia bakal kita tonton sebentar lagi. Gue matiin dulu webcam gue guys. Mari kita penemuin layarnya. Mampus Momo. Sesuai aturan ya guys ya. Wah ada power orang dalam, enggak dong. Mana ada orang dalam Cak. Pamit dulu kalau mau push master. Siap Andi aja, semangat. Semoga cepat master ya Andi ya. Draft apaan ini anjing? Emang agak lain. Aduh ini ada Lucian lagi. Apakah ini teori Lucian guys? Kalah Ian. Let's go.
No, I'm just gonna throw out my spells and then you can't really affect me, Lucian.
Yeah, so
wah,
I guess
Jace, Serenasus biasa.
Ko
Andre kapan master? Udah dari kemarin, gue dari awasin gue udah master bahkan. Ini namanya rezeki orang rajin nyawer bro, bukan orang dalam. Wah, siap. Lucian harus pertama L, lus. Hey, J-Team region mana kok? Region China. Ini oke, kita vote dulu ya biar teman-teman tahu juga ini tim dari mana ya keduanya. Bentar. Yang mana nih? T1 Korea atau JT.
Yeah, but my question would be, how are you gonna engage? It's so very difficult to hold targets down. Yes, you have the easy stun coming from the Renekton. You do have that root coming from the Senna. But for me to see this as a team fighting composition, as a 5v5, it doesn't really mesh well against J-Team, who has engage, disengage, a lot of damage output from the Lucian and the Corki. So right now I'm favoring heavily on J-Team
main full damage lagi berarti ya. Dua Titan versus L. Mantap, dua Titan. Oh iya ya, dua Titan ya anjing. Nggak ada yang pick Fiora Baron nih. Emang nggak terlalu gimana-gimana sih Fiora tuh guys. Risky banget. Lebih bagus kalau buat di drafting di begini tuh menurut gua dia lebih bagus draftingnya di apa namanya istilahnya di jungle sih menurut gua.
walk up to you in the first place, they can't even use their damage.
Yeah, that's exactly the biggest worry on the T1 side. How will you reach that backline? You either
Halo, kok halo, Sonan?
form a flank, and that's how you reach the Lucian, that's how you reach the Corki. But with a Braum with you, with a Wukong,
akhirnya ada kakak Steam, itu dia.
It's gonna be a huge challenge for them.
And so
Dua
my
Titan, cok, anjing.
prediction here for T1 is that they are banking on, once again, they can neutralize the early game from J-Team. They are counting on the fact that J-Team were not able to close out
Wah,
their
ini
games
metanya sih
completely
menarik
against
banget ya,
yesterday.
gila.
Yes, it was a 2-0
Pena,
win, but
Nasus,
it took a
Renekton,
while to
anjing,
clean out
fighternya
what
serem-serem
should have
semua.
been a relatively dominant series for them. On the flip side, T1, they didn't have that strong of an early game, and J-Team
Tambah
were
dulu
looking
jadi
to
3
take
itu
advantage
Titannya.
of that. We head into game 1 between T1 and J-Team.
This is going to be incredibly important. BO3
Oke,
series.
let's
We
go.
already
Oh, adanya
saw-
Faker di situ, bukan dong?
Basically,
Tapi gue nggak tahu sih
JDG,
bener apa
Nova
enggak.
heading into advancing into their groups. Now the only one left so far in our play-ins from the WRL is J-Team. If they win this, everyone
Kurang
from
cogat
the
belum rilis.
WRL is going to be present.
And what a statement that would be from the WRL to have every single representative make it to the group stage. Not only just the fact that they are there, but as the #1 seeds from each of their respective play-in groups. Remember, J-Team,
Yeah.
this is technically the 5th seed from China, as OMG couldn't make it due to complications, but J-Team have done a fantastic job representing their region
Oh,
well.
gue jam 9 ada
But
meeting dulu sama
J-Team,
pengurus PR
it's
Jabar.
not a
Oke,
team that
siap,
you
Cunong.
want to sleep on. You saw how well they were able to punish Rix with the late game macro decision making.
And it just makes so much sense. T1 with the Jax. We see the Jax as that answer, that late game scaling, and you have the
Ini bener
Renekton to
sih.
answer to help transition
Monster
from
banget
early to
masalah ini
late
tim
game.
kiri ya kalau
In
udah
the
sekali
play
lihat
style,
game
in
cok.
the context of how T1 and the WCK plays, this composition makes so much sense in an Elder Drake standpoint, where JY is just gonna wreak havoc. But it's always that biggest question: how will you reach the double
Hey.
range? Top side though, this could be dangerous for John.
Detection.
Jong
Ketong.
understanding the assignment. He wants to get away from Cherry, but
Oh.
Cherry
Aduh, mati.
on the Wukong looking to bonk himself.
Hey!
He's going to force Cherry away. He did not willingly want to go for the trade under the tower.
I know, it felt like I felt like it was a cool guys don't look at explosions moment, but I guess not. The ignite take
Wah,
wasn't
gila
enough.
banget ya menit 2 ya. Aji kapan itu T1 Bandung?
Cherry
Waduh.
ensuring that Dawn can get some plates stacked back.
Jir, apa itu?
1500 HP already down on the tower. JY is forced to
Eits.
respawn. Make sure that the wave doesn't continue crashing into the tower. Picks up some
Duit masih
experience
sama ya,
already.
duit masih
We're
sama ya.
seeing the J-Team experience with the early game come to fruition.
It's crazy. They've managed to get one or two
Selamat dong,
turret
selamat apa
plays
tuh,
there
Syarul?
for Dawn and for Cherry, and I think that's
Oh, selamat
really
maksudnya.
good for the
Selamat,
early game, right?
iya.
So for the WRL, even though they're losing kills, even though
Banyak
they're
gua
not
Bandung
getting
masuk
kills, they
T1.
get
Hah, yang
gold
bener lu.
elsewhere, and I think that's the biggest challenge.
BDG anjing baru sadar lagi gua, Bandung.
WRL teams.
Goblok.
Taking a moment to breathe here as T1 was able to neutralize J-Team's first strike against them. It did not net them first blood. We're about to hit the 3-minute mark. Still 2 minutes away from major objective play. Right now, only
Jarang-jarang nih ngelihat metanya, temponya lambat ya guys ya ini guys ya. Dua tim sih scaling late game-nya sama-sama monster sih menurut gua sih.
He's a good-looking dude.
We'll see ya tapi ya.
What about him?
Itu Igen Sena. Oh iya. Tadi gua udah ngomong.
Oh, the support for
champion.
J-Team. My bad. See,
The
thing
DY
is,
there.
I look at Kangas and Braum, and they just start to blend together at this point.
Understandable.
I will say, Braum historically has paired super well with ranged marksmen, like the Corki and the Lucian, especially because you get that double tap passive, so you're able to proc concussive blows earlier, and it allows you to give yourselves ways to kite out
Waduh.
from T1
That is
later
true.
the game goes on.
That is true. And for me, I like how, because you see the Braum and the Lucian together in one composition, even though they're not in the same, lane. Hold that thought though. I think they're fine. No one's gonna hold them down, so they're just gonna walk away.
I don't think JY appreciated that from Pan there.
No, but he was trying to
Kita
get
sampai
the
liat.
But
Yang
I want
ngeri
to share
siapa?
my feelings
Maksudnya?
about Braum, Rafa.
Kita sama Penguin tuh streamer baru jadi pro player nggak nyangka gua asli siapa Penguin
I am not a big
Penguin
fan
itu Pengu.
of the Braum, but I do remember a conversation with.
Oh,
with
bukan dong, bukan penguin yang itu, Cok.
Ref, can we pause the game? I
Bodoh
need Rick to go
amat,
to the stage
Cunong.
and tell DY I don't appreciate the
Bangke,
problem.
bangke.
I'm not yet done because I'm gonna pivot because the WCS Broms, unfortunately, don't really do
Waduh, ini
much.
metanya meta ngantuk
But-
menurut
Now
gue
this
sih.
has become a WCS
Wait.
ROM support roasting
Kita tunggu
session.
sampai DG1 apa Herald 1 ya guys ya.
Okay.
Yang dimana sih menurut gue ini nggak bakal dikontes sih. Bakal di trading sih feeling gue. Udah gue DM kok. Oke, nanti gue reject ya.
So what you're saying is that you're used to Brahms being used as primary engage,
Yes.
but Brahm doesn't always
Like as a
have.
standalone.
Yeah. Secondary engage, I completely agree. And I always see Glacial Fissure as a great zoning tool or a disengage tool rather than a primary engage tool because you only
Loco.
it slows everyone else behind them.
And I can agree with what you said too, because there's like what 4 melee champions.
Kok
on
kesel
the
sih?
one
Kenapa
tap,
sih mau?
Top side flash.
Ntar gue reject
Oh,
ya tuh.
you know, Dawn did see a.
Aku udah DM juga kok, iya.
And said, what happened to my one?
Siap, DM.
I thought we
Goblok
had
lu pada
something,
ya,
we had a
anjing
mutual
lu ya.
understanding.
Nope. Gotta be 1v1, no 1v2.
Kontes bro, ternyata bro, berani bro.
Already has spawned, so looking at the ult bars,
Ya,
no
meninggal
because
rekor.
it had been used at top.
Masih hidup. Tapi sumpah sayang banget tuh ulti Sena lu anjing buat satu orang doang.
Huge note, Barry had the package available, but
Mau
wasn't
gue
able
kirim
to
paket
force
bunga
anyone
kok.
to come
Ya,
through from
gue
T1,
perasaan
so
belum
they've
kawinan.
already expended it.
Kocak.
There's an opportunity for T1 to get into this fight. They're forcing them off the Rift Herald, 5,000 HP. Coming from the right side, the calling is gonna get some chip damage down
Anjing,
on
Luciannya
members
pinter
of
banget dia
T1.
ngulti nggak tuh dari kanan.
3,000 HP
Mampus
on
lu.
the Rift Herald.
Teng tong.
Jumping onto Pan, forcing him away, the dash away, the root.
Oke, diwarin dulu, Cok.
They're forced back in the choke point. JT
GG, bro.
Penguin. They lost one of their
Enggak. Dibalikin sama T1 guys, dibalikin guys. Wah, nice banget snipe-nya. Ya, meninggal itu yang di siapa tuh depan? Oh, Jace. Anjing masih melawan. Anjing, Jace masih melawan, Cok. Mancing. Wah, gila. Kira kok mau kirim goblok. Ntar pas nih kok kucing gue birai kirim bunga refleksi aja mau iya tuh kocak. Kucing, Jax-nya cowok. Asli barbar gaming itu Jax-nya nggak bohong gua. Langsung tajir 5.000 duitnya, Cok. Ini bahaya nih. T1 sih nih, Cok, asli. Sena Jax gila, yoi.
Be a meat shield for you, but at the end of the day, they're still able to get a lot of kills, and it was even across the board.
Sumpah itu worth it banget anjing Jax-nya ngedefnya gitu.
But from one direction.
Sang suami marah istrinya selingkuh dengan anjing. Ya.
J-Team isn't all standing behind Braum. It's a little difficult to live up to the mantra.
Exactly.
Aduh,
Right?
turretnya
Braum
mulai
stands
diaras-aras
behind
ini sama
Braum.
JT ya.
And now,
Bagus.
I thought there was going to be another fight, but Rift Herald unleashed in the mid
Happens to
lane.
the best of us.
It does. We'll see if there's going to be another fight though, because that is a tower almost gone, and ult bars are almost
Oke,
up as
first
well.
turretnya
Well, I keep
jebol
calling
yang di
bars.
atas.
There's circles, Riku.
Shapes are hard, Riku. It's okay. That's why we talk about video games and we don't talk about shapes. 8 minutes on the game, 3-3. J-Team on this Ocean Dragon right now.
Aduh, mati tuh di depan siapa itu? Ih, burst renektonnya, Cok. Oke, Jax. Ya, Jax mati.
Doesn't matter. He takes out Wukong, but it's a jungler for jungler deck. Dawn with the Hextech ultimatum, looking for more kills on the Penguin. Eggs him out with the double kill.
Ya, mati Jax.
Core cannot reach the Lucian. Pan gets out alive, and J-Team win the fight.
Phenomenal target prioritization coming from J-Team. They know that
Gila di kitingnya. Anjing.
Right away because he has 3 kills, he's the problem, he's the carry, remove him, problem solved. And on the other side of the spectrum, Dawn is now 402, he is massive, no one can stop him at the moment, especially at this point of the game with his score.
And Zhong should know from experience that when a Camille gets fed out of their mind, it is so scary to deal with in those mid and late game team fights. Your hook shot is such a low cooldown, giving you so much mobility to be able to pick and
Berarti
choose
kita harus udah
battles.
tahu ya nih Jax ini bisa di counter ya sama si
Brown
Braum ya.
To the mid game where yes,
They are
Aku
favored
yakin
the
Jackson
later
pasti
game
masih
to
muda
get
nih,
on.
masih umur
But you
20-an.
cannot disrespect
T1
a
bakal nyari
command
clutch
that
ini,
is
iya,
this
harus
big
nyari
early
clutch
on.
ini
Oh,
Jax.
yeah,
Tapi
for
ini
sure.
lihat udah
TY though,
wow, udah
might be in
dikonfirmasi,
trouble.
cok.
That's a big cyclone.
Bakal
Down to
dihantem-hantem
JY.
terus,
He's caught the
balik.
Extra resistance is good root from BDG. It's gonna save his jungler for now.
Yeah, really nicely done coming from T1. But going back to what you said, yes, everything when it comes to the late game favors T1, not only on the side for Jax, but also Senanasis. These are stacking champions. Dawn, though, with a flank. Wanting to find something.
Yo, relax. There's still a turret there, Dawn.
It's
You can't
though.
disrespect BDG and Penguin that hard. However, they are
Uh-oh.
corralling them out of the jungle, making sure they're
Lucian duitnya
taking
banyak.
every
Iya.
single chicken nugget away from JY, making sure there are no Raptors to be left.
Yeah, Dawn's positioning right now is just so good.
Whoa,
And 9 seconds on the
whoa,
clock.
whoa,
The
whoa,
Rift
whoa,
Herald is
whoa.
on. Everybody's gonna reset coming from J Team, and so far so good. Dawn is the biggest target right now. He has
Aduh,
hourglass.
duitnya
Once he dives
7.000.
in, stays
Oke.
buying some time, make sure that he's safe.
JY has found DY, who wins out on the Ys.
Oke,
which
itu
Y is
kita lihat.
there?
Oke, nice
DY
banget.
is
Oh,
met
dipisahin
by
cok sama
Seducers
Corki.
with a package answer from Barry, splits up the fight from Team 1. Core's on the wrong
Waduh,
side
itu
of the track.
Camelnya main
Tries to
sendiri di
regroup with
depan.
Chong, but he's flashing over to the backside. Forces
Aduh,
up,
baik time-nya
trick
gila
kill
banget
back
anjing.
onto Barry, but now
Mati
Chong
tapi
is
Camelnya.
forced to run away.
Wow,
Barry's calling him down.
matinya.
Meanwhile, Dawn is
Mampus
able to
1000.
bring multiple kills back.
Waduh,
Penguin
duitnya
seems
udah
to be the
mulai
only
ngejar
member
lagi nih.
alive
Bahaya,
alongside
Cok.
Core, but once again,
Wah,
JT
1000
keep
itu
pulling
Camelnya
further
anjing
and
975.
further for a prime
Gaming
ace.
I think it's crazy, right?
GG.
Dawn was 1v3ing, 1v4ing people in the backline, so therefore T1's resources was very focused on having to keep Dawn on a tight leash, but instead it was the other way around, and this is just J-Team just so far ahead. This is what we expected, Rafa! The early game coming from J-Team. Now the biggest question is, how can they finish? How can they end this quick?
Taking a look back at their series against Vivo Kid yesterday, J-Team had similar strides against the Brazilian second representative. But J-Team, it took them about 20 to 22 minutes before they could actually efficiently close out the game. So T1, if they
Ngomong-ngomong,
bank on that, if they
Camel,
can
Anda apa
neutralize
kabar
the
kok?
advancements from
Baik.
J-Team and only manage to give up unnecessary structures,
Ini
they
baru
have
Corki
a
sih
way to
antar
hold
paket
this
nih.
game out, but it's going to be difficult.
Iwan ada yang cosplay jadi Kakashi emang iya? Iya, mati lagi buayanya.
Jong, you can't escape that second ultimatum. That's an easy
Wah,
pickup for J-Team, led by Dawn.
waduh,
Another
gawat
knockup
banget ini.
sentences BDG
Ini
to
gawat,
death.
coy.
Rift Herald is
Aduh,
charging
demolis
into
lagi kan.
tower. It's gonna get one more charge, and T1, they have to respond. You already see JY
Aduh,
was looking to
aduh,
trade
itu nyundul
towards
kah,
one
nyundul
of
kah,
them,
nyundul
but
kah?
he has to respond. Rift
Wah,
Herald
nggak nyundul,
managed
cok.
to get the trade here. Stasis already on to
Waduh,
Jong.
nice.
Okay,
Kiting dulu,
Core
kiting
trying
dulu.
to
Itu Jaxnya
find
kalau nggak
his
makan
way
banyak
back.
itu
Has
mati
acceleration
tapi
kick
Jaxnya
with
harusnya,
Shock
guys.
Blast here. Golden
Aduh,
goes JY,
mati
but
Jaxnya.
he is gunned down before he gets a chance to stay
Ay,
alive.
siap.
J-Team don't break the base, but they take what they wanted.
Dawn is a dangerous man right now. It only takes
Wah,
4
GG.
kicks
Nggak
from
dikasih
the
makan
field
Jaxnya, cok. Tapi duitnya udah 10.000 anjing.
JY.
Siap.
Unfortunately, you know,
Aduh,
at this
Jaxnya
point,
bikin
Dawn
wall
is just
breaker
too
nggak tuh?
strong
Wall
at the
breaker.
moment.
Divine.
What can you do? I
Baru
feel like
lihat gua.
J-Team is doing all the right things to accelerate the game into their favor to make
Oh,
sure
nice
that
ini
they
sih.
finish cleanly, that they make sure that T1 cannot reach the late game. Though we've seen up against Rix last time where it was constant early game pressure from Rix, but they deliver.
Ini T1
at
masih
an
ada kesempatan
elder
menang
trade
ya. Itu
fight.
Jaxnya
And it's
pintar
just
coba
only
bikin
13
wall breaker deh.
minutes
Sorry,
with
bikin
this
device
amount of
sender.
gold. We talked about
Dia bikin jadi
up
tebel anjir.
against T1, you gotta make sure that it's beyond 5k of that threshold of a
Dia
goal.
bikin Dede, dia
But I
bikin
feel like
Sterak
for
sih.
JT,
Wah,
do they
anjing ini
even
serem
need
banget.
that at this point with Dawn at this far ahead?
If you're a Korean fan, you're hoping that's not the case.
Yes.
You're hoping that T1 can look back to what made them successful in their clutch series against Rix 2 days ago, and if they could pull out something similar here against J-Team. For
Pak
those
Baron,
following the
Pak GG juga
WRL,
loh.
They have to be. I want to say they should have
Ya,
been
ketinggalan
expecting
Asusnya.
awesome power, but still you
Aduh,
cannot
nggak
watch
dikasih,
this game
nggak
and
dikasih
kind of
ngebaron.
just appreciate just how well J-Team has been able to play in the early game so
Oh,
far.
for sure.
Balik dulu lah Jax
Skirmish,
itu, lu
they're
cari
doing
darah
fine.
dulu lah.
Not as bombastic by
Isi
tower
jungle deh.
diving pre-first spawn, but when the Rift Herald fight came, that's when they were truly scary.
Look at the
Nasus
insane
scaling
control from
sampai
J-Team
bikin
as well.
piramida lagi nggak
Everyone
tuh?
can press forward, And Dawn is just left to solo the dragon. Not even the jungler has to worry. Cherry can be left to his own devices, continue taking and stifling resources away from JY, because that is the ultimate win condition for Jax in any
Nasus
game
build
mode.
Frostburn
If you
bukan
can get
Winter
multiple
Approach
items
deh.
every single
Sama
round,
Relay.
like, makes you even closer to
Lebih
raid
safe
boss
mainnya.
status. But if you don't get the
Ai,
farm, and if
Jax
you
yang
get
meninggal.
engaged on from the other side of the team, then you don't get to succeed as the
Mending balik
Jax.
dulu lu.
JY already lost 50% of his HP, has to
Aduh,
get out of the fight
kalah
on this
dong.
one. Oh, and a critical moment!
Aduh. Lagi nge-war nggak tuh?
We're good. We're good.
Anjing,
Solace.
posnya lagi itu.
Are we playing a game of who gives in first of not moving?
I can't move, I'm paused.
Oh, that's true. I should do the thing too. I'm not moving.
We will not move in solidarity with the game.
Guys, ada Riku guys.
It is very hard. Can we talk too? Of course we can talk.
I can't hold it any longer.
Yeah, I win! I am the, what is this game called? Not moving champion
Freeze.
of this series.
Apakah kutukan Lucian?
Wow, that was
Nggak usah Riku-Riku ya, gue TO lu Riku-Riku lah, anak
J
setan.
team are just
Kan udah gue bilang dari tadi tuh
couple
suara
of
Riku.
big
Iya bener
fights
juga.
away from being able to close out this game, whereas T1
Teori
they're hoping that they
post
can
game sebelah.
find ways to answer back on.
Duh, turu dulu guys, sumpah guys, turu dulu guys.
Kills are trading
Turu
even
dulu guys.
because they need to stay within striking distance of gold advantage or gold lead. They might be down in gold, but as long as they're not down like an egregious amount, then there's still hope. There's still a chance for them to have a fighting chance at the Elder Dragon of the objective that matters most for them.
For sure. It is the
Kok itu Kamel masih strong bingit kok. Masih banget Jack.
Completely even game state.
Ayang gue nggak tuh. Jangan sebut-sebut nama waifu gua. Jangan sampai ayang kalian saya cium-cium lagi nih, mau nggak? Hah? Ayang kalian saya gini nih. Anjing tuh countering wap serasa kesedot. Mana nih kita? Ntar guys, nih ya guys ya, gue gedein dulu deh guys webcam gue guys, mampus kalian. Biar kalian iri kan. Mana? Riku sayang, nongol nggak mau Riku sayang cepetan. Gila, gue lagi main guys.
At this point,
Aduh, goblok.
J team, because they're the ones that are
Gila,
favored.
gue berasa lagi main di stats guys.
I want to talk about the implications
Mana nih?
once again of what it means for J team to
Aduh anjing salah cok.
at least be up in this series. It's still a
Mana
best
nih
of
Riku
3.
Riku?
T1 are not completely down and out
Laporin
yet.
Mbak Bigel aku ya.
How strong of a region has come in. Obviously, had expectations that this was going
Berarti
to be
salah
the case,
pikiran
but
setelah
to
nerf jelek.
witness it
Cuman
live
memang
here in
agak dibikin
Singapore
scaling aja dia
is
jadinya.
something
Ya gue pikir bakal jelek banget gitu.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Apakah teori main game sekarang JT lagi panas mau didinginin? Oke, cium botak aja kok nggak mau anjing, cium si Braum bangsat. Mau bau kumisnya bau matahari anjing. Gila, berasa kayak pro player nih gue guys. GG, anjay. Anjay, ceritanya gue lagi megang handphone guys.
In the icons that made them bleed. You got Furious Gaming, of course. You also got RQ earlier
Waduh,
today.
udah hilang lagi brengsek.
It was mind-blowing.
honestly.
Mana nih bebek gue Riku nih anjing.
uh,
Bebep!
we weren't on those
Cium yang
series.
cowok-cowok tuh
Just,
kok.
You know, it happens, right? But
Yeah.
I'm
But
watching.
we were in
Nah, kemarin subuh latihan apa kok?
We were
Latihan
watching it backstage,
ada
obviously,
deh.
the game to
Cium singet aja kok.
over JDG, and then I think we were back.
Kalau tahu kumis yang
off day,
kumisnya
watching
bau bawa
Furious
matahari
Gaming
nggak tahu kenapa
esports,
kumisnya
and,
bau matahari anjing.
you know, as Peruvian as
Pro
I'm
player
a
udah
follower
dikit
of
kok yang
the
keriput
dynamic
sama
scene
nggak ada
of the
nggak ada kayaknya pro
WLL,
player yang pakai
and
baju rumah
someone who
bacot
has
tuh
a lot of
bacot.
colleagues and friends over on the LATAM
Jelek.
broadcast.
Alik
I
flashback
know,
L8 nggak sih?
I wanted to hit
Bacot,
him up in
bacot.
DMs.
Geli anjir.
Pasó, hermanos, ya ganamos. Furious Gaming, dale uno.
Waduh, kenapa itu?
Nova Esports. Oh my goodness, that
I
was
love it.
yeah. Just to see that team rise up. That was
T1
so
Mr.
cool.
Lekot katanya
Just
main bang.
because
Iya bentar
it
guys,
changes
bentar
the
guys. Ini
script
lagi
on
technical pause teman-teman. Jadinya
how-
ini teman-teman gue di sana
how
lagi
beatable,
pada ini ya.
how close
Lagi
the gap
pada-
actually is between WRL and
Lagi
the rest of
pada
the
ini
world.
dia
But
lagi pada
go
bingung.
back to
Sebat dong kok,
prior
sebat dong
expectations
kok
from
monyet.
Horizon Cup.
Yeah.
Back when it was Dokken
Mana
Gaming
nih
and
Riku,
Thundertalk
Cok?
Gaming, it was
Riku,
almost
sayang,
impossible
mana
for
Riku?
any Western team to take a single game off.
Mana
of.
nih Riku,
I think
Cok?
only Roaster Y
Ah,
had
nggak
taken a
dikasih
game
lihat
off of
guys,
them,
Riku
and
gua
then
guys,
Team
nggak
Secret,
seru
if I'm
guys.
not mistaken.
Yes, exactly right. It felt
Nggak
like
seru guys, Riku gua nggak dikasih
only
lihat guys.
perhaps SEA and
Apa lagi sibuk bikin konten
WCA
TikTok
region
ya?
able
Season
to
depan kejar
make
challenge,
it
habis itu
doable
LFT nggak sih?
against
Nggak.
WRL. But
Mau
now,
kejar challenge juga
it's
nggak bakal
anyone's
LFT
game
gua.
at this point. Feels like it's
Teman Tiwan
anyone's
lagi
game.
pada
That's
kerja keras, Mr.
the
Lightweight-nya makan
beautiful
kuaci
thing.
guys. Mana ada kuaci
In
gue
the
pante.
play-ins, we've seen
Rikun,
so many things from day
Guys,
one.
guys, ada yang bilang Riku rikuntul guys.
Day four.
Parah banget guys.
Or
Namanya
after
Boam nih, namanya Boam.
Not quite there yet.
Guys.
Day three.
Guys.
Day three. Honestly though,
Guys,
with how many
guys,
days
ini
we've
guys.
already been in
Bully
Singapore,
guys, yang namanya
it
Boam
feels
guys.
like it's
Parah
already
Riku, kita dibilang
been a week.
rikuntul.
I've
Gila.
already acclimated to the humidity
Mm.
here and the climate.
Sebat
but
dulu kok, pala lu kotak
honestly,
Jack
being
anjing.
able
Bakar
to
Boam guys.
admire kind of like the
Riku
surroundings
dok.
here and
Satu lagi,
actually
Teo lagi,
yeah,
Teo
there's
guys.
that is super
Lempar kapin raka anjing. Nah, serang.
Yeah.
about it all. And I
Mampus
can tell
gagal
that it's
cium
affected
Riku.
the
Iya
players
nih
as well.
anjing.
Just talking to
Cok, mana nih, Cok?
at least the NA teams about
Parah sih
how it
penistaan.
has been
Penistaan
in
nggak tuh?
Singapore has been super
Mana nih ya yang gua Riku guys nggak
uplifting
nongol
for the
guys.
moment. And then obviously looking at the scope
Gak
of
seru
Team
nih
One,
anjing.
who is another team that is hoping to do the same as
Goblok.
both
Bakar
Rex
hater Riku,
and
bakar.
Furious Gaming.
That's
Be a team that can take a game on
Nih kita kasih semangat ke T1 guys ya biar dia menang guys.
Yeah,
Nih,
there's
lihat.
a lot of pressure on T1, right? There's a lot of pressure for sure.
Yeah.
Looking back at, a lot of these teams, regions that were able to take off games.
Tips nampol pro player guys.
We've got third
Ya,
seed and even the
koncil.
second seed
Mana
coming
nih?
from
Belum
WRL.
ngesum guys, belum ngesum
Now,
guys.
you're going up against the fifth seed. That
Mana
is
nih,
J
guys?
team here, and I feel
Kita
like
pindah
when
ke
we
sebelah
look
sini
back
dulu
at
guys. Kita
game
pindah ke
state,
sebelah sini
I
guys.
feel like
Biar
we're
kita
still
bisa tampol
trying
online guys.
to still do that because well, the game's not over.
kebalik lagi
The
anjing.
game's not over. Elder Drake still up for grabs.
Ayo, wait.
So I
Masa.
think that's going to be really important later.
I'm actually curious. I don't know if the
Mampus lu.
analyst desk is anywhere near or on
Tuh mampus tuh.
standby.
Lehernya gue
Something that I've been,
tonjok-tonjokin tuh biar
just
batuk
kinda
dia.
joking with you throughout the couple days here.
Sunat
is
habis Boam,
we'd
sunat
like to
Cok,
get a
sunat.
jersey tier list for
Oh.
all
Mak,
the
Kuandre
teams.
berulang. Lah. Dari in game-nya pause sekarang dari streamnya juga pause anjing. Ini nggak ada waktu pause-nya Pak. Iya Cok, nggak ada waktu pause-nya nih. Malah nge-lag ya Pante. Toxic. Dendam amat kok sama J Team. Iya duh. Kan bercanda doang dong. Streamnya di TO. Kaget Cok. Ya. Lah. Kok aku pengen nyebat tapi nggak bisa wakilin dong. Hah. Nggak boleh toxic kata mama. Lah tunggu guys. Ini kita lihat komen dari ini lu. Remake nggak tuh dia ngomong remake. Mending turu. Ini apa nih? Klik to claim a bonus. Apa ini coy? Faker cannot join. Gumayusi will. Waduh. Lah ini dari ininya kah? Lah, turu kah? Coba kita ke Walter Friday dulu guys. Waduh, internet gue yang turu anjir. Tapi kalian nonton normal loh, Cok. Nggak boleh toxic kata mama. WR itu toxic bagi ko Andre. Mana ada? Sisanya live streamnya di post juga. Saya nikahkan Riku dan Anderson Wijaya. Amin. Berangkat satu skill legend dibayar kredit. Semoga hidup bahagia sementara. Bodoh. Langsung ada certified penghulu online gitu. Emang udah mulai Cok, serius tuh. Mana Cok, lu jangan bohong lu. Bohong lu ya. Wih, ini kenapa nggak bisa nih Cok? Astaga. Jangan pakai internet dulu Aduh. Mana nih? Walter V Sports. Katanya T1 menang kok. Stream lu masih jalan. Masih. Turnis scam. Makanya ini. I guess starting. Fucker Soul coming in. Theo streamernya nikahnya sama Riku bacot. Mana nih, Cok? Scam anjir. Nih coba ya. Tuh nggak bisa dibuka, Cok. Nih ya, gue buka coba nih Walter ID ya. Woi. Ih. Ngapa nih, Cok, anjir? Coba kita nonton nostalgian, guys. Apakah dia lancar? Oh ya ampun, ini lagi momen Riku lagi. Teman-teman ini, aduh, Riku lagi manja-manjanya, guys. Bentar, guys. Wah, ini tidak bisa dibiarkan, teman-teman. Walter V Sport, ayo cepat. Yo. Wah. Tidak.
Is the white or red one?
I mean, I like the accents and the pattern design on J Team. It still isn't my top.
Open Twitch kok udah. Restart modemnya kan. Goblok. Jadi jangan restart dong streaming gua kalau kayak gitu, Cok. Install paket Phoenix kalian. Iya doh. Via Twitch kok dia udah Twitch. Speed test deh, aman. Oh, tadi Twitch. Tadi Riku di sebelah situ ya. Guys. Oke, kita tunggu di sini, guys.
And that, see, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to like originality is like if everyone just has jerseys, it's like okay, but what
Gila
are
nih,
you doing?
mau lihat
to, like,
muka gue udah gede banget, guys.
that, right? And you got the
Kalian siap-siap ya, klip gue ya, guys ya. Ya, mangset Riku ke skip.
That blue hit.
Sabar. Mama lagi download RDR. Waduh. FC woy, matiin aja, ganggu bener. Nggak mau, gue mau cium Riku dulu, guys. Biar kalian nangis. Kalian nggak bisa cium Riku online, guys. Mampus kalian. Kok nyebat kok, pala kau nyebat kok ya. Kok ketok. Udah back, Cok, Fuck. Bentar, guys. Goblok, muka gue malah nutupin aja. Ini, guys, sebelum mulai, guys. Nih. Ada bonus, guys, dari gue, guys. Mampus kalian. Jijik kalian ya.
On the cusp of to close out this game. 6,000 gold ahead.
Ini masih pos kan? Udah main lagi nih. Bangsat. Gede banget kayak Steven West.
What's bigger than Monster?
Giga Monster. Giga Chad.
Anjing lu kok. Makasih kok bonusnya. Anjir dicium soang.
There you go. But T1 still has a lot of scaling to go with. We're at that point, 15 minutes.
DY getting jumped on, but says, "Hey guys,
Get
I'm wrong.
gua
Big shield, you can't do jack squat against me."
Oh, I got that. Jack
Cok, anjing.
splat.
Oh, that.
Was that intentional?
No, but I'm flattered that you thought I was intentionally making a pun there. That was.
Pani
not
habis
my
ngambil
intention.
sate gua.
Oopsie, but
Coba lu rewind dikit mau. 1 menit ke belakang mau.
yeah, it is a happy accident.
Mama gua dicium lah, serius tuh.
That, right now, 15 minutes, we talked about like the big.
Anjing baut rahasia.
There is the Infernal Elder Drake still not alive, but that's a window that
Oke,
T1
kita lihat,
wants to
guys.
take. But JT is
Apakah
choking
ini
the
bakal
map
menjadi
space
comeback
right
buat
now to
T1
make
nih?
sure that T1 doesn't have any room to work with.
Waduh.
I mean, talking about no room, they can't even get into their own jungle.
Nope.
Dari live chat tuh
They
jelek
can't
kok
even get
ogah
into
gue.
the
Iya.
backyard.
Bang,
What
kok
if they
keluar
wanna
putih-putih
play
dikit.
a game
Gila
of
lu.
catch?
Yeah, what if they want to cook barbecue? You know?
Kok serem lu
Nope,
Cairil.
can't do that.
Bau Magnum Blues is
The barbecue is
Mana
off
ada Magnum Blue
limits.
anjing? Santek.
T1
Samsung Kretek.
just forced into the encroaches of their
Di,
outer rim
Saweria
of the
dimatiin.
base.
Mana ada dimatiin? Emang lu sawer? Serius tuh, Jack?
One more tower, and during this whole time, toggle the fog of war because there's no way that they have any idea that J Team is doing it. But if T1 suspect that they do, they can't safely enter.
Yeah, it's
Eh,
going down
itu
really
dia
fast
Baron.
now. It's
Baron
looking
udah dapet dari JT. Let's
It's a
go.
desperate attempt from T1
Iyo,
to
oke,
Hail
sebentar,
Mary
coba
trying
gua
to
lihat ya.
answer back when they've taken so much damage from the Baron.
Aduh,
J1
tapi
has
meninggal
jumped
kah?
onto the backline, but he has to
Aduh.
gut out scot-free.
Aduh, Jax-nya
And
di
now
situ.
J-Team is on the hunt for this Jax. Dawn has
Oke,
hooked on
Jack-nya
the
dikejar.
for Hexa
Kejar
Company.
dia,
Not
kejar dia yang mulia.
JY.
Hmm,
He's not gonna
hmm.
go down anytime soon.
Apakah
but
ini
he
Jax-nya
has
bakal menjadi
nowhere
Tuhan,
else
guys?
to run. T1 just
Kita
looking
lihat,
to stall
oke.
out the inevitable.
Coba
And with the Outer
lagi
Dragon still not
ya.
coming for a while, it isn't game over yet for T1, but J-Team are on the brink of
Bentar,
closing it
bentar.
out.
Yeah, that's a lot of seconds.
Bentar ya, Jack. Gua buka dari handphone, Jack, soalnya, Jack.
That means J-Team has a lot of room to work with when it comes to sieging and maximizing this buff. We're looking at the 1-3-1 at the
Aduh.
moment. How can T1 defend? We We talked about their wave clear.
Perkosa udah kelar sih itu.
Against the Corki. It's not gonna pan out too well.
Oh my god. Cherry, you're
Cherry
deep
going
behind
in?
enemy lines. He
Nggak ada lu, bohong lu, Jack, anjir.
Strike was gonna take him all the way back behind the inhibitor towers, but it doesn't seem like it even mattered because Penguin was the one that almost took the final
Bohong nih
blow.
anjing si Jack.
Yeah, at this point you get to see Pan as well, split pushing at top side. Every single tower is falling down. Slowly but surely.
Scam yang namanya Jack scam anjir. Ada mana ada serius, Cok.
Baron empowered minions striking forward through the mid lane, pounding at the top.
Nggak ada masuk anjir, gua ngecek dari handphone ini.
Only one more through the dragon lane. It's going to be enough for J Team to inflict massive psychic damage, as Grandin would say back at home, to T1.
Yeah, that's
Mana Jack, nggak ada, Cok.
It's one of those things.
Nice try,
How
T1,
can
nice
you
try.
mitigate that psychic damage to take you to game number 2? Because this one is such a huge lead from J Team. It felt like the game was over during that, after that Rift Peril fight, rather, once Dawn got a massive amount of kills.
Wah, ini udah ente sih
18.5
anjir.
minutes into the
Ini
game.
kenapa jadi itemnya jadi begini?
We knew that it would take a while for J Team to close out this game, and we know that tendency for T1 to pull out a miracle play.
Oh, ini baru masuk nih.
But I don't think T1 were
Nggak
gonna
bisa,
pull
nggak
out
bisa.
the old
Nggak
one
bisa,
miracle
Jack,
play
nggak bisa.
2 days ago.
Skip.
That's the difficult part, right? There's
Skip, sumpah skip.
11K gold
Thank you Jack, by the way Jack. Ini baru masuk nih, baru masuk. Baru masuk. Thank you by the way Jack. Semoga sukses terus. Diberi kesehatan juga. Amin. Kesehatan juga. Amin. Tapi udah kesehatan kan dokter soalnya. Waduh. Kurang lucu lagi tadi barusan ya guys. Aduh sorry guys.
I don't want to meet the monkey, Riku.
No. You don't wanna. Gonna spin in front of you. Hook shot though from Dawn.
Dawn with the flank has found the Hextech ultimatum.
Challenge banting PC kok. Pala lu gua banting. Iya, senangnya mati. Ente buat Iwan, ente. Ya, buayanya baru datang lagi kan.
The package comes in for second win. Barry is there with the damage. Following up, Zhong is the last member to stand alongside Penguin, but they get routed off. And once again,
Aku tertawa tersedak-sedak kok. Para permintaan dari donatur ditolak langsung. Permintaan dari donatur ya gue tolak lah. Bang, udah jelas gue nggak boleh ngerokok, pante.
That was insane by J Team. Complete domination from the very beginning. Rift Herald, complete control, and this time around, they basically choked every single resource away from T1. Basically, so
Mampus lu, kaget lu ya pada lu ya.
The Senna Nasus that wants to infinitely stack basically did not give up any room for T1.
Ada Titan lu, mampus lu anjing.
And this time around, they don't leave any ground for T1 to stand on. They were building up their defenses, scaling into the late game. You have to imagine that T1, going back to the drawing board, are going into game 2. They're not going to give J-Team the same amount of agency next time.
It makes me wonder what the next strategy, what the next approach is going to be, right? Because
Babi ada cannon multi depan kobok, waduh. Ente T1.
Of getting that scaling on the board, wait for the Elder Drake, and fight there. But the problem is, a lot of the J Team is just so good at the early game. You gotta have something to fight them at equal strength in the early to mid. But the answer was Renekton earlier, but unfortunately wasn't enough.
And it didn't get leveraged successfully for T1, so they couldn't hold on. But for more on the game, we're going back to Mika and the gang at the desk.
Yo, sayang jangan pergi.
Guys, I love the matching outfits, by the way. I love it. But yes, it's looking like it is going to be a 4-4-4 for the WRL team, Stuart. It's crazy. These teams are just so prepared for this tournament.
I hate to say it, but yeah, I mean, China are just too good. I think they've definitely got the interplay now.
Kayak orang sakit
There-
mental gue
there's a
anjing.
few teams that have names of Chinese representatives, but they're
Ya,
showing
bebek
now
gue
that
udah pergi
China
guys.
are the number
Baru
one
mau sebelahin frame gue sama dia.
team. Likes of Nova
Iyal.
have come here to play and they're showing their
Mampus.
China hasn't been beaten by anyone yet.
Gimana
China has
tuh?
won every single series.
Yep.
Yeah. That's crazy. This may be the next one as well. So like, there was
Banyakin halu.
of T1 winning this game. Here we can see that very early moment. Because at this stage of the game,
Report stream.
J-Team was
Exactly,
ahead by
Violet.
only 1k gold. That's not why I'm saying it like this, because like we're used to Chinese teams being ahead by like thousands and thousands
Aduh.
of gold. But then
Baju
right
hijau
here,
Sena
J-Team
tuh kok,
was
mana ada
so
baju hijau
starting
Sena.
From here on out,
Udah gila,
it was
Bang.
just- They ramped up to the late game and they absolutely destroyed it.
Yeah, and I think
Ya,
talking earlier about
belum
how,
ada kesempatan lagi nih guys, kita mau
T1,
kecup
they
keningnya,
still
guys.
feel like they haven't got barely
Press 1
just
for healing,
yet
guys.
here within Icons. So when we matched up the two, we were like, okay, I think this is clearly gonna go over to J team.
Aduh.
Yeah, for me, I think that
Iya.
T1 even in their first series against Rix, they
Kita masih menunggu Riku nih, guys.
scaling, they were playing passive.
Bebekku,
They tried to do
cintaku.
the same thing here as well. And in that early game, J team was like doing the same as well. They were just like, okay, we're just gonna play a little bit slow.
Tolong teman-teman jangan cepuin ke Riku ya teman-teman ya. Gue takutnya dia naksir beneran teman-teman sama gue.
I believe it's a few days ago.
Lama-lama judul stream jadi Nobar Mr. Like Dog ngehalu. Wah.
In the enemy jungle, that's exactly what they did, and they got the picks that they needed.
That's why I was so concerned.
Kok emang bener lu tetangga Agoy Jakarta Timur? Agoy siapa ya Agoy?
Like this against these
Press
teams.
2 buat
They're gonna
revive.
abuse you. They're
Ya,
gonna play
3 kalau
fast
gitu.
strikes. They're gonna play
Ma,
the
tolong,
weak
Ma.
weaknesses, I should say, and they're just gonna win the game. Like you have absolutely no chance if you play this playstyle T1 unless you get some lucky catches in the early game, which
Lu
gets
kenapa
you, and
sih
we saw it, right?
pada nggak bisa lihat
even
orang
though Chinese
seneng
teams
gitu loh.
lose the game, they are somehow,
Doain
some way
gitu
always ahead in
supaya
games.
streamer ini
I
jadian
just
sama
want to point
Riku
out, by the way,
gitu
that
kan.
J team's
Gitu.
Barry, he is here
Positive
actually on
mind,
a
bro.
mission.
Positive
So he
vibes
was, I
gitu, bro.
believe, the number one
Come on, bro.
Vayne in his region on the leaderboards, and he is determined actually to take that title global. So he's not just here, to represent his region, to represent his
Riku
team.
lari
He's
ada
here
om,
with
Riku lari ada
personal
om.
mission as well. We didn't see the Vayne come out
Kasian
in
gue
this
kok
series.
ngelihatnya, iya.
Possibly in the
Doain
next
laptop
one, maybe.
membaik.
I think that T1, if they've done their
Agoy
homework,
maskot Jakarta
they
Timur
would
kok nggak
know
tahu gua,
that,
serius
that
lu.
is this man's
Kagak
mission.
tahu
If
gua.
players
Yang
not
mana
gonna
nih
let
Agoy
him
nih?
get
Coba
his
nanti gue
favorite
cek dulu ya,
champion.
Timur
But
squad
still,
nih.
we're going into game number 2. What do you think?
Tapi
Does
kayaknya emang
T1,
produknya
how does
Timur
T1
begitu-begitu
read
ya.
Travis? How does
Mohon
T1
maaf nih.
read the book that
Aduh.
J team have?
Lama-lama lu tonjok sih kok sama Mak
Very,
Bigel.
very briefly, J team got both the Lucian and the Corki. in
Andre
that.
sini
We
deh,
thought there
Andre.
was gonna be a trade-off in
Gemes.
terms of Corki and,
Anjing.
and Lucian, but
Pantes
instead
Budi nggak mau sama lu,
T1 went for the
goblok
center
lu anjing,
versus, which
tolol.
didn't work out in the end.
Lu senang banyak yang nggak
They
seneng.
a lot of damage. They have the Jax for that source of damage, but actually the Brom.
Maksudnya ini Syarul yang jarang-jarang nge-komen jadi nge-komen lu, parah. Bagus berarti. Twitter Riku imut amat. Makasih Royal Bear. Emang dia cantik banget. Lovely banget gitu memang dia. Ayo Riku anjing, Riku cepet. Riku
And Hells,
sayang
I'm thinking
cinta.
on the side of
Riku
we talked about the side of
Chan.
T1. J team, I
Bener,
feel like all they have
Besok-besok
to do
apa
is
kita
just keep
gambar
going. And
alis
it's like,
begini ya, guys, ya?
Chinese teams are very
Kayak
good.
Sanji,
J team
teman-teman.
is prepared as well, and I don't
Bentar,
think
kita
this
rambutnya
is
kita belah
even
samping
their
dulu ya, kayak
best
Sanji.
picks. They're just warming up.
That's what it feels
Anjing
like.
ini mah gue kayak lay
They're
kampung
clever.
bangsat, gak jadi guys.
Indeed, they picked
Gak
the
jadi
wrong
guys.
combo illusion with
Kayak bopung gua. Gak mau.
Instant stun out of it. And the gold graph right there showed the story, right? First 5 minutes, nothing happened.
Aduh.
And then and there, no more mistakes from J team. Just boom, 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 boom. Win after win. So T1 really has to ramp up their game, right? Like, their
Pilih
graph
Rico apa
game
Gian
is
kok,
okay.
tolol.
There's really no major problems with
Kayak
it.
jamet,
There
iya
you go,
makanya
but
cu, kena mental gua, jangan.
one tower, and that's it.
Coba lagi
They
ya,
lost
coba
every
lagi, guys.
single dragon. They lost every single. They just
Tapi
lost
masalahnya
everything.
cewek
This
yang
is
baik
not
tuh cewek yang
happening.
terima apa adanya
The problem was
guys.
actually the last pick as well,
Gitu.
which is quite an interesting one. When you're against
Itu,
a Jinx,
guys.
when you're against a Jax, and
Nah
also
kan
a
bagus
Nexus,
kayak gini guys.
there's not really much that them champions can do.
Saat
The
kau
Brom's
pergi,
and the Brom can just keep auto-
berlinanglah air mata. Kalian mau lihat versi yang lebih gede nggak guys? Apa kita pindah layar dulu nih guys? Dengerin gue nyanyi dulu guys. Mak Bigel kok gemes lihat Andre vlog. Potong imo kok, potong imo nggak tuh? Ganteng bang, tinggal pakai pomade susu kental manis. Apa itu pomade? Pomade susu kental manis anjing. Marah mirip bikin anjing, emang iya.
Hells, I'm really curious.
Polem
What
anjing.
is missing from T1 right now?
Aggression. Just aggression, doing stuff.
Anjay,
Come on,
gila
stop
banget
playing
gue.
so safe.
Anak
Go in
imo
for the
banget
gank.
guys,
Go
parah.
in for the objectives.
Polem
Do
pagetos.
something. Don't just, go for these late game competitions. Don't just pick Senna Nasus and think, yeah.
Bentar
we're
apa
gonna win
kita
late game.
kita
This
nyanyi
is
dulu
not
guys,
Europe.
nyanyi.
This is
Siapa yang
not
setuju
China
gue nyanyi lagu Fagetos?
that
Nggak
you're
mau
fighting
anjing gue.
against. And I know this is my own
Udah
region.
ya.
China is a
Udah
whole
ya.
different level. Like, we've
Cewek
seen
itu nyari yang ada
every
apanya,
single
bukan apa
Chinese
adanya.
team. These guys are
Lah,
like close to
saya,
perfect.
gua
So,
ada
to beat that,
apanya.
you gotta match that. You can't just
Ada
sit and wait
apanya?
and have the same
Itu.
playstyle
Aduh,
every
kurang lucu
single game.
lagi.
That doesn't work because they
Semangat,
will counter
lucu,
you. They will
let's go.
counter you and they will
Loh Bang
destroy
Bikin main WR beda
That's
dong.
the big storyline
Emang
so
Bikin
far
emang
here
Bikin
in
rambutnya
this week.
polem gitu anjing,
It's
masa
like, is there
masa
any
Bikin
team
jadi
that
jamet,
can stand
Cok.
up to the might of these Chinese
Nyanyi My
teams
Chemical
right now?
Romance kok.
We're
Aduh,
seeing teams
lagunya
get
nggak tahu
very,
lagi, Cok.
very close, walking
Coba
slowly
ratain
and
poninya
slowly,
kok
but
pakai
so far
kacamata.
still
Ratain
unsuccessful
poninya ya,
here
pakai
in
kacamata.
Victory.
Oke.
Yeah,
Masalah poni gua nggak rata, Cok. Poni gua tuh kayak gitu tuh.
You can feel it. There's little weaknesses of China that
Apakah gua
that
cosplay
teams have been
fucker,
able
teman-teman?
to, take them. Furious Gaming and RRQ as well. They were able to take games, but in terms of that, I think that sometimes just trying to put in like taking the gas off a little bit. And then what they'll be able to do is they just say, okay, we need to regroup, we need to replan our strategies, and then they come into the third game and they're just like, okay, you know, we're completely fine. We know how to play our game, and we can just take the victory.
So, but you can see the ways that teams win against China. RRQ, you saw that crazy draft. That is how you win. Like, but that's what it takes.
Udah ya.
You know, the aggression from Helios right there on that Rakan. This is what it takes.
Cosplay Kazik
But we
skin
can't have too much
RSJ
wins so
bangsa.
far here.
Jaktim
And
habis lu kok parah.
sometimes take a step back and as you mentioned, you know, step off the gas a little bit and
Tukang
relax,
gerupuk
as you
mana
can
nih?
see in this
Mirip
clip with,
afiliator. Emang
what
siapa,
went
Cuk?
on behind the scenes.
Cocok sih parkir di gultik. Bangset ya.
Oh my god.
Ini gue kecilin dulu teman-teman.
And yes, it's the massage training.
Wah, pegel banget bang, kayak capek banget bang kerja kemarin bang, kayaknya bang ya. Siap. Salah kan gue. Riku sukanya physical touch deh, nggak suka virtual. Jangan sampai gue DM Riku nih teman-teman. Baby, gitu kan. Mirip sama yang di komplek gue suka minta sumbangan bang. Yang bener lu. Lu cek bego yang suka minta sumbangan biasanya mobilnya BMW cok. Lu mirip cowok di anime hentai yang disensor matanya rap. Goblok. Ada abang-abang pila tuh anjay. Nah, kita cosplay dulu guys. Cosplay jadi T1 guys. Cek. Jangan lepas headset dulu ya. Anjay. Riku sayang, Riku sayang.
We didn't get this treatment going into the cast.
That's true. Maybe because we came in later. It's probably why.
I quit. I'm getting off the cast.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Oke, jangan
J-Team getting themselves ready on stage. 1 game point away from not only clinching the series against T1, but also joining fellow representatives from the WRL and Nova Esports and JDG in being #1 seeds in their play-ins groups, but also advancing to the group stage.
That's a huge thing, right? Everyone assembled in the group stage, as well as FBX, of course, waiting in the next few weeks. But heading over to the draft, J-Team now reversing. We have them on your
Aduh, bangsat gue ngapain sih?
Again, it seems that there's a lot of respect to Chorus Ari, which again enables a lot of these fights for the follow-up that T1 requires.
T1 first adaptation going into this draft phase is taking away Pan's Jace. Or actually, they're taking the Jace as they weren't able to use it to success.
Aduh anjing kena heart attack gua anjing, dia udah cabut lagi tuh pante lah. Aduh anjing. Blok lu. Kasian sumpah anjing. Gak dapet mulu gua momennya. Kesel banget gua. Fokus draft kocak. Oke siap. Kalau Benny ada yang lagi high banget nih. Inilah bukti dari efek negatif menggunakan barang haram. Apa itu? Habis berapa persen kok? 100%. Barang gua jatuh guys. Habis ini nih. Nah ini 100% anjing disinfektan mau lu. Enggak lah goblok. BNN blok. Riku seneng gak emission? Goblok. Udah dong. Kalau bahas begitu malam-malam aja dong. Hey. Laki DM sih. Laki tuh aja ketemu anjing. Benny mah urusan duit makanya, cok. Oke, kita balik ke drafting ya. Langsung kita fokus dulu teman-teman. Let's go. Yo anjir. Sekarang Jax-nya diambil sama JT ya. Siap. Kok itu baju UA under ampere kah? Pala lu under ampere nih, under ampere nih. Lo mau lihat under ampere, armpit. Nih buat Didi. Nih under armpit buat lu di. Mampus tuh. Apa mau yang lebih gede lagi? Setuju gak nih kalau gua gede nih, teman-teman? Siapa yang mau lihat ketek gua, teman-teman? Gua gedein dulu, teman-teman ya. Ayo, siapa tadi? Hah? Didi mau lihat under armpit lagi, Didi lagi makan gue kayak itu. Tahu jengkol anjing. Bulu keteknya lebat nggak kok? Tidak dong. Hah? Mau lu? Mau nggak?
Important note though for T1, they are pivoting towards an earlier, more aggressive game. JY with the Lee Sin. I remember tuning into the WCK
Asli.
year 0 in 2020.
Biar tuh baunya nyebar di handphone atau di PC lu ya. Flexing arm kok tuh. Woi, gila. Aduh, sumpah capek banget, sumpah gue capek banget. Aduh, makan tuh ya biar bau ketek lu ya. Udah guys, gue kecilin lagi lu guys ya. Aduh, capek banget anjir gue. Oke, kita lihat pertandingan penentuan, let's go. Udah 1-0 by the way teman-teman. Camel di pick lagi sama T1. Enggak, maksudnya di pick lagi. Lu laku banget berarti ya, rabat dilepas kan.
You already saw how well RRQ was able to demonstrate the power of Recon. I don't think Core is...
Aduh, cara baca. Langsung kena COVID mampus. Kurang lebat, masih lebat Eva Arnas kok, siapa itu? Gue lagi makan tae. Kita tebal dulu lah kayak bulu jembut ya, kocak. Aduh anjing, capek ketawa gua. Mantap. Pantes Indo Covid 1K karena di sini virusnya. Ya, boam. Guys, ini guys yang tadi bilang Rikuntul guys. Mampus. Yang tadi masih dibahas-bahas anjing.
J-team side, and it works so well because 4 melee champions on the board, that means the pyroclasm can just easily bounce in and out of people.
Riku, throw out the books, throw out the whole library, burning to the ground. T1 say that we are changing.
Mana guys, suaranya guys, Yanto is in the move, let's go. Yanto. Ada Yanto, ada Brand, gila. Bukan 2 champion unlocked ya, 1 champion unlocked ya, ada Brand sekarang. Let's go guys, ini menarik nih sumpah. Yanto nih bos, dia cok marki cop anjing. Let's go Andreto kata gue blue. Anjay. Oke, sampai kita berjumpa lagi di setelah game ya guys ya. Wah anjing berani bet pick Brand. Dipakai sebenarnya guys, Brand tuh buat counter fighter, cok. Masuk kan, diludah-ludahin kan. Apakah kombonya berjalan? We'll see soon teman-teman. Bagi jadi Yonko guys, itu gue udah tahu cok. Emang puncak komedi kalau yang itu ya, sumpah. Ya semua itu Yantonya yang bener lu. Mari berjumpa lagi setelah beres. Bye. Let's go. Kita nonton di game penentu antara GT melawan T1. Let's go. Kita gedein dulu suara guys ya. Kita dengerin suara bebek periku kita guys.
A lot of enablers of that big knockup for the ult coming from hand. So I'm so excited to see that push through. And the fact that there's also a secondary.
Iya, jangan ngudut behind kamera. Oke, tenang.
That means J-team doesn't have to funnel all their pressure towards Cherry on the Jax.
40 seconds already into the game. No major moves have been made yet. All eyes are on JY from T1 to really leverage things and to get the snowball rolling. If you don't make any proactive moves on this Lee Sin,
bener juga ya. Ultinya si Brand bisa ditepis loh sama win wall-nya Yasuo, bener juga. Kan dilempar soalnya, bukan kayak skill 3. Tapi masalahnya nggak mungkin sih. Karena kenapa? Karena pasti di stun duluan cok yang depannya cok. Kan dia bisa skill 3 dulu kombonya tuh, skill 3-1. Mik lu matiin aja kok udah. Lu masih mau giveaway nggak Momo? Hah? Mau giveaway nggak lu? Nurut.
And Dawn, no stranger to the Baron lane dive, as he was the one alongside Cherry that inflicted it upon Jong.
Yeah.
Dawn hiding under the crevices of his tower. JY is level 3 alongside Jong. A level 3 from Dawn, using the clone to dodge out. However, the turret. Dawn says you can take away the Camille, but you can't stop me from having the top of my game.
Dawn is insane. What a play.
Huh?
JY Jong wanted to set that up, but unfortunately,
Huh?
saw how JY wanted to get the turret aggro.
Wah.
Damage was still not enough. Dawn played that so well. Had barrier, had flash. There's another fight.
J-Team now
Wah.
threatening the dive onto the bottom lane
Sumpah.
tower. 248 HP.
2 kill loh, Cok.
Salvaged by JY, who comes
Ngapain
in,
tuh botak?
forcing the
Nggak tahu
flash
gua.
out of DY, taking on the Sonic Wave, but beautiful body slam from DY.
Eh,
Stops the damage
nah lu,
from coming
nah
in.
lu,
Now
mampus
Cherry
lu.
comes in with the punish, and T1. All the
Udah
early
guys,
advancements
ente
are being
T1
neutralized
guys,
by J-Team.
ente T1 guys,
Such a
ente
scary
T1
team,
Cok.
my word. The fact that they're able to get kills on the Wukong, deny the dive from
Kalau win
JY
wallnya pas,
Jong.
Brand nggak bisa
The fact
apa-apa.
that
Kalau
Cherry
Brandnya
even
sabar
gets
bisa
the kill,
damaging. Iya,
able
masalah
to
tuh lihat.
top lane dive once more. You get to see Dawn trying to clear the wave as well. JY hanging onto the fringes of aggro, but unfortunately, again, they couldn't deal enough damage. Dawn playing that super well as well.
Ente.
With those things
Mana ini
combined,
orangnya?
Dawn, my word.
Mau lihat gua
So
beneran?
good.
Mau lihat gua nih beneran? Mau lihat gua nggak?
Already done being amazed by this
Yeah.
guy after the
Mau lihat
kill
gua nggak nih
game in
beneran,
game
guys?
1 of this series.
Udah siap belum lihat gua masalahnya? Udah lihat siap gua belum, Gilang? Enggak, oh enggak, kata Momo enggak. Mau, Odidi mau. Oke, siapa lagi absen yang mau lihat gua? Fokus lawan PC aja T1, oke. Jangan muka lu banned permanen aja, iya. Kok pada nggak mau lihat gua guys? Kenapa guys, kok nggak mau lihat gua guys? Cosplay marmer kak? Enggak dong. Apa ku anjing?
Top and jungle, but also is able to get first blood tower, especially if they're able to push this wave.
And now if you are T1, you have one more play in your play.
Katanya Gilang mau lihat muka gua bener nih ya.
Hitting level 5, you have the Dragon's Rage available. If you can find one play, one kill that is able to get a decent amount of change back into your pockets to stabilize this gold deficit currently, which is now 4,000 from J-Team, you can start bringing this game back so that you can bridge towards this brand quirky late game.
And I think that is the opportunity that T1 has to wait for, right?
Oh, aduh ditendang guys, satunya guys.
JY with the kickback.
Aduh, meninggal. Jantungan lama-lama gue.
T1 striking back when it is necessary.
Yeah, let's go. That was so sneaky. Pan didn't see that.
Gelu
Is this
asu.
the retaliation?
Dawn flashing
Muka lo
forward,
taruh gudang
and
aja,
over
Bang,
the cycle,
anjing.
falling up for additional knockup. The explosive cast
Bau rendang nggak tuh?
to JY, but he flashes
Wah,
out.
kabur anjing gak sehat. Waduh, kok kabur?
Flashless JY. So that play.
Mantep kok jadi lancar babe gue bangsat tuh ya.
For the first spawn in
Aduh,
the game.
anjing kan.
J-Team is so primed to fight right now. They're gonna shadow T1. Which objective are we gonna take? We're gonna take that. We're gonna follow you. We're gonna fight you. We're
Anjir,
gonna
jilat
force you
McD.
into a situation that you're not prepared for.
Jiwa jalan.
Dragon and Rift Herald has spawned at this point in time. Riku, let's take.
Habis ini GA jangan kabur, orang udah kelar GA, Cok.
JY with the Yumu's Ghostblade, Hullbreaker 4-4 as well. Divine Thunders for both the Baron lanes respectively.
Now Cherry's still not having enough gold to finish that Triforce, so we'll have to see if that's gonna be completed. If they're able to.
Gue nonton
hold
full
out,
screen,
they're
Cok. Bagus dong. Ada muka gue terpampang besar gitu kan. Apakah kita akan melihat Yanto naik guys ya win rate guys? Aduh, habis ini baterai ini gue.
T1 trying to start up the Dragon right now, ceding control of the Rift Herald because they know they've already lost meaning for it. But the first brick goes the way of J-Team. But that's not going to stop J-Team from looking to contest for the fight. Already Cherry and Dawn jumping right up.
Oh, diangkat sama Yanto.
Penguin two-man knockup, but do they have the damage right on back? BBGG
Aduh.
expending the Pyroclasm.
Kena lagi.
Back into 2 kills against DY and Cherry.
Woo!
J-Y back in, but you cannot stop the Wukong from knocking you back into the stratosphere. Jong.
Anjing masih sumpah GG banget Yanto ya, Cok. Ya, baru dibilang GG. Ya, aduh. Tapi bagus banget Cok dia nahan-nahan kayak gitu.
and Barry has to
Mana
retreat.
GA kok? Orang udah
That
kelar,
is
Cok.
what we were waiting for, right?
Di bakar udut
T1
pala lo
was waiting
kotak.
for an objective so that they can fight 5v5. What did we talk about,
Wah.
Rafa, during the draft? Everyone on the side of J-Team. Basically melee. What's the Pyroclasm gonna do? Bounce in, off, in, out of champions nearby in melee range, basically. That's exactly what happened. Tons of damage. And the fact that everyone from J-Team is practically squishy. And look at that, guess what? We're seeing
5 sama nih, yoi.
items on the board already. That means that's gonna work so much in favor of BDG.
And BDG isn't even at full strength on this brand yet. The fact that Pyroclasm is doing that much work off of a Rod of Ages that hasn't scaled to its full 10 stacks yet means that T1 have more in store. J-Team, they're not going to take another chance contesting the Dragon. They are respecting the BDG power of this brand. It ensures a trade of objectives for both teams.
And this works so well in T1's favor, right? Where J-Team wants to initiate. They want to set the wombo combo. They want to
Another kick, another pick onto DY.
Kebanyakan melee JT kena AOS brand Sorkir akan hilang fix emang.
Left to defend the tower, but now that opens up an avenue on the bottom side of the map.
Iya, kena lagi Yantonya.
JY dashing in, huge knock up onto 2, but JY gets so
Anjing gila itu Yantonya udah sekarat banget.
He's burning to a crisp, but not.
Ay, mati dong dia.
But John comes in from the bottom side of the map, trades one back.
Crazy, the positioning of both of these top laners, Jong and John, basically trying to come from different angles to find a strangler from both of these teams. At the end of the day, it's an even trade.
Aduh, itu brandnya lumayan ya.
Scary. Once BDG has Pyroclasm, JT has to steer away.
Itu Corki sama brandnya gede loh duitnya itu. Yanto Wukong lagi, kom ranked asli, kom warnet anjing.
On T1's behalf, J-Team had done such a great job of being able to neutralize any of the attempts that T1 made in the very early parts of the game. But it's their determination.
Combo warnet, JT ini cabangnya IJT loh. Ingat ya Momo ya, ingat Momo. Ingat, 700 wildcore nih.
And the WCK region is amazing at. You lose kills rather. You die from your team, but at the same time
Kemelnya paling kaya tuh, nyoy.
They stabilize the goal to make sure that if J-Team jumps on you, you can fight back.
Oke, paket Corki, siap. Nice. Kena 2, Cok. Oke, kita lihat apakah yo. Anjing itu listriknya wah anjing dari belakang, Cok. Waduh. Masih hidup Yantonya anjir. 1 HP anjing. Ya sama sisa WC gue, banyak sisa WC gue kok. Oh ya udah kalau gitu nanti kita reroll ya guys ya. Aku ketinggalan apa bang? Tidak ada Sunfig aman. Kapan GA lagi? Abis ini ya. Katanya Momo nggak mau katanya GA-nya. Itu dia. Dikejar. Kalau Yanto mati duluan, T1 lalu asa lumayan. Anjing mati. Ketik 1 untuk reroll Momo. Alhamdulillah reroll.
You gotta love around the map, right? They don't take breaks thinking of how they can take a pick, how they can use the side lanes, how they can take advantage of the map state. They saw JY over there just wanting to push the wave.
Yeet.
2 people were there, apparently, and they're able to eliminate him.
T1 still confident that they can find plays as BDG accumulates more and more gold. He's not getting as much resources though as his counterparts in Barry and DY respectively, as this Senna not necessarily the ones doing the farming, it's more so DY. So both of these champions getting a lot of stats being built up, whereas BDG struggling to find that gold.
Pada balik guys.
And I feel like it's gonna be solely reliant again on these objective fights, because that's the time everybody from J-Team is gonna be there. And you see it coming. If you're in a Dragon Pit or a Rift Herald Pit, you know that J-Team is
dari Korea apa dari Cina? Dari Cina.
Whole entire unit coming, you know how to react. But without objectives, you don't know where they're going to be coming from if you don't have vision. You don't know what they're going to do next. And I feel like that's the struggle right now that T1, the window that they need is always these objectives.
You You see T1 looking proactively for a pick onto Pan, but the rotations
Ooh.
from J Team snuff it out before it even gets the chance to happen. T1 forced to retreat here, just in time. Dragon not up for quite some time here. J Team
Waduh, udah dikekang dari situ. Oh, nice, diangkat gak?
Explosive cast
Itu
scatters the
dia.
members of T1. They're all sent asunder.
Wah, anjing itu dikejar-kejar sama Yantonya. Enggak deh, itu siapa sih di depan? Oh, Wukong anjir. Wah,
But he cannot take him out. Barry might burn down it, but it's not even close.
JT dari China betul. Menarik.
No one goes down from JT.
Oke, apakah ini kemenangan pertama untuk Yanto, guys?
Taking out the Rift Herald. J-Team wasn't even complete at all in that fight, and it was BDG.
Aduh, Yantonya kaya lagi 10.000 duitnya. Black River. Corki badut ultimis 3 kali musuh diem.
They were able to knock him up, get that last breath set, and then win that fight. Take note again, I repeat, Cherry wasn't there.
And now J-Team are all strong as 5 members here in.
Woi, kena angin tuh. Diangkat sanubarinya ya. Ceplak, ceplok. Yanto, 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 Yanto. Itu dia Lee Sin dibully-bully. Tidak dikasih main, teman-teman. Jax-nya meninggal, dikejar lagi. Tinggal 1 hit, celepuk. Itu ada creep di situ. Let's go Yanto, kita terbang. Flying Yanto, Yanto gun. Itu dia. GG. GG. Udah ini GG nggak sih guys? Oh enggak, di sini hidup guys, di sini hidup guys. Tapi duitnya udah 53.000 ya teman-teman ya, beda 12.000. Diajarin main Yanto loh sama orang Cina guys. Udah jadi Black Cleaver pula kan. Lee Sin T1 power spike 27 siap. Itu bahkan Black Cleavernya Lee Sin belum jadi cok. Mau sedih. Ca, 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 ca.
The way that this fight has basically split up into 3 key parts. There's Dawn, or rather Cherry.
GG diketik, itu dia. Sat Hasaki.
There is DY as well.
Jagoan Lee Sin Moja daripada Lee Sin T1 dibuat. Itu dia ulti dari Sena, langsung sat aja teman-teman. Waduh, double kill. Waduh, GG guys. Itu dia kenapa pick brand untuk nge-counter champion melee ya. End guys, ini end guys.
Gets the last bit of damage. Another prime gaming ace and J-Team
2-0 teman-teman. 2-0 teman-teman.
At the group stage.
2-0 teman-teman. GG. China unbeaten bro. Nice try T1, GG. Geragas Fun of Life pengen nyoba, oke. Yanto di bos, senggol dong GG. Asli GGWP cok. T1 turu asli. Nggak bisa guys, sumpah nggak bisa diimbangin anjing.
A different flavor of draft for showing us the first brand of Icons 2022. I love the idea. I love the concept behind it. But it takes a lot more than theory crafting. It takes
reroll. Waduh. Oke guys, sebagai penutup ya teman-teman ya. By the way, untuk match terakhir kalian jangan lupa datang aja ke channel official teman-teman, atau ke teman-teman yang streamer yang lagi ngadain mabar ya teman-teman ya. Lagi ngadain nobar. Kalian datang aja, oke? Ya segitu aja mungkin dari gua. Besok gua nggak ngadain nobar dulu, dan gua maksudnya besok gua nggak stream teman-teman ya, karena gua mau ketemu untuk survei tempat buat nobar, oke? Jadi nanti kalian tunggu aja untuk yang lagi yang Jabodetabek. Jangan lupa untuk follow IG gua guys, buat nanti ngeliat info-info, siapa tahu mau ada gathering, oke? Lu udahan bang? Iya, gua udahan dulu. Gitu. Nah, sebagai buat penutupan teman-teman, bentar. Sebagai penutupan teman-teman, bentar guys.
little bit in terms of decisiveness and in proficiency. This is where J-Team were able to flex and demonstrate their ability to close out the game cleanly. But of course, the ones who are going to be closing out the end of the series is Miki and the gang over at the desk.
Thanks, you guys.
Kenapa gua nyari chip yang laki, anjing?
It is a 4-4-4 for all of this Chinese.
Bangsat,
teams.
nggak jadi
Taking a look
guys.
at
Bangsat,
our
malah dia
bracket right
bergeser
now.
lah tuh
I mean,
anjing.
we kind of saw it coming, but I mean to see it actually there in front of our eyes and you know to.
Oh iya nih guys, buat tunggu jangan pada cabut tuh, jangan pada cabut tuh ya. Iya anjing. Anjing. Gua mau cium digeser anjing. Diselamatkan gitu sama observer, Cok. Bangsat. Guys. By the way, guys. Apa tuh penutupnya jangan cium-cium lagi, Bang. Oke, siapa nih yang nyuruh follow IG? Ya, kenapa lu? By the way, teman-teman. Setuju gak teman-teman Momo buat nyanyi dulu nih biar dia dapat KA, teman-teman? Mana nih Momo gue tunggu nih. Gue hitung nih ya 5 ya teman. Gue hitung nih 5 nih Momo, cepetan Momo. Cepetan Momo. Masih gua tunggu nih, masih gua pantau nih Momo. Mau giveaway enggak Momo? Masuk Discord nyanyi dulu Momo. Kalau enggak gua reroll 5. Di stream sama observernya asli. Doyan cowok ternyata lu ya, kok enggak anjing digocek. 5 4. Mana nih Momo? Ayo Momo. 3. Ayo Momo, cepetan Momo. Ayo Momo, cepet Momo. 2. Ayo Momo. Cepetan Mo, gua kalau nggak hilang nih Mo. Yang lain yang dapet nih Mo. 1. Ayo Momo. Nyanyi lagu daerah aja kok. Momo sambil parkour. Reroll. Oke. Ayo nih 1 nih, 1,5. Ayo Mo, buruan Mo. Mo, lu nggak mau giveaway nih Mo. Abis nih Mo. 6.